and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land.
Let's go!
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma.
This hour is brought to you by the Harnish Auto family.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to excuse you a minute.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
All right, let's go with the Brock and Salk Show on CL Sports 710, CLSports.com, Seattle Sports app, all the podcast platforms. Yes, we're available on all of them, so find us on one and listen later. At your convenience. You don't have to listen now at 6 o'clock in the morning. Go find it later in the day, and we're happy to be with you then as well. So thanks for joining us. You guys, I've talked before. I'm kind of a pleasure delayer. Right? Like if there's something really good on my plate, I kind of want to eat everything else first and then get to that last thing last and really savor it all. And I do that in a lot of different parts of my life. Like I like to get the business out of the way so that I can enjoy whatever else is going to happen without just the stress of some hard work or whatever kind of hanging over me. I don't know if you're like that or not, but that's how I choose to operate. And
yeah, I eat dinner at like 9 o'clock every night because I want to get my email done first.
Right. Yeah. You don't want that hanging
show.
over you afterwards, right? Like you want to get all the work done,
bad.
then go play. Like that's just how it's how I've always felt about. It's what makes me happiest. I feel like that's maybe what the Mariners are doing. Just get the hard work, get everything done. Get your guys, DFA'd, rearrange your roster, do what you got to do with Josh Rojas and Sam Haggerty and the guys that are going to be non-tendered and kind of, move on from them. Figure out your coaching staff. It sounds like they got that done yesterday. The big deal. No one, expected Edgar Martinez to be the hitting coach again this year. It was always going to be a temporary position last year. But there was also a pretty wide speculation that he would, and understanding that he would remain in some sort of a role that would allow him to continue to contribute. He will do that as a director of hitting strategy for the organization, which is great. He'll travel occasionally. He'll be around the team. He'll help with sort of the general idea. I don't know exactly what all of that means. I'm sure we'll find out here in the next few days. It probably is somewhere more than ceremonial, but less than full-time would be my guess. That's my assumption. We'll find out a little bit more when it officially gets announced. I know the news broke yesterday from Dan Kramer, and Adam Jude had it as well. So, yeah, I mean, like this we'll get sort of the rest of the details. Actually, we're going to talk to Divish this morning at 9:30, so we could probably get some of that from him if it hasn't been announced yet. But Edgar will be in, a role of some importance. And then they went out and hired an actual hitting coach in Kevin Seitzer, which is great. Seitzer's been doing this forever. Been with Atlanta for a really long time. Obviously, they've had tremendous success hitting the ball in Atlanta for the last, however many years. He's worked with some real studs, Acuna, et cetera. So hopefully his voice will carry a little bit of weight. He was a really good player himself, two-time All-Star. I don't know whether people remember Kevin Seitzer. For whatever reason, that guy's name has been like etched into my brain since 1986. He was a rookie in 87, and he was so good. If I remember the story right, maybe it was just that Brett was so old, but he was good enough to move George Brett from third to first, which at the time felt, I wasn't even living in Kansas City, obviously, but at the time, I remember thinking that was like the biggest thing that had ever occurred. I was also like, 9 years old, so maybe my scale was a little bit off. But yeah, Seitzer was a big-time rookie, played a long time for a bunch of different teams, but obviously first with the Royals, All-Star a couple times, hit just under 300 for his career. So he's got some credentials. He's got some pelts on the wall. And then obviously he's been doing this now for a while. So, okay, Kevin Seitzer's in. He brings somebody with him, and Carson Vitale's going to move on. Not a huge surprise. He was a big Scott guy. I'm a little intrigued by the fact that Manny Acta's going to stay. That's interesting. I think, the fact that Manny had become so close with Scott, I don't know that, that was interesting. I wasn't sure what Manny would end up doing or if there was going to be a job for him somewhere else, if he was going to move on, if he and Dan Wilson had enough of a connection here in the last couple weeks of the season. And it looks anyway as if Manny Act is going to stay, which I think is great because I just think the world of Manny and think that someone like him is valuable with his positivity, his personality, the fact that he's bilingual. I think all of those things are really important in a baseball clubhouse. And so excited that Manny's going to stick around. But the best news has to be that you don't see any changes in the pitching staff, the pitching coaching staff, I should say. I mean, this is the group, right, that is essentially given the Mariners this secret tool to, develop pitchers. Great. Blank's not going anywhere. Woodworth's not going anywhere. That's huge. Huge news. Those were real possibilities that when you changed over your manager, that a lot of the coaching staff that you didn't want to leave would change over as well. Hasn't happened. So obviously I think that's really good news for the Mariners. But that's all the business. That's all the all right, eat your vegetables. Now let's get to dessert. And I'm hoping dessert is not going to disappoint. Right? The reports of $16 million total to spend in the offseason is disappointing. Right? It's like, okay, I finished my meal. I'm ready. Hey, can I see the dessert menu? You can.
$1 Frosty from Wendy's.
Right, exactly. I mean, look, I like a Frosty, but I'm at a nice restaurant. I wouldn't mind something with banana. Maybe something that you bring out the blowtorch for. I wouldn't mind, something with peanut butter. I wouldn't mind a little ice cream profiterole. There's some.
You saying I'm at a nice restaurant? Banana and peanut butter are the first things.
Well, I'm not saying just a banana with peanut butter, Maura. Like a banana dessert, like a bananas Foster, or some sort of peanut butter cake, like a peanut butter fudge cake. You know what I want? I want some mousse.
Ooh.
Could I just get some mousse? It doesn't have. See, I don't need the biggest. I don't need your stupid tiramisu. I don't need all that.
Who's the equivalent of mousse?
I don't know. I'll have to think about that. Alex Bregman? I don't know. But bring me some mousse. Nico Horner? Just bring me something I want to see. I want a little dessert. I sat through dinner. I had my Brussels. I ate my broccoli. I got my coach, my hitting coach. Now, bring me the fun stuff. Something with a little razzle-dazzle. Maybe put some of those Pop Rocks with Coke and see if something explodes. Let's go. Dessert time. So I don't know what direction this will end up going. Again, I'm not holding my breath assuming that the Mariners are going to go out there and make huge splashes, certainly not in free agency. I do think that there are things they can do to get significantly better. But again, I'll keep saying this throughout the offseason because I think it's important. The way the Mariners act this offseason will be in some way reflective on how they felt about the last 6 weeks of last season. If they truly believe that what they did over the last 6 weeks of last season was real and who they will be next year, they're probably not going to go crazy this offseason. They believe they already have it. If they believe that they had the roster already, they just needed the right coach, manager, philosophy, whatever word you want to put on it. Whatever changes took place when Dan Wilson and Edgar Martinez entered the building and took over, if they truly believe that was the only difference, and that's all they needed to get this roster that they already like to the point it was at when the season ended, they're not going to do much. They don't believe they have to. They believe they've got a team that's already good enough to win. Now, again, I'm not sure I completely agree with that. I could probably take the word completely out there. I'm not sure I agree with that. I'm not sure that I saw in a short sample size enough to convince me that this team is now talented enough and well coached enough to win and win at the level that I think we all want them to. I'm not convinced of that. And I absolutely believe they need some sort of an upgrade at currently 3 to 4 infield positions. Like I think they need relief help. I think there's major differences between the type of roster that's going to go deep into the playoffs and what they have right now. So, all right, bring me some mousse. Bring me something with a little white chocolate drizzle. Bring me something with chocolate chips. I'm ready. It's dessert time. Heck, it's Thanksgiving. Bring me some pumpkin pie. I go to a restaurant for Thanksgiving, so bring me something that you could dip into a chocolate fountain. Some strawberries, bananas, marshmallow, whatever. I'll dip it in the chocolate fountain and eat it. But let's go and get it done soon because I'm getting hangry. I'm getting hangry waiting for the Mariners to start to upgrade this roster.
Blue 88 on Brock and Salk.
Sustainable, unsustainable. What have you seen recently from the Seahawks?
Every day at 7:45.
Unsustainable is 3.3 yards to carry over your last 3 games. You do that, you run for 3.3 over the next, 6 weeks, you're probably at best going to go 3-3, even if your defense is totally phenomenal. What is sustainable is this front seven just playing together is just a pack animal right now. And that group is playing just pack defense.
Blue 88, answering 3 football questions as only Brock Heward can.
Is chronic pain beginning to make your everyday life a challenge? Then call Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD, with Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. With over 30 years of experience, no one has more experience in pain medicine techniques and stem cell therapy than Dr. Nelson. And here's what a satisfied patient had to say.
I was experiencing severe neck pain, kind of radiating from my shoulders up into my head. And it was pretty severe, and it lasted for about a year. So I went to see Dr. Nelson, and after I got the stem cell treatment, I had positive results within a week, and it just got better from there. And to this day, I can't believe I used to be in such pain. He was just an incredible doctor. Everything about the place is just fantastic.
So don't let pain control your life. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD. Call 425-823-4000 today. That's 425-823-4000 or go to danielnelsonmd.com.
Traffic backups are inconvenient, but if your pipes are backing up at home, that's bad. There's only one cure for this pesky problem. The experts at Beacon Plumbing, Heating, Septic, and Mechanical. Trust them to clear your clogs. Stop freaking and call Beacon. 1-800-FREAKIN.
Don't fall, just call Seattle Holiday Lights. We'll hang them up, we'll take them down, we'll do it right. So call Seattle Holiday Lights. Seattle Holiday Lights. Visit SeattleHolidayLights.com.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy 2. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
Welcome to Staples.
Help! My family's in for the holidays and I need gift ideas.
That's why we're here. Staples has amazing deals on everything you need. Photo gifts, laptops, and gaming systems. Even custom holiday cards and shipping solutions to send gifts to the family that can't make it.
Perfect! Have anything for Uncle Frank? I love him, but the guy is never quiet.
Noise-canceling headphones. For you.
You get it.
Unwrap huge holiday savings at Staples. And right now at Staples, save up to $350 on select computers. Ends 12/28, in-store only.
FX's grotesquerie.
This killer is someone who knows anatomy.
From executive producer Ryan Murphy.
Detective, you have an entire family murdered.
Niecy Nash Betts.
The monster is out here!
Courtney B. Dance.
God knows what darkness we let in.
And Travis Kelsey.
There's no future after this.
FX's grotesquerie. All new Wednesdays on FX. Stream on Hulu.
Lowe's knows that to win the job, pros need the best prices. That's why only at Lowe's, MVP's Pro Rewards members can get a volume discount on eligible orders as low as $1,500 at the Pro Desk. That means you get the prices you need to start any job, small or large. Because Lowe's knows pros. Valid in-store only. More terms and restrictions apply. Visit Lowe's.com/terms or Pro Desk for details.
Seahawks Player Spotlight.
Man, it felt good to go out there and be able to contribute.
Exclusive interviews with your favorite Seahawks.
You know, we got a genius as the head coach.
Every day with Wyman and Bob.
Big Trees is Washington's premier tree sales and transplant company. With over 30 years of experience, Big Trees provides trees of all sizes and professional services for residential and commercial projects. Our 30-acre nursery features thousands of trees and hundreds of varieties that thrive in our Pacific Northwest climate. From flowering or fall color to mature evergreens for privacy, Big Trees has it all. For hours, directions, and to see our wide selection of trees, visit BigTreeSupply.com. That's BigTreeSupply.com.
Do you hear that? These are the sounds of our jeweler's workshop at Shane Company, where they're working their magic to bring beautiful, fine jewelry gifts to life. At Shane Company, we love jewelry as much as you do, and we know what it takes to create something special. No matter your budget, we craft our jewelry with expert care to be passed down for generations. With jewelry craftsmen in every store and an unmatched free lifetime warranty, we're here to make sure your jewelry always shines bright. Stop by and shop online at Shanco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Saying goodbye to my electric blanket. That's right. I've got an electric blanket. It's John Curley. We're not going to need it anymore because Home Comfort Alliance installed my heat pump, giving me dependable heating and AC while improving my air quality and comfort without my good old electric blanket. As a top Lennox Premier partner, Home Comfort Alliance has a long history of 5-star customer satisfaction. Call the comfort people and ask for the Curley Cash discount. Currently up to $4,000 in combined rebates and discounts. Visit HomeComfortAlliance.com.
At aimyourdigital.com, we'll help you target the right audience, build your leads, and crush your quota. Take your business to the next level. Our digital marketing strategies help grow awareness of your product or service, all while building trust in your business. Our approach involves leveraging multiple tools and strategies to deliver exceptional results that are customized to your unique business needs. Don't wait to run out of sales leads. Keep your business growing. Get started with aimyourdigital.com today.
This hour is brought to you by the Harnish Auto family.
Need to know. Brought to you by Ben's Plumbing, Heating, and Air.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
All right, well, as good as the Seahawks defense has been the last few games, they might be getting even better. Chenna Nwosu, who's barely played this season, barely played last season, sounds like will return to practice tomorrow. Mike Macdonald with an update.
Yeah, I think the plan is we'll have him out there tomorrow in some capacity. Return to play in terms of how long, can't tell you. The window will open, and then we'll go from there.
All right, so that would be interesting. Adding back in another guy to that rotation, defensive end, rotating on the edge, outside linebacker. Chenna, such a good, strong player, especially in the run game when he's healthy. Man, that just sounds awesome being able to add that body to this defense right now. Speaking of rotations, well, this story is not quite as nice. The right guard spot should have been pretty cut and dry when Anthony Bradford got hurt. Christian Haynes went in. It looked like he handled the job on Sunday. But when asked yesterday how much it'll help him to just be the starter this week, Mike Macdonald let another name enter the chat.
Yeah, well, it's still going to be, Satawa is someone that we're going to take a long look at as well. So, but Christian played winning football for us. But want him to grow, keep growing, man. You got to go prove it every week on the practice field and in preparation. But right now, just happy that he deserves a lot of credit for having a guy that was rotating in. Then AB kind of took over, still prepared, knew all the things that we no mentals on the day, but some technique stuff we got to get cleaned up. But overall, enough good enough to win the game. So happy with this. Ability to step in and help us win the football game.
I don't know what it is about Christian Haynes, but for whatever reason, they seem pretty reluctant to just go with him. It, to me, means one of two things. Either he's just not good enough, and every time they see him out there, they see things they don't like and feel like they've got to kind of go about it another way. Or they feel like he's not overly motivated and need to continue to, challenge him with different competition. And, if it's not going to be Bradford, then it's going to have to be Satola Mea. The fact that he wasn't ever able to beat out Bradford, to me, though, tells me it's more likely the first than the second. And that's obviously a little bit of a concern, as he will be your starting right guard, short of seeing what Satola Mea is able to do as a later round pick. Also a rookie this year. 3 touchdowns for Lamar Jackson last night. Ravens overcome an early deficit, beat the Chargers by a score. John Harbaugh remains undefeated against his brother, even going for it on 4th and 1 inside his own 30. Yeah, I would say that Lamar was definitely the star last night.
Good protection, aired out. Bateman downfield, and he has got it for the touchdown.
Yeah, there's a flag down on the play, which is why Joe Buck had to quick pause, but unbelievable game. Lamar Jackson is still the most fun player to watch in this league. There are a lot of other guys who are awesome, and there may be even guys more valuable, but he is the most fun player to watch. I will sign up to watch him anytime he's on, and last night was not a disappointment at all.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Mariners expected to finalize their coaching staff shortly, maybe even today. Daniel Kramer and others reporting Edgar Martinez will take over a director of hitting philosophy for the entire organization. He'll be actively involved, but not traveling all the time with the team as the full-time hitting coach. That role will go to Kevin Seitzer, the man who once replaced George Brett at third base in Kansas City. He's been the Braves hitting coach for years. He'll bring a lot of that experience with him to Seattle. I don't know enough to tell you whether this is a good or bad move, but they needed to do something. We knew that Edgar wasn't going to remain in that spot long term. That was a temporary gig, and I'm glad to see that Edgar's going to be playing a role. As for Seitzer, excited to learn a little bit more about him as a hitting coach and what that means. I still don't believe that strongly that a hitting coach changes a whole lot, so I'm glad he's here. Sounds good. But ultimately, this is going to be up to the hitters and how they end up dealing with the challenges that will be ahead of them here at T-Mobile Park early in the season.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Shane Wright sat. He sat and watched 3 games in a row. Remember, Coach Dan Biles was saying that his game was trending in the wrong direction. Well, apparently sitting helped. The talented, but let's call him inconsistent, young player responded, had a goal and an assist in his return to action yesterday. But that wasn't the biggest shock of the game. How about this?
Beniers to the near corner. Burakovsky chased after it. Anaheim beats him to it, though. Kraken reset. Franker Evans in front. McCann looks for Burakovsky. Scores! Andre Burakovsky! He's off the schneid, and the Kraken tie the game at 2. 19-14 to play in the third.
I bet you didn't even know Burakovsky was still on the team. I mean, I wouldn't blame you. He didn't have a goal yet this year until yesterday, despite making a whole chunk of change. But it was nice to see him actually get rewarded. He scores his first goal of the season. Brandon Montour gets the game winner. Kraken beat Anaheim, who will come back here and play the second part of a home-and-home tomorrow evening. That is everything you need to know. And we do that 1/4 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. Yeah, motivation, competition, right? Whether it's Christian Haynes and Satoa Lomea, whether it's Shane Wright having to get scratched and watch from upstairs. Coaches have a lot of different tricks in their bag, a lot of different opportunities and ways and challenges their team. And I think you just got to see a couple examples of it just in one need to know. Okay, Mike Macdonald yesterday, obviously happy about what his team was able to accomplish in Arizona, but trying to build on it and figure out what that looks like now moving forward. Stick around. You'll hear from the coach next. Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
Defense starts, and in the very first series, they set the tone, man.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
I mean, you had 2 sacks in that first series, and the defense, it was unbelievable.
Yeah, it felt suffocating. It felt suffocating because of Leonard Williams. But if one guy is single-handedly getting in the backfield within seconds, where the Seahawks have been on the receiving end of that sometimes, that just wrecks an entire game plan. And it looked like it brought the Cardinals offense out of sync. I think it took them out of their game plan.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Your gas light's on. We need to fill up.
Gas around here is too expensive.
Don't drive all over searching for the lowest prices. Just download the free Upside app and get cash back for every gallon of gas you buy. I've already made around $200.
You can make that kind of cash back just for buying gas? I'm stopping now to download Upside and fill up my tank. Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Cash out anytime to your bank account, PayPal, or e-gift card. Download the free Upside app now and use promo code RADIO for an extra 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill up. That's promo code RADIO.
I spray and scrub, but the soap scum in my bathtub is still there.
I spray and scrub, but the burnt sauce on my stovetop sticks around.
Sprays can leave grime behind, but Mr. Clean Ultra Foamy Magic Eraser combines the scrubbing power of an eraser with the cleaning power of Dawn to melt away tough messes on contact.
Just wet, squeeze, and erase.
Stop spraying, start erasing, and clean with more magic than ever with Ultra Foamy Magic Eraser.
Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean.
For top quality fencing, trust Contour Fence, locally owned and operated since 1984. For residential or commercial, visit contourfence.com. Use code HAWKS10 for 10% off repairs or replacements and schedule a free consultation today. That's contourfence.com.
Safety comes first. When money is tight, don't neglect maintenance on your vehicle. Keep it safe. At Bucky's Complete Auto, we have you covered with available financing. For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto has been servicing and repairing cars and trucks with modern-day technology and good old-fashioned customer service. There's a Bucky's just about everywhere for oil changes, wiper blades, brakes, tire rotation, tune-ups, and factory maintenance. No appointment necessary and financing's available. Check Bucky's.com for the location near you.
I'm attorney Rob Iddens, proud Marine Corps veteran and owner of Warrior Injury Law. If you've been injured, you need a lawyer that is tough, confident, and battle-tested. Call us at 253-WARRIOR for your free case review. Warrior Injury Law. Battle-tested.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, to check the kickoff time first before showing up at the stadium.
What? The slot's full already?
Final score of today's game.
You said kickoff was at 3.
It was last week.
That's not how it works, Bob. Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This college football moment is brought to you by ServPro.
In 2021, LSU finished with a disappointing 6-7 record. Luckily for them, a new head coach in Chip Kelly and a quarterback from Arizona State, Jaden Daniels, arrived in Baton Rouge. They lead LSU to the 2022 SEC Championship game and defeated Purdue in the Citrus Bowl to finish 10-4. Kelly and Daniels made that 2021 season like it never even happened.
ServPro, like it never even happened.
The noon hour of the Bump and Stacy Show is powered every day by the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law Personal Injury Lawyers. Go to pendergastlaw.com.
It's Fight Night, live boxing at Emerald Queen Casino Event Center. A full evening of boxing action, Friday, January 10th. Make it a destination event. Tickets at emeraldqueen.com. Don't miss this evening of pure excitement. The best in professional boxing. It's Fight Night, January 10th at Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. 21 and older, need gambling help? Call 800-547-6133 or visit emeraldqueen.com.
Please game responsibly.
My Seahawks jersey is more than just a piece of clothing.
It's a symbol of the unique spirit of my city.
Creating a sense of community and belonging.
A bond uniting us and a love for the game.
This is my jersey.
This is my jersey.
This is my jersey.
This is the Pro Shop. You can find your new favorite jersey at the Seahawks Pro Shop. Shop online at Seahawks.com or visit us at the Landing in Renton or Lumen Field.
This holiday season, give the gift of Mariners baseball. Why settle for a pair of socks when you can grab a pair of tickets to see the Red Sox? A gift card? Skip it. And snag seats to see the Cardinals. A wine opener? Or how about an opening day trip to T-Mobile Park? For tickets and our complete schedule of marquee matchups, including the Yankees and Dodgers, plus can't miss collectibles, fireworks nights, $10 value seats, and more, visit Mariners.com.
A walk-off grand slam for Cal Raleigh.
Roof now, pay later. Hi, I'm Sam Thomason, owner of State Roofing. Take advantage of our 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to a year. We've partnered with leading lenders to make the replacement or repair of your roof affordable. Flexible financing options are available to take the worry out of an unexpected expense. Call us today at 866-ROOF-ROOF to schedule a free no-obligation estimate or visit us at stateroofing.com. That's stateroofing.com.
State Roofing, the best roof you'll ever need.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland.
The Mike Macdonald Show. The first word from the head coach after every Seahawks game.
It's a work in progress since the day you walk in the door.
Presented by Emerald Queen Casino.
Yes, sir! Coach, I got to start off by saying thank you. Your mentioning of Cool Hand Luke last week got me to watch the movie over the weekend. I had never seen Cool Hand Luke.
Not gonna lie, I didn't know that's where you were going with the thank you.
Well, it was great. Paul Newman and George Kennedy. It was awesome. I'd never seen Cool Hand Luke.
I have an admission to make. I've never seen it.
Have you? You just know the phrase.
There's a coach that was with us at Cedar Shoals, and he was begging me to watch it. And he's like an old school guy. I didn't watch it.
It's rated.
Sounds cool.
It's rated PG, but in a way that only movies in the '60s were rated PG. Like, I don't think it would have gotten a PG rating today, but yeah, it was fun. It was a good movie.
Oh, good. Well, you're welcome.
I would assume that while you haven't watched that, you've started to watch the film from yesterday, and I'd imagine your reaction was also pretty positive.
Yeah. I'm like mostly through the fourth quarter, so latter half of the fourth quarter right now. Now I get to come down here, but yeah, this is great. So,
how'd your defense play yesterday?
You could just watch it with us, Coach. If you need to do that and just kind of break down play by play, do all that, you're more than welcome.
Is that recorded or is that like
probably?
No, we did a lot of great things yesterday on defense. The guys played extremely hard, physical, together, determined. All those things. Thought all the things we talk about in order to win the game, we did those things, and just proud of the mentality, really, for the our whole team. So yeah, just proud of the effort. I think what the guys are seeing is like, hey, the process, how we do it throughout the week, that gives you the confidence kind of going onto the field. We're all on the same page and just keep doing it. We've done it kind of off and on throughout the year, and then we've hit the 3-game, ramp here. And so, hey, like, what kind of defense do we want to be? Do we want to be hot and cold? Or do you want to? Is this our calling card? Is this the standard that we're going to live up to every week? From now until whenever. So, I think the guys know the answer to that and where they feel, but that's definitely what the mentality needs to be.
Did you kind of play purposely the little okey doke? Call that timeout on 4th and 1 after the ball got knocked down because you knew what was going to happen next? Was that kind of one of those moments?
Yeah, just really high-powered stuff right there.
Do you want to hear? You want to hear? We usually wait till late in the interview, but I want to kind of tee you up with this because you watched it in person. It happened early enough in the game that you watched the pick six. We watched it on TV. We listened to the great Steve Rabel, who just cranked it up for this amazing pick six yesterday. But I would love to kind of walk through that play after we fire a little Steve Rabel here for you. I think the earliest in any interview. Here was Rabes and Wyman on that pick six call yesterday.
At the 40, Murray under center this time. Play fake. Murray's going to try to get it. He's going to run far side. He's going to dump it over the top. Intercepted. Kobe Bryant. Far sideline. He's got the blockers. 30, 25, 20, 10, 5. Touchdown. Seahawks.
Awesome, right? Awesome highlight. Awesome on the radio. Awesome on TV. Can you take me through all the things that went into that awesomeness on the actual coaching tape?
Man, guys just playing extremely hard with just a decision that those guys made that, like, we're going to defend a blade of grass, and executing what we had game planned and just playing. I mean, there's just got great players being great players. I mean, John and I were just joking, like, that was one of the coolest plays ever. If you just watch Devin Witherspoon that entire play, I know I got the pin on the end, but it's like at that point it's going to cost no business, even though it costs us the point. The guys' RPMs are revving at like 6,000 RPMs for like 20 seconds. It's unbelievable. The guy's absolute animal.
How hard is it to do what he did at the beginning of that play, crashing in, recognizing, and then getting out onto the edge to get in Kyler Murray?
Like I said last night, it's a combination of like who he is as a player, and then just like the football awareness and just the spirit of, hey, like, we're defending him. I mean, it's just like you got to earn absolutely everything, and we're not, got to come through us, man. But it was an unbelievable play. He's got several of those this year, so we love him.
How about Tyrese Knight on that play?
Originally, without getting all the schematics, Spoon's kind of doing triple duty on that one. So, but yeah, all the guys are playing extremely hard, doing their job. And when that happens, the ball comes to life. And then, we talk about getting into plus mode after you pick the ball off. And I just love the mentality. As soon as Kobe gets his hand, Julian Love got a great block. I don't know who else got great blocks, but we got several to spring Kobe free.
We spent an inordinate amount of time, Salk and I did, on a comment, just a small little sentence you said to us about guys that love ball. And then we took it to Daniel Jeremiah, and he gave us some kind of scout study on how he went about that, all his years in scouting doing that. That's one level of it, right? And certainly we've exhausted it when it comes to Spoon and others, and just you feel it, right? Their love for ball.
Yep.
Mike, what about instincts? Because that, to me, Salk's question kind of teed you up, like to have the instincts in that moment to, How do you, and how important in your scheme and in football in general, is the instinctive part to being a player as well?
Man, that's a great point. I think it's extremely important. I think it's really important. I mean, there's some guys that are really productive that kind of just go and make plays. Those I have a hard time thinking of people off the top of my head, frankly. But yeah, I mean, I don't know, how do you measure that? It's just, I mean, a lot of it's ball production. You can see it on the tape. You kind of it's anecdotally from the people that coach them and their players. A lot of the players actually they kind of know who the players always know who the good players are and the ones that come to life and stuff. But yeah, instincts are incredibly important. I think they're not mutually exclusive. For guys with the love of the game, if you love ball, you're always around it, you're watching it. You start to see kind of things in slow motion because you just seen so much, and so it works hand in hand. But yeah, those are it's a great trait to have.
Do you have a favorite way of trying to determine ahead of time which guys fall into that category of loving ball?
What's the question? How do you know?
Essentially, before they're here, trying to get a sense of acquiring the types of guys that are going to play.
Well, I think you look at our track record of who we've brought in over our history too. I think there's a lot of commonalities there. You can rattle off all the great players that have played here, and they come in all shapes and sizes and personalities, and to a man, I think all those guys fall in that category. So it's not like that we're inventing this is anything new. It's just the way that we want to operate from day to day. We're going to do football a lot, and if you're going to do it a lot, you better love it. Otherwise, you're not going to have a lot of fun here, and you're probably not going to get much better. So that's the thought behind it.
And then when you do, go ahead, Rob. Well, just when you do, and you get everybody firing, as you said there, it felt like yesterday, Mike, that was the most anticipatory your defense has been. And maybe that's after the fact, that's easy to say, but it felt like time and again, stuff in the run and stuff in the run and stuff in the run and being on top of routes and details and in Kyler's face. Was that some of the best anticipatory defense you guys have played this season?
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment. I think it's also, we're talking about we have consistency in the people that are on the field and the preparation, and we're kind of getting into a groove of what we want it to look like on a day-to-day basis. And then so when that happens and you kind of hit those landmarks every day, that gives you confidence, man. And then you have success from as a result of what you're putting in, and so now we got to stick to that formula of what it takes to go play fast, and play with, to your point, Brock, play with anticipation. It's the whole team, I know we're talking about defense a lot. You guys are probably going to ask about offense, but offensively, I know the stats probably, they're not there yet, and the production's not there. But it's not like we're just coaching the defense, and we're not. We're coaching the whole team the same here, special teams the same way. So we're working through that right now. We're in those building blocks, those building stages where I feel like you can start to. You can feel some stuff where it's hey, there's some confidence building here. It's a detail here, a detail there, a call here, a call there, and I think we'll start to create some more consistency and some more explosives.
We will get to the offense here in a minute or two. I promised myself that I would not wait this long to ask you about Leonard Williams. I promised myself he would be my first question today because I feel like we've kind of given him short shrift throughout the year and not spent enough time talking about him. But when you play a game like he did yesterday, it just kind of smacks you in the face.
Yep.
What did he do so impressively yesterday?
Well, I'm happy. I'm really happy for Leonard because this guy's been working extremely hard the whole year, and I think he's been playing at a dominant level the whole year. But the stats definitely haven't really mirrored, how he's playing. So now the stats start to generate. Now you feel like, okay, this guy's deserved this type of recognition, playing at this level. I think if you asked him, he'd probably set his teammates up. This guy. He's winning one up, but you got to win rushes, and the quarterback has to be in the right spot. So guys have to balance rushes out. There's a lot of stuff going on there, like I talked about last night, where it's a lot of unselfish team football going on, and then that's when guys, traits and talents and all that kind of stuff comes to light and starts to shine even more because now when you win, it's you can win. It's not like you win and the quarterback's out. So if that makes sense. Mm-hmm. So I thought the whole front played a great game. Everyone's through their role really excelled, and then to have Leo, get the production that that he got was cool to see, obviously.
Along those lines, another guy that we've not talked about a ton is Robertson Harris, who you guys acquired part of the way into the year. We've talked over the years about the importance of depth on the defensive line, being able to rotate those guys through so that they stay fresh.
Yep.
And you look at it, Leo's been in the game for a while. Jaron Reed's obviously a veteran. Hankins been in the game for a while. I mean, everyone other than Byron's an older veteran, quote unquote. Even more important to add someone like Robertson Harris to that mix to keep everybody fresh of this group.
Yeah, guys like when I made that comment, I'm thinking of guys like Roy, like he's excelling in he's starring in his role, and he's affecting the game, and he's helping our defense. And that's extremely important. Like, if he doesn't do that, that doesn't set up all the other stuff. So it all works together. I mean, I thought Jaron Reed played a dynamite game. I mean, there's a couple runs where, he's going primary, secondary in a block, and tackling a guy, and he doesn't get any more yards at 3 or 4 yards. Well, now it's a huge difference when you're at 2nd and 7, 2nd and 6 versus 2nd and 4, and just because those things, and then how he sets up games. I don't know what his production, I don't know what his stat line was, but I felt like he affected the game big time yesterday.
Last defensive one before we'll flip to the other side. If Ernest Jones is Cool Hand Luke, who is Kobe Bryant?
Man, I got to think about that one. There's a good one out there, but it's somebody cool, How
about Kobe
No, I mean,
Bryant?
like Kobe's a great example. Kobe's a great example of a guy that of just kind of how we want to build this thing. It's like, hey, come in, work, compete, do the things every day, stack all the great reps, get the confidence, get an opportunity, take advantage and run with it, and then let your abilities kind of just go from there. And then to his credit, this guy's prepared at an elite level, and since he got the starting job, really before we're trying to get him on a dime, and then when he got the opportunity to play safety, he just took it and ran with it. And it was just like, man, this is what it's about, man. This guy's doing a heck of a job. So we're excited for him.
How good a communicator is he on the field? You've told us that the safeties and linebackers are a big part of that.
The two safeties are doing a phenomenal job right now. They're doing a phenomenal job. And then EJ with the green dot, communicating, especially when things are, we put a lot on his plate with the communication. I'm not sure how relative to other teams, but we give a lot to those guys, and those three guys in particular are just right now they're doing a phenomenal job.
How would you characterize the offense yesterday, just based on the game tape you've watched to this point?
Right now it's winning football. I mean, we won the game the way we played. I know it like the low hanging fruit is like, hey, we threw the pick in the red zone. There's a couple penalties that got us behind the sticks. The ball's in jeopardy a few times. We didn't get the explosives that we were looking at getting. But, I mean, you look at the other side, I think our run game is still making strides. I think we kind of know who we are in the run game and the compliments off of it. We just got to keep hammering it away. It's going to come to life. I mean, there's some really cool stuff on tape. I really believe that. And so I'm excited about where we're going.
Do you think some of this too, Mike, sorry to cut you off, is just also all of us got to remember that Ryan Grubb is doing this at the NFL level for the first time. Scott Huff is doing this at the NFL level. That's not to make an excuse nor an explanation, but like he's done college for all of his life. And to come to this league where it is harder to run the ball, it is harder to move men off of their spot. Is there also a learning curve that he's climbing?
Well, I wouldn't say it's because it's college to NFL. I think it's just, hey, we're a first year. The whole staff is a first year staff. Literally none of us, there's maybe 4 or 5 of us that have worked together with some sort of connection at some point. So there's all these little connecting dot points that you got to make throughout the year and go through all these situations so you can be on the same page about all the things. And it's not an excuse. We're going against these teams but you got to get through that type of stuff. And I think that's what our staff is doing. That's what our football team's doing. We're at different paces throughout the year. We've done a lot of great things on offense, especially situationally. I really believe our run game is coming along, and Ryan's doing a great job of mobilizing the staff and aligning it and putting game plans together and getting our guys ready to play. So, I I'm optimistic. Now there's some things we obviously got to clean up. I mean, it's very similar conversations we had when we felt like we were falling short on defense. Of hey, we're just got to keep working through these things, keep focusing on the right things to make right, rather than just being, you want to be targeted with this stuff rather than just these blank slate changes and all this. Just keep moving and shifting and veering, towards where you want it to be, and eventually we're gonna get to where we want to go. I mean, that's just that's just what we believe in. So we're going to keep doing it.
When your defense was struggling, especially to stop the run, you were pretty transparent and clear, second level. I mean, you kind of talked through what some of those problems were.
Yeah.
Do you have a sense similarly of what the problems are or those challenges are right now with your run game?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say problem. You're just like, hey, on this play, I think we can run the track better. On this play, our footwork's a little funky on the front side of a double team, and then sometimes it's the back side of the play. So I think like an easy way to answer your thing is just like keep hammering away in the detail of what we expect on each play, and then just trust it, and then just let's keep going. And then in terms of schemes that we're running, I think we're finding some consistency in the schemes that we're running. So we're building this like rep foundation of just like getting you. It's just like on defense, like you can call cover 4, twice a game. You're not going to be very good at it. You start calling it multiple times a game. The guys start feeling it. That's the whole reason why you practice in the off season, so you can get used to these things. It's not easy to kind of ID the run game in the spring because it's more of like a passing thing. So we're just kind of later in the process of finding our stride here in the run game. But it's better late than never. So I think we're on our way.
How did Olu and Christian come out of that thing? Christian thrown in the fire with Anthony's injury early, and Olu making his second start. How did those two guys in the middle do?
Yeah, I haven't finished the game yet, but I was pleased with what Christian came in and did. He had one clean loss that sticks out, but the guy, I know this about him. He's going to go in there and he's going to fight. He's going to play hard. Some of the technique things and his targets and how he can change on some of the change direction stuff. Like we'll attack that type of thing, but the thing that I'm pleased about it, he goes in there with bad intentions and plays hard, communicates, and we'll go try to fix the rest.
Jackson Smith and Jigba over the last 3 weeks, sort of the way the defense has almost gotten a little bit better each week. It feels like he's on a similar kind of trajectory. How good can he end up being?
Man, that's a hard question. He's just a heck of a player. This guy, we've been saying it since we got here. So this is not new for him. This is this is as expected from our minds. Like this guy is a big time receiver in our league. He can be the top level guy in the league. Simple. But we got, just like we said. But DK's he's demanding big time attention to him when he's on the field, and so the whole thing works together. Where Jax can do his thing because DK's demanding time, so when they take away, people off of DK, that's when we can get DK going. And we did a good job of finding him a couple times last night. I'd love to get him the ball, more in some of the explosive stuff and taking advantage of some of the structures that teams are playing against us. But we'll keep hammering that away. I thought we had a great plan to get it to him. Some of the protection stuff, we just didn't have enough time to get him the ball. So we'll work through some of that stuff today on why the ball didn't necessarily find DK as much as we wanted to. But, yeah, Jackson is he's playing at a really high level right now.
Salk knows this about me through all of our years together. We've stacked a lot of shows together, 16 years of it almost.
Nice.
And he knows that he knows that one of the things that I always listen to, especially Mike in my coaches meetings and out on the college football road, is when people repeat themselves. And a couple times today you've used the word confidence. And I think to the listener out there, they're like, well, you're in the NFL. Of course you should be confident. Confidence should be something like with a junior high or a first-time player. These are NFL players. And to hear you talk about confidence, that still is a real thing, is it not? Even for these guys at this level with all of their previous accomplishments.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. But, Brock, I see it as that's our responsibility as coaches to breed that for our guys. So that's kind of like a burden that we have to bear as a coaching staff. But don't you want a confident football team? How do you create confidence? Well, it's got to be clear. Expectations have to be clear. You have to have been put in that situation and done it. hopefully it's in a tough situation that you can simulate in practice or outside of, or back in the game or been in the game and gone through it, or maybe you've fallen short, but you feel like now you've made the remedy to it, so now you're ready to kind of make it right. So I think all that stuff goes into it, but I think as coaches we have to have the mentality that like that's our responsibility.
Man, and your sideline demeanor yesterday, you were pumping fists, you were jumping up in the air, you gave like a Tiger Woods. I think
you
after
film
that
on that later
six.
to kind of see how you looked.
Now, so now I know that the camera's on me all the time. So if I do it, I'd always like turn away, like towards our guys. You know, it's like it's not for everybody; it's for our guys. I don't know if that's right or not, but that's what I'm thinking.
You a big Thanksgiving guy? No.
No,
we're working. I mean, we don't work on like for half of Thanksgiving. We don't work, but it's cool, I guess.
It's like fine, whatever. Not a turkey guy, stuffing.
I mean, it's good. Like in the moment, yeah. Thanksgiving, it's great. Not thinking about it until Thursday.
All right. I told you that's what he was going to say, Brock. You told me he was going to be a big Thanksgiving guy.
No
he's
way.
not.
I'm way more of a Christmas guy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Christmas. How do you not love Christmas? It's the best.
And how about being a dad guy here? It's coming around the corner kind of fast, huh?
Yeah, Don't confuse hope for a plan.
Will you work through that?
Well, that's what I'm alluding to. My wife's a saint, so she's supportive. But I don't know what I'm going to do, frankly. I don't know.
I mean, the kid's not going to come on a Sunday, right?
No.
He knows better than that.
Coach, it was all fun yesterday, and it's pretty rare to only allow 6 points in an NFL game. How impressive a feat is that before we let you go here?
Well, I mean, a lot of things have to go right for you to do that. I mean, we drew a holding penalty on one of the touchdowns, or the touchdown that they scored and they took off the board. We played the fade ball to Harrison really well on the red. Then you got to play really good situational defense. Field position really matters. Like, you got to be able to take the ball away at some point. So, at one point in the game, like, field position was kind of tilting their way. So you got to kind of get out of that rut and get the ball moving. And then, when you do have them pinned back in negative territory, I thought our guys did a tremendous job. Like, at the end of the half, in backed up situations we really haven't done a great job of throughout the year, of kind of making sure that they didn't get the drives going. So now our offense, has a tilted field. And so if you kind of keep the ball in their area, that should, keep points down and keep explosives down, then it's going to be hard for them to move the ball. So it's kind of, I know I just go back to it is a team stat of taking care of the ball for the most part, keeping the ball in their area of the field, eliminating explosives, playing team football. But yeah, it was a special day for sure.
We'll let you get back to the film, finish watching,
Appreciate that.
Trip to New York this weekend.
Yep.
We'll talk to you on Monday.
All right, guys. Happy Thanksgiving.
I wonder what he saw in the final viewing of that film that changed his view on Christian Haynes. So that was Mike Macdonald yesterday, and I don't know, just going back and listening to it a second time, I didn't hear anything in there like, Haynes was okay, but we're going to make sure that Lomea competes for it as well. I heard, hey, he did things mostly well, got beat once, some technique stuff to work on, but he's passionate and he works hard and he goes in with bad intentions, and I trust. I didn't hear anything that told me like, I don't know, we're going to try to make sure there's some competition there at right guard moving forward. So I don't know. That definitely took me by surprise when that came out later in the day.
Maybe it was less what he saw on film, and it was more talking to the offensive coaches.
Maybe. Yeah, or maybe they just really like Lomea enough that they want to try to get him in there, and maybe it's his turn to kind of be up for the competition. I don't know, but that surprised me.
About, I guess maybe he was injured in camp, but we really didn't hear his name at all. But when I was working the second day of the draft, and Brock texted us and said that was one of his favorite picks of the draft so far for the Seahawks. So it'll be interesting to see if he can create some competition.
That would be great. I mean, let's certainly hope that it goes that way. So, all right, well, some good Cool Hand Luke talk there. I'm glad we got into some Cool Hand Luke stuff. You guys should see it. It was good. George Kennedy. You know who George Kennedy is? You've seen The Naked Gun, right? Oh, jeez.
Are you asking me?
No, I'm not asking you. You're like 12 years old. Anyway.
There's like a million of them, aren't there?
Well, the first one, The Naked Gun, not any of the lousy spinoffs or whatever.
33 and a third.
Not 33 and a third. No, but George Kennedy plays the Captain Ed. He's like his main contact with Police Squad. And years earlier, he was like a serious actor doing serious things. He won an Academy Award for Cool Hand Luke. So there you go. All right. Brock's in. I will say that if things were different, I could have come in here today angry. I could have come in here today jealous. I could have come in here today ranting and raving and very upset. But I'm not going to. And there's a very good reason why. It's next on Brock and Salk.
The Mike Macdonald Show, the first word from the head coach after every Seahawks game.
Was that some of the best anticipatory defense you guys have played this season?
That's a fair assessment. I think it's also we have consistency in the people that are on the field and the preparation, and we're kind of getting into a groove of like what we want it to look like on a day-to-day basis. That gives you confidence, man. You know, we got to stick to that formula of what it takes to go play fast, you know, and play with, to your point, Brock, play with anticipation.
Don't miss the Mike Macdonald Show the morning after the Hawks game at 9:30 on Seattle Sports.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Shane Company is your go-to destination for high-quality fine jewelry gifts. Come find beautiful gifts at competitive prices, from dream engagement rings to tennis bracelets, engravable charms, and more, all in stock and ready to give. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Lead generation is one of the most important aspects of any marketing campaign. So let us help you identify your target audience and market your products or services to them. Go to aimyourdigital.com today. aimyourdigital.com.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Transform your home from top to bottom with State Roofing. Hi, it's Sam Thomason, owner of State Roofing. It's not just about a new roof, it's about a new look for your entire home. Deck out your backyard or give your exterior a facelift with our siding and window options. And there's no better time to start than now with our incredible offer. 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 12 months. Why wait to make your dream home a reality? We do more than just roofs. Visit stateroofing.com. Let's talk about what's possible for your home.
State Roofing, the last roof you'll ever need.
Rain. It is like our regional calling card here in the Northwest. And when we get a lot of rain, eventually the earth that our homes are built on, that becomes saturated. And that leads to groundwater intrusion in your crawl space. That's no good. Mike Salk here. And if rain or groundwater is making its way into your crawl space, it can create big problems, including structural damage or toxic mold that ventilates into your home. You don't want any part of it. That's why Crawl Pros can keep your crawl space dry by installing a crawl space drainage system that reroutes all that water back out and away from your home. They'll also inspect the crawl for mold and properly address if there are any signs of danger. Don't take a risk. Do what I did. Have Crawl Pros come out and do a free corner-to-corner inspection and learn if you have any water issues at all. They will go where you don't want to. Certainly where I don't want to. If you're worried about water damage, mold, insulation, critters, issues, or anything else related to your crawl space or attic, call Crawl Pros or visit crawlpros.com to schedule a free inspection. That's crawlpros.com. SeattlePros.com.
Max Bankman, I'm the new doctor.
Welcome aboard the Odyssey.
ABC Thursdays.
This ship is heaven. We're tending to our passengers' dreams. I'm in.
From 911 executive producer Ryan Murphy comes a splashy new drama on a luxury cruise ship with Joshua Jackson and Don Johnson.
It's your job to keep everyone alive. She's in VFib. 1, 2, 3. Clear.
I have a pulse.
You're going to be okay.
Dr. Odyssey, Thursdays, 9/8 Central on ABC and stream on Hulu.
Hey folks, when it comes to Christmas trees, don't get played by foreign plastic. Just like you wouldn't replace a prize QB with a mannequin. Don't replace American Farm Fresh trees with fake foreign plastic. These farm families are the MVPs of Christmas, growing champions right here on American soil. They're not sitting on the bench. They're out there every day growing real Christmas traditions. Make the winning choice, Farm Fresh Christmas trees, not foreign plastic that pollutes. Visit GetRealKeepItReal.com to find your local farm MVP.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Oh, yeah, rolling along here. Thanksgiving week. That's right. Everybody gearing up for a big holiday. Everyone but Mike Macdonald. He's not a Thanksgiving guy. No. I can't believe you even thought for a minute he would be. That's not who he is.
He's got that Northeast / Georgia. He's kind of got two worlds there.
Yeah, he's not a lot of Northeast, though.
Georgia likes their food down there. They deep fried them turkeys. They got them yams. They got that pecan pie. I thought for sure with some of his Georgia blood.
I'm going to guess with all of his years of just being in football, he's never really had great Thanksgivings.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
So I'm going to guess that for a lot of coaches, sort of like that. John Madden's the king of Thanksgiving, though. Whenever you think of Thanksgiving, don't you think of John Madden?
Yeah, I think he retired from coaching just so he could enjoy Thanksgiving.
Finally, yeah.
Just so he could get the turducken, just so he could eat all the turkey. Oh, yeah. I think he finally said, what am I doing coaching when I can really make Thanksgiving, especially on
364 days a year preparing for Thanksgiving? Yeah. Yes. All right. Well, Brock, you're lucky. Everyone is really that I'm not angry today. You're lucky that I'm not jealous. You're lucky that I'm not in an envy mode, ranting and raving today. Because watching Baltimore and LA last night, if that game had been a few weeks ago, I think I would have come in pretty frustrated.
Yeah.
I think I would have come in pretty annoyed. I think I would have come in complaining and whining, as people like to accuse me of, and saying, why can't the Seahawks be tough and physical? Why aren't they more like the Harbaugh teams? I don't like it. I'm mad. See it on TV, and that's what it's supposed to look like, and the Seahawks don't have any of that. But after watching them the last few games, I don't feel any need to come in and complain. I really don't. The Niners game was a start. I know there were some that were 100% bought in and thought that was okay. The worm is turned. Everything's great. I don't know whether I was quite there. I get it. Beating a rival that had your number for a few years, but it just, I don't know, it didn't feel like enough for me personally. Maybe you guys beat me to the punch. But the win on Sunday in Arizona, it's not that I think the Cardinals are a significantly better team than San Francisco or anything, but again, it just felt more like an arrival to me, especially for the defense just playing that kind of dominating football. So when I see the Chargers, I know the Chargers ended up losing the game, but they played really well, especially early in it, and they've clearly started to build something impressive there in LA for the first time in forever. And seeing the Ravens and their physical, nature and everything else that they've had going on, I don't come in here at all. I mean, look, would it be nice to be where Baltimore is? Of course. But as Macdonald was telling us yesterday, they're not a fully developed program. They're in year one, and they're getting it figured out. They're not Detroit, Kansas City, Buffalo, Philly, Baltimore, all of whom have been doing this now for a while. But if they're on par with the Chargers, and that seems fair, that's about where they should be right now, and that's a phenomenal place to be.
Yeah, where are the Chargers? 7-4 now, so you're 6-5. Just bottom line in the NFL, it's always about win-loss. You're just a game behind them. And as you watch them last night, yes, they have a clear identity, right? Those Harbaugh brothers know exactly how each one to play the game. John's gotten the better Jim every time, which I just kind of chuckle at. Undefeated, I'm sure he holds out over him, not at Thanksgiving, but probably 4th of July. But you watched Chargers last night, Salk, and you know what they kind of struggled to do? Run the ball. 20 carries, 83 yards, about 4 yards a carry. I mean, to my point yesterday that it is hard to run, it's easy for me to say trap and draw and counter and power and option, jet sweep and get to all these things. The reality is it's very difficult in the phone booth to run unless you have, I don't know, the MVP of the league and Saquon Barkley, or right now maybe 1B, that's King Henry last night, which that's why really you're not jealous or you're not angry this morning. You got to watch one of your favorite players. I mean, that dude is just...
Get to watch 2 of my favorite players on the same team.
That's very true.
I mean, like,
that's very true.
As much as I love Derrick Henry, I like Lamar Jackson even more.
Yep.
All right, I'm a little jealous. That would be really fun.
And then on top of it, like you couldn't like Harbarf enough.
I do
right?
like Harbarf.
I mean, you were just you're back and forth. Is John Harbaugh Harbarf, or is it just Jim?
I think it's just Jim. For whatever reason, no one throws the vomitorium label on John. It's just
who was the garbage
thing.
Pail kid? Upchuck?
Large Marge? Oh, Upchuck. Yeah, Upchuck. Yeah.
Upchuck and Jim Harbaugh last night. Just kidding. We're not going to do this again. We're not going to focus. It's Thanksgiving week. The Seahawks are in first place,
Brock,
and you're
if
not
the
jealous.
defense wasn't as dominant as it had been the last few weeks, I think I would have a lot more.
You'd be 4-7
of a challenge.
You'd be 4-7.
Yeah, but not just that. Even if you were 6-5, even if the results had been the same, but the defense hadn't come alive the way it did. I don't know. I don't know that I would have felt the same way. There's something about seeing a level of domination like that just. I don't know. It meant something to me. And here's Mark. I mean, I'm not the only one. Here's Marcus Spears talking about it.
Mike Macdonald made it a point that we are going to dictate to Kyler Murray as opposed to trying to cover everything that the Arizona Cardinals have been doing. And the other thing, too, MK, they did a great job against the run. Because when James Conner gets going for Arizona, they become a hell of a problem. And they never let him kind of get going.
8 yards.
A month ago, Brock, we were talking about how the Seahawks couldn't stop the run. That was a month ago. Team can't stop the run.
150 yards here, 140 yard there, 100-yard rusher that was a receiver from Purdue here, and yeah, I mean, just it was a free for all.
That stopped.
Yep.
Brian Baldinger with a little bit more.
In 12 weeks, but Seattle is finally getting Mike Macdonald's defense. It's one play after another. Watch him. Going to double the verticals. Man principles here. Man principles. Double the verticals. All right. Man principles. Safety sitting over the top. All right. There's nowhere to go there. What's Kyler going to do? All right, just take the check down again. And now watch them all rally to the ball. Like, this is good-looking defense right here. Man, Seattle's going to be tough. If they can play discipline like this, they're going to be tough to beat because they got the athletes in the back to do it. Again, you look at this. They're just sitting on top of these with the safeties behind. This is how it's supposed to look. Oh. And then when they do throw it underneath, right there to McBride, there's that Therese Knight. He's everywhere. Great in coverage. What an addition he's been since he stepped into the starting lineup.
Did he say Clarice?
I don't think he did, no. I think he said Tyrese.
No, I think he said Therese.
I don't. Or maybe he said Therese.
Therese. He said Therese.
All
like
right.
Clarice.
He definitely did not say Clarice.
Do you know when you could play that style of defense? So, you know when you can do those things that Baldy's talking about, keeping those safeties over the top and taking away all those verticals? You know when you can do that? When your front four is absolutely whooping you know what. And that's what they did. And, oh, by the way, we were all reminded, I was anyway, maybe you're brilliant enough, Machiavellian enough, smart enough to know ahead of time that Uchenna Nwosu is going to be looking like coming back.
Yeah.
According to him, I'll trust his tweet. I know that Mike Macdonald was a little coy with it. Did you remember that Uchenna Nwosu was on this team?
I swear to you, Brock, I know it's going to sound like I am just trying to make it up later, but I thought about him yesterday for some reason, and like, hey, I wonder what it'll look like if and when he makes it back.
Have you thought about him for one game?
No, I had not. Not during games. Because it's been a while. I mean, he missed half last year also.
He missed
so it's
most
been
all the
forever.
preseason, yeah.
I did happen to think, I swear to you, I happened to think about him yesterday, and then like a premonition, there he was later in the day. Well, you mentioned that defensive line. That started with Leonard Williams. And I'll jump back here to Marcus Spears for a moment because he was raving about the big cat.
I'm going to tell you something, though. Had it not been for Saquon Barkley, this would have been the best performance of Sunday.
Hey.
Leonard Williams absolutely took over this football game. Y'all, I charted the first possession, MK. The first possession of the game. A Leonard Williams TFL sack, my face. Then later on, you come on, a TFL by Leonard Williams, a sack by Leonard Williams. He was short. Listen, this is, I think, I'm not going far by saying this. This is absolutely the best defensive individual line performance that I've seen out of an individual all season long. I was just gushing. I was literally going to talk about Leonard Williams and leave the rest of the Seahawks defense out of the conversation because he absolutely destroyed Arizona yesterday by himself.
So that's why I'm not jealous today.
Yep. Yeah, because you've got that. I mean, you've gotten that now for 3 weeks. I mean, you dictated to Matthew Stafford. You dictated to the 49ers, which hadn't happened in 2.5 years. You dictated to Kyler Murray and sacked him 5 times and shut down a run game that had been red hot. You have been able to start dictating. You're playing with that anticipation that Mike Macdonald talked with us about yesterday. The defense coalescing, trusting one another, as you hear from Boye Mafe on with Bump and Stacy yesterday. Like, yeah, I mean, it's starting to come together. Shame on us a little bit that we just thought, snap your fingers, this would happen, right? Shame on us a little bit that we put the cart before the horse after 3 weeks and said, oh, man, they got this whole defense figured out. Going to be some starts, going to be some stops, going to be some bumps, still may be. But, man, has this been a nice little month of encouragement heading into Thanksgiving that you got a defense that is suffocating and ferocious, and you know what, should only get better the more they play together.
Well, it's certainly filling all of us with something that Mike Macdonald mentioned yesterday. Brock's going to dive deep into that one word coming up in 20 minutes after everything you need to know next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy.
The Seahawks are back in first place in the NFC West. It is wild, Bump. The roller coaster of emotions this team has taken fans on. It makes sense. You start out with 3 wins. You're feeling really, really strong. Seahawks are back in first place. How'd they get here?
So what had happened was you played some good football as of late. That defense has stepped up. The offense has done just enough. They've won divisional games, and you've gotten help around the division.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
What would motivate you to encourage your kid to work with me at Lee Johnson?
I still revert back to, if I work at a location and I'm willing to have my son work at this location, that should tell you a great deal. I didn't steer my son away, I steered my son to it. Because of the opportunities that are in front, and when you see it across multiple rooftops in multiple locations, it says a lot that you're willing to entrust your family member, your blood, sweat, and tears. You're willing to say, hey, this is a great place for them to be and work. If you take care of people, they take care of customers.
Sharing a good thing with family and friends comes easy at the Lee Johnson Auto family. The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Don't fall, just call Seattle Holiday Lights. We'll hang them up, we'll take them down, we'll do it right. So call Seattle Holiday Lights. Seattle Holiday Lights. Visit SeattleHolidayLights.com.
Want to listen to Seattle sports on your smart speaker?
Hey, smart speaker, play Seattle sports.
This message is powered by the EQC Sportsbook at Emerald Queen Casino. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
Milo's Rewards members beat the rush at Lowe's. Join Milo's Rewards for free and get exclusive access to Black Friday doorbusters on Thanksgiving Day, online only. It's the perfect chance to score big deals on the things you need, like the Amana Top Load Washer. Was $629, now just $298. Shop before these savings are gone, because Lowe's knows deals. Valid 11/28, only on Lowe's.com. Member-only doorbusters and midnight Eastern. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. See Lowe's.com/terms for details. Subject to change while supplies last.
This holiday season, Capital One reminds you to give yourself the gift of 1.5% cash back with the Capital One Quicksilver Card.
Can I earn 1.5% cash back on birds?
Birds?
What if you sent your true love 2 turtle doves plus a partridge in a pear tree?
Sure, but why would anyone want that?
The song was very convincing.
Earn 1.5% cash back on all your holiday purchases with the Capital One Quicksilver Card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
4 down territory, going inside the game with Michael Bumpus.
I like this. More quarterbacks should start doing this.
Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bumpin' Stacy.
Here at NC Machinery, people always ask, what can you do with Cat compact equipment? Well, here goes. Build gardens, patios, and parking, set posts and poles, plant trees, remove pipes, stumps, and rocks, clear snow, brush, and trees, trench, grade, and maintain. Landscape your backyard, your front yard, your neighbor's yard. Get through doorways, alleyways, and fence gates. Build ropes, trails, fire breaks. Move gravel, wood chips, and hay. Clean pens and barns. Break concrete, asphalt, and gravel. Use tools like hammers, tampers, trenchers, mulchers, and mowers. And for the doers doing, the landscapers, contractors, and landowners digging, call NC Machinery to get 0% for 60 months on select compact equipment. Terms and conditions apply.
Big Trees is Washington's premier tree sales and transplant company. With over 30 years of experience, Big Trees provides trees of all sizes for residential and commercial projects. Our 30-acre nursery features thousands of trees and hundreds of varieties that thrive in our Pacific Northwest climate. For hours, directions, and to see our wide selection of trees, visit BigTreeSupply.com.
Beauty, privacy, instantly. Big Trees.
If your home's heating system is 10 years or older, it needs a tune-up. Your furnace and heat pump work extremely hard, and after 10 years, wear and tear can cause a failure. The last thing you want this winter. Deere Services is now offering a heating system tune-up with a no-breakdown guarantee and no service fees for just $49. A thorough inspection and recalibration for just $49. Visit DEARservices.net to make an appointment, and we'll be there within 3 hours. Deere Services, Seattle Seahawks, small business partners.
Mariners single-game tickets for 2025 are on sale now. The squad will be back in action before you know it. And now's the time to lock in your seats for the biggest games next season. Don't miss opening day on March 27th. Incredible giveaways like the Julio Bat Flip Bubble and matchups versus the Dodgers, Yankees, and more. Plus, check out 30 value games with tickets starting at just $10. Go to Mariners.com to get your tickets today.
A deep blast. This is gone. Home run. Julio.
Need to know. Brought to you by Ben's Plumbing, Heating, and Air.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, you mentioned it, Brock. A little pleasant surprise. As good as the Seahawks defense has been, they may be getting Chenna Nwosu back to help out even more on the edge. Mike Macdonald mentioned it yesterday in his press conference.
Yeah, I think the plan is we'll have him out there tomorrow in some capacity. Return to play in terms of how long. I can't tell you. The window will open, and then we'll go from there.
All right, so maybe even within the next couple of weeks, if that does happen, certainly no downside there. If he's just in a rotation with Hall and Mafe and Dre Jones, isn't that just a good thing?
Yeah. At the end of the season, I think kind of a great thing. I was chatting with the Degenerate Gambler the other day, and I said to him, hey, some of these algorithms, I know you guys look at yards per play efficiency, things that, the standard fan doesn't always look at. And I said, down the stretch of an NFL season, have you ever thought about in that algorithm seeing which team is the deepest on their D-line? Like when these bodies are tired and everybody's sore and you're hitting the wall, like when you have 8 or 9 guys, kind of like the Seahawks had back in, 12, 13, 14, with Clemens and Bennett and Averill, and you can just rotate horse after horse after horse. Doesn't that help the race? Isn't that the easiest, most simplest thing? Because he's like, I hadn't really thought about that. but he's going to do a little digging.
All right. Please get back to us on that.
I will let you know. But, yes, it will absolutely, I think, just freshen everybody up. I don't think Boye Mafe's been 100%. I think he's been kind of dealing with the knee all season long. Just, a little soreness and everything else. So, to take a little burden off and get some fresh legs in there, that is always a welcome sight.
All right, well, speaking of fresh legs, a little rookie competition possibly brewing, and I got to tell you, I'm a little surprised. Anthony Bradford is out, right, with his injury. Christian Haynes handled the job on Sunday. We asked Macdonald about Haynes, and he certainly sounded reasonably positive about him. But then in the press conference, they said, all right, so what about him getting all the extra reps this week? And he brought up another name.
Yeah, well, it's still going to be, Satawa is someone that we're going to take a long look at as well. So, but Christian played winning football for us, but want him to grow, keep growing, man. You got to go prove it every week on the practice field and in preparation. But right now, I mean, just happy that there's a lot of credit for having a guy that was rotating in, then AB kind of took over, still prepared. Knew all the things that we, no mentals on the day, but some technique stuff we got to get cleaned up. But overall, good enough to win the game. So happy with this ability to step in and help us win the football game.
All right, so what's going on here, Brock?
Well,
what is this?
This sounds really harsh. But Christian Haynes, and you could say, well, he's a third-round pick. Look at third-round picks all around the league. They're not starters all the time. First-round picks, you want to be Pro Bowlers, difference makers, spoons, Jacksons, crosses. Second-round picks, you should be a starter. And Boye, and you get to the third, fourth round, you'd like to find starters. But Christian Haynes, what he really is a great backup. He's a great sixth lineman. He should play left guard, right guard. He'll probably eventually be a center, maybe later in his career, just simply because he fights. And he gets everything out of his ability. He just does not have a plus tool. Right? Lamea's got some plus length and some size. Obviously, Bradford's got a plus people mover, massive dude. Christian Haynes is a plus fighter. And he's going to fight, and he's going to scratch, and he's going to claw, but he's going to have to keep everybody who is longer, stronger, bigger, faster, all those things away from him. And I don't mind that competition this week.
All right. As they get ready for the Jets, Aaron Rodgers sounds like will play.
One report said he declined to take some imaging tests. Is that accurate?
I have not been informed of that either way.
So has there been any talk of shutting him down at all?
There is not.
So right now he's your quarterback against Seattle?
Absolutely.
That's Jeff Ulbrich, who I'm just being told is actually the head coach of the Jets. Maura, I swear to you put that name on there. I thought it was somebody reporting that Aaron Rodgers was the starter for the Seattle game. I totally forgot
that was.
Linebacker? Totally forgot. I thought that was like some, Jeff Ulbrich of the New York Post or something like that, reporting that Rodgers will be the starter. It didn't dawn on me that was actual sound of their head coach, but there you go. 3 touchdowns for Lamar Jackson last night. Ravens overcome an early deficit, beat the Chargers by a score. John Harbaugh remains undefeated against his brother Jim Harbaugh, even going forward on 4th and 1 inside his own 30. Pretty fun last night.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Brock.
Michael.
Do you remember the name Kevin Seitzer?
Kevin Seitzer. That sounds like an old Kansas City Royal.
That's exactly right. So in 1987, Kevin Seitzer took over third base from George Brett.
Yes,
Brett went from third to first. For some reason, this had a very profound effect on my 9-year-old brain that it was like the biggest deal ever, and that this Seitzer kid is going to go on to be a Hall of Famer. He didn't, but he was the rookie runner-up for Rookie of the Year in 1987 with a 5.5 WAR season. Any guesses as to who he lost the award to?
In 1987?
Yep. Pretty good power hitter.
Cecil Fielder.
Mark McGuire.
Mark McGuire.
We were looking for Mark McGuire.
Okay, how does this all come back?
He had a really good career as a third baseman, eventually a first baseman, a couple of all-star appearances, and he's been the hitting coach for the Braves for the last however many years, and he's going to be the new hitting coach here in Seattle this season.
Okay.
Edgar will take over more of an organization-wide director of hitting philosophy. He'll travel a little bit. He'll be, more here. Daniel Kramer had the report yesterday, which is the one I read. But yeah, Kevin Seitzer is going to be your new hitting coach.
Dude, I just pulled that out of the thinnest of air.
Really?
Yes, I did not see that report yesterday. I apologize. Wow. No, I just totally pulled that out of.
Yeah, Kevin Seitzer.
Wow.
For some reason, he was like a big topic of conversation in my third grade, I guess, because he was taking over for George Brett.
He played with Bo, right? They must have crossed over.
They
Bo Jackson.
must have, yes, because he was there for a good 5, 6, 7 years. He ended up in Milwaukee. I want to say Toronto. He kind of bounced around near the end of his career. He was a pretty good hitter, and he's had a pretty good offense the last few years in Atlanta. And if you believe hitting coaches are important, then this obviously is a big deal.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Well, Brock, we've been talking Shane Wright. Right, he sat for one game, sat for another game, sat for a third game because his coach was a little worried about the trend in the way his play was going. Well, he got back into the lineup last night, scored the first goal of the game, had an assist later off a face-off win. Pretty good return to action. I thought you'd want to hear it.
George Strand, center blue line for Evan. Backs up George Strand, shot, hit, scores! Shane Wright, welcome back to the lineup, and the Seattle Kraken take a 1-0 lead, 12:48 to play in the first.
There you go. Andrei Burakovsky finally with his first goal of the season. Montour, the game winner. They come back to win 3-2.
Over the Ducks?
Over the Ducks.
Over the Ducks.
Yep, they got a home and home.
They get the Ducks and the Ducks and the Sharks and the Sharks, and those Ducks are a little easier than the Ducks that the Huskies are going to play in Eugene.
That's for sure.
As 19.5-point underdogs Saturday late afternoon.
All right, that's everything you need to know. 1/4 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. Why is Brock Heward talking about a Demi Lovato song? You'll have to tune in and find out next. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
We have edge rusher Boye Mafe. Boye, how are you doing after that big win?
I'm good. You know, it was definitely a big win for the team. Excited about it. All the guys were fired up. I feel like it was a good team win for us. We kind of looked at each other and we said, look, what do we want our season to be? The guys are just buying in right now, and it's being really well and actually helping us a lot. So having the guys buy in, having everybody ready, I think it's been really well for us.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Hey, Brock Heward here this morning. I have had a few sports injuries through the years, probably the dislocated ankle and concussion, separated shoulder, the most painful. So I know a little bit about what some of you are dealing with as you wake up this morning in pain. But you don't have to play pro sports to know what I'm talking about. Painful joints from, well, anything in the itis family. Tendonitis, bursitis, certainly arthritis can affect anyone and make it hard to do pretty much anything. Well, that is where my friend, Dr. Daniel Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine over there in Kirkland, this is where he comes to play. He has seen so many patients suffering from chronic joint pain caused by arthritis. So don't let pain stop you from enjoying your life. Consider Dr. Nelson, the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques. Many have jumped aboard lately. He's been playing this game for 3 decades. So no matter what you walk through that door with, he's got an answer, whether it's stem cell, PRP, an injection. Give my buddy a call this morning, Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD, at 425-823-4000, or visit DanielNelsonMD.com. That's DanielNelsonMD.com.
Your business needs a network it can count on.
Power's out.
Comcast Business has you covered with Wi-Fi backup to help keep your business up and running, even when your power goes out.
Everybody in the warehouse good?
Lights are out, but the Wi-Fi's up. Let's power on.
It's from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Break room, you good?
Can't microwave my burrito, but Wi-Fi's fine. Let's power on.
Power on with the leader in connectivity, Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ask about Wi-Fi backup for your business or get started with reliable internet and advanced security for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract, plus for a limited time. Ask about an $800 holiday bonus prepaid card with a qualifying internet package. Don't wait. Call or go online to ComcastBusiness.com today. Ins 12/15/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 150 megabit per second internet and security edge. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Toyotathon is here at Toyota of Kirkland. To celebrate the event, Toyota of Kirkland has purchased $3 million worth of certified used and pre-owned vehicles on the lot ready for you to test drive and take home. The largest selection of certified used and pre-owned vehicles during Toyotathon can only be found at Toyota of Kirkland. Visit the wonderful team and beautiful showroom at Toyota of Kirkland today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com.
The best defense is a good offense. So before the sewer backs up into your home and wreaks havoc, stop freaking and call Beacon. Beacon Plumbing, Heating, and Mechanical is there for you when you need them most. 1-800-FREAKIN or beaconplumbing.net.
At State Roofing, you can trust us to get your project done right because we prioritize quality and excellence in everything we do. Take advantage of 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest today, and don't pay until 2025. Call State Roofing at 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com.
At aimyourdigital.com, we'll help you target the right audience, build your leads, and crush your quota. Take your business to the next level. Our digital marketing strategies help grow awareness of your product or service, all while building trust in your business. Our approach involves leveraging multiple tools and strategies to deliver exceptional results that are customized to your unique business needs. Don't wait to run out of sales leads. Keep your business growing. Get started with aimyourdigital.com today.
The Mike Macdonald Show. The first word from the head coach after every Seahawks game.
We want to play a certain way, and you're just going to chisel away at it every day.
Presented by Emerald Queen Casino.
At Makita, good enough is never enough. It's not just about the power and runtime of the tool. It's about the power and runtime of the pro. We obsess over fit, finish, and feel. Every detail, from coatings to contours, all to create tools that won't hold you back, so you can build more and never settle. If it's not right, don't put your name on it. Makita, available at the Home Depot.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
Saying goodbye to my electric blanket. That's right. I've got an electric blanket. It's John Curley. We're not going to need it anymore because Home Comfort Alliance installed my heat pump, giving me dependable heating and AC while improving my air quality and comfort without my good old electric blanket. As a top Lennox Premier partner, Home Comfort Alliance has a long history of 5-star customer satisfaction. Call the comfort people and ask for the Curley Cash discount. Currently up to $4,000 in combined rebates and discounts. Visit HomeComfortAlliance.com.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Yeah, I would say that's a good, accurate description of Mike Macdonald yesterday. He was good, just like this song. Better than Ezra. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710 SeattleSports.com. And Brock, you know, I love anytime you pick something out, and especially if there's a good musical tie-in, you know I'm game.
Gosh, have you ever ranked this?
Huh?
Did you and Justin ever rank this?
No.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I don't think there would be enough there. But when Mike Macdonald said it yesterday, it obviously had some meaning to you, and so...
What's wrong with being confident?
I should have known you were going to bust this out.
A little Demi Lovato?
He
You know
Justin,
I like Demi Lovato.
He and Justin tried to make this a Mariners thing at one point once the Cher season was over.
Oh, yeah. So that's why we have the whole song in here, right? It's a good song, though. It's a banger.
This is a good song.
Yeah.
Just look at the water moving on the treadmill.
She did the song on SNL, and it was awesome. I didn't really know who Demi Lovato was until I saw her do this song.
866-979-3776. Any other songs out there with confidence? 866-979-3776.
So I thought Justin and I told you weren't allowed to say banger.
No, you didn't. You said if I said it, I had to say it with confidence.
Wait, when did you hear this
With
on SNL?
Confidence. Huh?
When did you hear this song on SNL?
Whenever it came out, probably 8 years ago.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Not like yesterday.
All right,
I mean,
I'm
like
just
it was.
checking.
You know, SNL existed before you were of age to watch it, Lyle. It's not like a brand new show.
Well, I was just
it's been around for a little while. I saw Faith No More on SNL in like 1994. Like, it's been a while.
Lyle, let me hear you say two things, Lyle. Let me hear you say big dumper.
Big dumper?
Let me hear you say banger.
Banger.
Good.
It was okay. I thought it was sort of okay.
Banger.
Did you say it with confidence like Demi Lovato is right now?
When are we going to get to our voices altered? Because I hear you sound just like Rachel Maddow.
Later. Later, we'll get to my
Like
point.
at 8 or 9? When are we going to do that?
Is Rachel going to have a job soon? I hope I don't sound too much like her. It sounds like she's about to like work for Elon. So anyway, Brock.
Yes.
Why are we talking about confidence today and Demi Lovato?
Yeah, because Coach repeated that word like 3 different times yesterday to the point that I had to ask him about it. And I really liked his answer at the end of the interview when I said, well, confidence. Honestly, don't you think most people out there, Salk, like these are pros? You still have a crisis of confidence in the NFL? Like you've been a star in high school, you played in college, you're the 1%. Some of you the 1% of 1%, and you're telling me confidence is still a thing with you? And Coach Macdonald was pretty clear where that starts.
Brock, I see it as like that's our responsibility as coaches to breed that for our guys. So that's kind of like a burden that we have to bear as a coaching staff. But I mean, don't you want a confident football team? Like how do you create confidence? Well, it's got to be clear. Expectations have to be clear. You have to have been put in that situation and done it. Hopefully, it's in a tough situation that you can simulate practice or outside of or back in the game or been in the game and gone through it, or maybe you've fallen short, but you feel like now you've made the remedy to it, so now you're ready to kind of make it right. So I think all that stuff goes into it, but I think as coaches we have to have the mentality that that's our responsibility.
I so love that. I love that because it doesn't shirk the responsibility. Right? I think many times, like, well, these are pros. You'll hear some crusty old, player haters, Salk, and there's less and less of them in the NFL today because mental health has become a real thing, right? And just being demeaning and degrading and coaching out of fear and all of that has become a thing of the past, thankfully. And this is a lot more of what you do get in this new age of coaching. This is a lot more of what Sean McVay is about. Believe it or not, it's a lot more of what's transformed Jim Harbaugh's career and how and why he went to win a national championship in Michigan. Not that he was ever just a player hater at all, but he really started to understand, I got to build these guys up, man. I got to love them. He respected the heck out of players. He came, though, from the Bo Schembechler. He came from the Woody Hayes. He came from that era where there was, like, wrath, where there was just fear, where there was, like, yeah, man, you don't look at me. You don't talk to me until I talk to you first. Nick Saban Nick Saban with the Dolphins, literally. Like, hey, yeah, when you're in the elevator, you don't talk to Coach Saban until he talks to you. Like, that stuff. And even Nick Saban, I think, morphed over his decades in college football by the end of it at Alabama. Yeah, man, that is your job. It is to instill confidence. And frankly, I think it's what his predecessor did better than anything. If you were to pin me down and say, what do you think if I had to do a speech to a business, right, or an organization, right, to consult, and the whole thesis had to be, how did Pete Carroll do it? You're around him for 14 years. How did he lead the Seahawks to 2 Super Bowls and win one and, all these playoff runs? How did he do it? What was the essence of it? Man, I would put right near the top of that triangle his ability to instill confidence in everyone in that building. Right? He believed in them. He built them up. He never, right? We used to joke about it like, whew, that's about as harsh as Pete ever gets. He's 350 bones. Or, maybe at the end with Russ, there were a couple little cracks.
You don't have to be 350 bones.
Alvin Bailey. And maybe with Russ at the very end after dealing and slogging through so much crap like Andy Dufresne had to do and, at the prison. Then it finally cracked a little bit. But other than that, Salk, he just instilled and made those guys feel 10 feet tall. Every single one of them in that building. And I really appreciated hearing that from Mike Macdonald because I believe in that wholeheartedly.
So can I ask you some questions about this as some relatable dad questions here? Because it's been on my mind a lot recently, trying to think about confidence with young athletes especially. And you sent me some of Titus's highlights yesterday, and I watch it, by the way. You guys have to see Titus throw a football. Kid's got a freaking cannon. It is just ridiculous. And I know you asked me to see if I could come up with a comp and what he reminded me of.
Mm-hmm.
I was struggling because he's so tall and lanky, and he's got this kind of almost like a flat-footed delivery, right?
Mm-hmm.
At least that's what it looks like from the. It's really hard from the angles that you get. I don't watch a lot of film.
Yeah, the drone's not my favorite, but that's what the kids are doing these days.
Okay,
the high schools. Yeah.
Is there a name that you had?
Not really.
Okay.
No, not really.
I mean, he's so tall that it's hard not to think like, Brock Osweiler or something like that.
Mark Wilson.
Yeah, I mean, he's very tall.
He is.
I don't know. Whatever reason, the name that kind of came up to me was Marino, to be honest, just because of the quick release and kind of the upright delivery.
Mm-hmm.
So Dan Marino was, I guess, the name that jumped out to me watching him a little bit. He's a little more maneuverable than Dan.
Well, I know in ninth grade, I could not have made, I don't think, any of those plays.
Okay, so
yes.
he's awesome. I mean, it was really, kudos to you. Unsurprisingly, Brock's kid's really good at throwing a football and seems to be well on his way to just doing some special stuff with that ball in his hands. But I was thinking about just the confidence that takes, and Cecily and I were talking about it the other day. So she's playing. I think basketball is the ultimate sport for this. You and I have talked about this before. Maybe quarterback is in the same dimension. There's something, at least in my memory of playing sports and basketball, when I felt confident. Like my teammates believed in me and I belonged and I was one of the better players on the team. I felt like I could do anything.
Spanaway Lake High School. 1990, whatever that was. 42-20.
Right.
Oh, I couldn't be stopped.
But if you were you ever in basketball situations where you did not feel confident? Maybe that didn't happen to you because you were so tall.
Alumni game.
Okay.
Very out of condition. The hoop looked minuscule.
Right. Well, for most of us that weren't 6'5" when we were 14 years old, like you get into other games, you're like, man, these guys don't like me. They don't really want me here.
Absolutely.
They know I'm not that good.
Absolutely. Yes.
And it's really, you play worse.
Yep.
And so I was talking to Cecily about it, how it can be essentially like a little vicious cycle. You don't play with confidence, so the other kids notice, so you don't play well, and then the other kids don't want to give you the ball because you didn't play very well, and then you notice that they're not giving the ball to you, so you lose even more confidence, and then you play even worse, and then they really don't want to give you the ball, and so you've got to try to break that cycle somehow, right?
Yep.
Well, what can you do? You can't just make the other kids trust you. You can't just all of a sudden play better. What can you do? The best thing I think you can do is affect your own confidence level and try to believe in yourself and believe that you belong there and can go out and do it. And if you can break the cycle there, then all of a sudden the cycle works in your favor, right? Where everyone believes in you. So they're pumping you up and then you play better and then you're more confident. And it can shift on a dime.
Yes. Yeah. And you know who is most representative of that was Cliff Lee. I think when we sat with him way back when at spring training. Yeah, the old pitcher.
Yeah.
And in the World Series, remember, he made like a backhanded stab and like, oh my gosh, this guy is just as confident and cool as a cucumber. Like, how is he doing this? And what did he say? Fake it till you make it. Just from a body language standpoint and just a composure and those things that you can control what you're talking about. Those messages and energy that you're in, the aura that you're sending out to your peers and to your competitors. Like, I got you, man. I totally have this. And to look at kind of the flip back to these Seahawks over the last month for Mike Macdonald, as you listen to that answer, Salk, it isn't through any like magic words. It isn't through kind of Pete Carroll's, and you know who's really good at this, by the way? And Benetti talks about it all the time. Who is so ahead of the curve is Dan Lanning down at Oregon from a psychological warfare standpoint. Some of the things that he does, the consultants that they have brought in down there at Oregon to work with him and work with this team, like they have a weekly psychological, and for the Wisconsin game, they played jump around, right, at the end of the third quarter.
Right.
And so he, at the onset of the week, started playing it right away in the team meetings and taught his team about Pavlov and the dogs and how when you hear this, I want your reaction to just be overwhelming. I want the emotion. You're going to hear it on the practice field. You're going to hear it because I don't want the first time you hear it to be in that third quarter and you look around at this place and watch that other team get juiced and the stadium get electrified. You're first. And sure enough, man, that game was tight. It was, I think, nearly tied. And then all of a sudden that song, the third quarter came up. Those guys started salivating. They just finished them in Wisconsin, remained the number one team. So there's different ways to do that. For Mike Macdonald, as you listen to that cut, you do it through the work. You do it through stacking the reps. You do it through all these walkthroughs. You do it about talking ball. You do it about you doing this so much you can't help but go out there. Coaches will say this to me, and I like it. In these moments of stress or in these moments of competition, you fall back to your fundamentals. You fall back to what you've done over and over and over and over again. And I think you're starting to see that a bit, especially with this defense. A little harder offense. O-line's been moving around, don't really know some of the identity of what you are trying to figure out. I think a Grubb that loves to throw it and be in the gun and spread. A head coach who maybe wants a little more of the under center and run the ball a little bit. And, but defensively, they are certainly playing with extreme confidence.
Well, and maybe that confidence is where some of that anticipation comes from.
Yep.
It's what I was talking about yesterday with them getting everybody lined up into the right spot. By the way, a few other people texted in after that, and we're like, yeah, hey, I happened to notice that also. There was, I don't know, they did it with more confidence. I think that's really the only word I could use to describe it. They just felt like they truly understood what they were doing. And yeah, I did think back on one of the things Pete had told us years ago, maybe it was even last year, about tackling. It's like, well, tackling gets better when you feel confident that you're in the right spot, and then you're able to take the right angle because you're not thinking about the scheme.
Correct.
You're just making the tackle as opposed to thinking about other things.
Yes. I mean, just those little, the NFL, all these guys are so fast. You don't have a 4-4 guy versus a 5-4 guy like you do in high school, right? You don't have a 4-4 guy versus a 4-7 guy like you do in 7 or 8 college games. Like everybody's 4-4, everybody's 4-5. So, that hesitation or that half step or that step, it matters a lot, like a lot. And when Devin Witherspoon sees it, Salk, and reacts, had he taken one more step down, right? Had he caved just one more stride down, Kyler's outside of him, and he gets a first down, and that happens, right? Instead, he has, the anticipation, the awareness, the instinct, confidence,
though, Brock,
all of it.
Because as we're talking about instilling confidence and the importance, how does that work with Shane Wright getting benched for 3 games and having to watch from upstairs? How does that work with Mike Macdonald every time Christian Haynes goes in there like, not so fast? I mean, like maybe there's some guys that need to be handled differently from that.
Oh,
that
there's
building
some that,
them up isn't the way to go.
Oh, I
them.
think Shane Wright's got a confidence that is not worthy of his play and his work capacity and everything else. Yeah, I think there are some, Salk, that just, and we know that in our lives in different fields, that, hey, man, you're out over your skis. Why don't you take it down a notch? Like you really like one good show or, one good week or one good outing, like take it down. Like you got a lot more work to do.
Do you remember the guy that got hired here years ago and on his first day asked the program director for Mariners tickets?
Yes, I do.
Hey, so what's the deal with Mariners tickets around here? This is Lumberg 1, our first PD.
This was a board op.
Was he a board? Yeah, he'd been hired.
Oh, he was a board op at that point, yes.
I wasn't sure if he was an intern or a board op, but it was day one.
Uh-huh.
He was like, so what's the deal with Mariner tickets? How do I get those?
How'd I get these Diamond Club?
Owen looks at him and is like, shut up. What? Why are you, what? You just started working here like 2 hours ago. Get away from me. Yes. You got to be here for at least a couple days before you can ask about Mariner tickets. All right, let's do some Blue 88.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88.
Blue 88! Blue 88!
We take you to the field as Brock Ewert breaks down 3 football questions as only he can.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
Laura was reminding me the other day about another young person here who kept wearing pajamas to work.
Yeah, that was tough.
I was in management then. I was like, hey man, you can't wear your pajamas. He's like, what do you mean? I'm like, well, I mean, I know it's radio, but it's still like an actual office. Like you've got to wear clothing here. You can't just wear your PJs.
It's bold.
He was like, I don't know, dude. I don't think so.
Come on, Graz.
It wasn't Graz. You think Graz is a PJs guy? Do you wear PJs?
Do I wear PJs? No.
Me neither.
Shorts.
Shorts?
Yeah.
Huh.
I do. I kind of.
Like you put on 2 layers to go to sleep?
No.
Like boxers and shorts or something?
Sometimes. Yeah, it depends. Sometimes just boxers, sometimes boxer shorts.
I do think like too many layers. 1 layer.
I think my late great Opa, he had the like John F. Kennedy pajamas. Like
the full.
Oh, yeah.
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 And a nightcap, probably.
Not everybody already has a layer of fur, Salk.
Well, that's true. It's a good point.
Oh, Mora.
And then I've got Gertie there with me too. I mean, she puts out a lot of body heat.
You put out a lot of heat, don't you?
I put out some. Gertie puts out quite a bit. Plus, she farts constantly throughout the night.
Yes.
And then Heather started doing this thing in the winter where, because we keep the door open or like the window open all night. She started using these hot water bottles in bed.
What?
You know about this? It's like back to like the 15th century.
Those plastic ones?
Like a rubberized hot
Yes.
water bottle. It's got like fur on the outside.
What?
So she heats it up. She puts it in hot water at night.
Yeah.
You know, tightens it, and then she puts it down at the bottom of the bed. I don't care for it.
No.
I don't care for it one bit. I stay on the other side
I'm
of the
just
bed.
a socks to sleep in person, which I know.
Oh,
is
Mora.
My feet will freeze otherwise.
Disgusting. All right, Brock, question number 1. Seahawks. See, this is where you and I are going to disagree because the entire 8 o'clock segment is going to be very different from this.
Oh, nice.
You think the Seahawks found something in their run game?
No, I don't.
Oh, okay.
I said Mike Macdonald thinks they
Oh.
did. Yes.
Okay.
And I will point to kind of one scheme element in it. You want
Okay.
to fire off a little Mike Macdonald, who repeated, trying to instill some confidence and repeated himself a bunch of times that this run game is close.
Right now, it's winning football. I mean, we won the game the way we played. I know it like the low-hanging fruit is like, hey, we threw the pick in the red zone. There's a couple penalties that got us behind the sticks. Ball's in jeopardy a few times. We didn't get the explosives that we were looking at getting. But, I mean, you look at the other side, I think our run game is still making strides. I mean, I think we kind of know who we are in the run game and the compliments off of it. We just got to keep hammering it away. It's going to come to life. I mean, it's some really cool stuff on tape. I really believe that. And so I'm excited about where we're going.
The key line in that is I think I know who we are in our run game. That's the key. That's what Ray Roberts has been talking about, connecting the running back, the offensive line. Your tight ends play a little bit of a role in that, Salk. And I will say, for one of the first times, there was some gap scheme that looked really good. Is this going to be Washington Redskins with the Hogs running counter, 22 times a game? No. But if you can start to incorporate some of that, so you know what gap scheme means, right? In a zone scheme, either inside zone or outside zone, you kind of work in like a symphony. That offensive line works together, works in cohesion, right? There's the movement is just really choreographed. In a gap scheme, which is either counter or power, depending on who the lead guy is, one side of the line blocks down. You get down angles. And then the other side of the line, be it a guard tackle or be it a guard tight end or be it a tackle fullback or tight end, whoever else pulls, they come then around the line. You saw that. And you saw Haynes and Lucas a couple times get out front. And that's what he's talking about. Like, ooh, I like that. Because then you know what happens with that gap scheme? Really good play action.
Mm-hmm.
Like really good. Because everybody starts to see that scheme, right? And they start to fast flow because that's the way you got to beat it, either with numbers, we got to bring people down, or we got to fast flow like Budda Baker coming off the edge, just humming to chase that thing down on the where the pullers are pulling away from. And off of that comes screens, comes play action, comes boots, comes movement that can be super effective. So I would agree in that way. I was encouraged that some of their gap scheme looked the best it's looked all season long.
All right, well, you and I will have to get into this a little bit at 8 o'clock. Question number 2. 509 says, gross. How do you sleep in socks? And then 253 with a good question. Did Brock just say he wears Depends to bed?
I said it depends.
Oh.
I either wear shorts sometimes or boxers.
Hey, Brock, what do you wear to bed? Depends. All right. Like, are you trouble making it through the night?
But I will say this. Whether it's in the hotel, if it's on the couch for a nap, certainly at night, you never, ever, ever wear socks.
No, you take your socks off.
Your feet need to breathe.
Absolutely.
Period.
Especially overnight under covers.
Yes.
Oh. Brock, I know you love your pro football focus grades. What we see, who was on the high end, who was on the low end of the register in Arizona or against Arizona?
Well, I think we all know who was the highest rated defensive player.
I got a pretty good sense.
No question. You heard Marcus Spears raving about him.
That's Leonard Williams. He was unbelievable.
You know who's number 2, actually, according to PFF? A guy that I've thought at times played a little sloppy.
On the defense?
Has not been very demonstrative.
Reek Woolen?
No, Hank.
Oh.
Hankins wasn't doing it for me a couple weeks ago.
No, you. As soon as you started talking trash about him, he came up with a pick and then was the second highest rated defender on the defense.
Yep, there you go.
Okay, nice job.
Yep, thank you. Offensively, you kind of asked me yesterday about Olu.
Not so good.
58.
E.
Yeah. Haynes, 57. Lucas, 48.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I don't like that.
Yeah, that's a little struggle from the center to the right tackle. I didn't feel that necessarily. You know, now most coaches will tell you, including the coaches I sat with last week, that were like, because I like to spout out a few of these PFF things, not necessarily grades ever. I do it much more in snap counts or type of play, which I think they're really accurate on. And the coach is like, how in the world can somebody in a video room study an offensive lineman and grade them when they don't know their assignments on the counter, on the power, on the zone, on the slide protection, on the missed call by the center? Like, how can you do that? So I think sometimes those grades for the O-lineman can be really difficult. I didn't see Abe as a 48 grade in that game, but there is some room for improvement.
All right, real quick, question number 3. We watched the Harbaughs last night. How far apart are these two teams? How close is the Chargers? I still want to call them San Diego. How close are they to Baltimore?
Yeah, I think the AFC, I kind of walk away from that game. Like the AFC they got a lot more top teams. The NFC has the Lions. Right, I think Washington's become very vulnerable. The Eagles are playing some really good ball. So the Lions and Eagles are kind of sitting there wide open in the West. The South is bad. Obviously, the North is pretty good. I think the Vikings and Packers and the Seahawks will have both of them at home. But I watch that game and Chargers are good. Broncos are playing really good. Chiefs are 10-1. Oh, and then there's the Ravens. They're good.
Bills.
Yeah, the Bills. The Bills out east. They're just top heavy. Right, that group is pretty darn good. And Jim Harbaugh in year number 1 is closing the gap with Big Brother. You can get Big Brother eventually. I don't think he's going to get him this season, and last night had been indicative of that.
All right, that is today's Blue 88. Let's see, coming up here at 8:30 this morning. I think I'm ready to call it, Brock. I think I'm ready to say it.
Don't say it.
I think I'm ready to. No?
Yeah. I think you get him this week again.
I think Mark Sanchez is my favorite color commentator right now doing NFL games.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay,
I think he's my favorite.
Say it then. Say it with your chest.
Mark Sanchez is my favorite NFL color commentator right now.
Okay, great.
I don't know who else it would be. Like, there's other guys I like. It's not a shot at everybody else. But I really like the way he calls the game. He, to me, is like an evolutionary Phil Simms.
Yes.
Like, he's got a lot of the just sort of affability of Phil Simms, and he probably is giving you a little bit more analysis than Phil was giving, certainly at the end. That's a really good combo to me. I just like a guy who's kind of watching the game with me. And Schlereth is another of my favorites. I think Mark does a really good job with that also. And there's a bunch of others. I think that business is in pretty decent shape right now. But I think Mark Sanchez is my number 1 guy.
Okay.
How do you feel about that?
That's fine with me. I'm not an NFL guy.
No, it wasn't about you.
I know.
I think my preference for Brock doing college football is well known and unsurprising.
Yes.
But for NFL, I think I'll take me some Mark Sanchez.
Okay.
Yeah, and he sounds really good with Adam Amin.
And I think you have him this week.
I'm very excited about it. Yes, in fact, we'll talk to him at 8:30 this morning. So we'll do that. Mark Sanchez at 8:30. Up next, Brock, you and I took away something completely different from Mike Macdonald when it came to the running game. We'll discuss next on Brock and Salk.
4 down territory. Going inside the game with former Cougs and Seahawks wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
What did you like most about the play calling from Mike Macdonald?
I like just the blitz packages that he had. The way he used his linebackers. The way 14% of the time he blitzed with the Baltimore Ravens, he's up to about 20-21%. That can mean 2 things. Either he feels like you need to create more pressure with his personnel, or that he trusts his personnel to get it done, or that's just what they're best at. That's what good coaches do. You set your guys up for success.
4 down territory. Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
Or aircraft painting at Boeing, semiconductor or printed circuit board manufacturing, or other industries where hazardous chemicals or solvents were used, your children may be entitled to legal damages. Birth defects have been linked to toxic chemicals and solvents used in these industries. If your child was born with brain or spinal cord damage, organ or limb deformities, blindness, cerebral palsy, genetic damage, or other issues, and you're a past or present aircraft manufacturing or painting, semiconductor or circuit board worker, contact Weinstein Cajano now, toll free at 1-866-99-TOXIC. toxic. Your children may be entitled to legal damages. If you are a past or present worker in aircraft manufacturing or aircraft painting at Boeing, semiconductor or printed circuit board manufacturing, or other industry worker, and your child has a birth defect, call toll-free 1-866-99-TOXIC. Your call is confidential. 1-866-998-6942. That's 1-866-99-TOXIC. Message authorized by Weinstein Cajano, 600 University Street, Suite 1620, Seattle, Washington.
It's Fight Night, live boxing at Emerald Queen Casino Event Center. A full evening of boxing action, Friday, January 10th. Make it a destination event. Tickets at emeraldqueen.com. Don't miss this evening of pure excitement. The best in professional boxing. It's Fight Night, January 10th at Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. 21 and older. Need gambling help? Call 800-547-6133 or visit emeraldqueen.com.
Please game responsibly.
Old Spice Swagger Holiday Pack. Perfect for a gift to treat yourself. 24/7 holiday freshness. With daily use can smell your bestest. I'm gonna be smelling great all season. Old Spice scents just can't be beaten. Chock full of value, saving that green. Got the essentials needed to feel clean. Deodorant, hair, body wash, and spray. Celebrate your holiday the Old Spice way. Ho, 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 ho.
How was your drive to school?
Let me tell you, I had to get my iced coffee first. I just can't seem to put it down. My favorite rapper just announced a tour. My phone was buzzing like crazy. I'm so excited. I had to text all my friends right then to talk about it. Then, someone started calling me and...
Let's try that again.
I turned my phone off right away. I never drive distracted.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Are you looking for a construction loan to build your dream home? Are you a local builder needing a better financing option for your next spec project? Hi, I'm Scott Rireka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. Stop wasting time with local banks and credit unions and their endless guidelines. We're the experts for common sense residential construction loans. We lend our own money, we make our own decisions. And if your deal makes sense, we'll get it done fast with flexible terms. For homeowners, we advise you every step of the way with things like budget and timeline, ensuring the completion of your dream home. For builders, Legacy's not only your lender, we'll source your next deal, provide permitting services, and if you're short on equity, we'll invest alongside of you. Legacy Group Capital has lent more than $1 billion, helping over 130 local builders and hundreds of homeowners. We can help you.
Construction loans don't have to be hard. Borrow smart with a common sense construction loan from Legacy Group Capital. Visit LegacyG.com. LegacyG.com.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Adam Schefter here with Vivid Seats. We've got some late-breaking news coming out of the stands. According to multiple sources, Vivid Seats fans are scoring rewards on every purchase and at a rapid pace. Obviously, these rewards are a game changer, and coupled with their MVP-worthy ticket selection, why get tickets anywhere else? Don't drop the ball this season. Shop with Vivid Seats and earn rewards on every ticket. And as the official ticketing partner of ESPN, Vivid Seats is offering you $20 off your first $200 ticket purchase with code Schefter. That's code Schefter.
An airliner heads for Alaska with 101 passengers and crew. Then, somewhere over the Gulf of Alaska, Flight 293 slams into the icy waters below.
Even if all 4 engines quit, it just doesn't fall out of the sky.
No bodies were recovered. Loved ones had no closure and were left to wonder.
What happened to Flight 293?
Unsolved Histories, What Happened to Flight 293 is available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Matt Marcus. Sorry about just Mike. Heward
Not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Eward and Mike Salk.
Wow. Controversial, Brock.
What's that, the Sox?
No, the Mark Sanchez take.
Yeah.
I couldn't disagree more with Salk about Sanchez and Amin. All right, well, whatever. Personal preference, man. Yeah. Salk, if you lost like Sanchez, I just lost all respect for you.
Whoa.
That guy is a true moron, and now so are you.
Whoa.
Whoa, dude.
Whoa, be thankful this week.
Chill, man.
It's Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
Gosh.
Huh.
Sounds like some of the tweets that are going to be read tomorrow.
Matt in Oregon, though, weighing in. What's weird is that Sanchez is also Molly's number 2 commentator right after Brady Quinn.
No, that is not true. No, the little ponytail deal.
That doesn't do it for Molly.
No.
She needs a little more of a manly man.
Yeah.
No, I can understand that. Yeah. Brock, you and I heard this a little differently yesterday. Mark Sanchez will join us in a half hour, whether you like him or not. I like him, and I'm excited to talk to him since he's got the game here on Sunday. But I think you and I heard the run game conversation a little bit different yesterday from Mike Macdonald. And I will admit I'm probably reading a little too much into it. I like the idea that the offense is kind of following the same process as the defense and it will come around. But I was reminded of a phrase that, we often used to hear from our old manager here, the Silver Fox, who had come up through the sales world and would often say, if you're talking, you're losing. Yeah. And, it's not any time you talk, but obviously when you were talking too much, when you're saying it over and over again, kind of hoping to get to the answer, that maybe you don't really have the answer to it yet and don't feel quite as confident as you're trying to sound. And I don't know that that's what was happening yesterday as Coach was talking about the run game, but in comparison to when he would talk about the defense, I felt like there were a lot more words and a lot less said.
Yeah, I mean, that is his side of expertise. He has said that to us a lot.
It's true. That's a good point.
When it comes to the defense.
Yep.
I think also, Salk, they're getting one encouraging sign is you are attempting to continue, like Andy Dufresne in that cell, continue to pick away at it, and pick away at it, and pick away at it. You know what? If you come out of that game and Ken Walker is like their guy, James Conner with 7 carries for 8 yards, we got a problem. There have been some games earlier this year.
They averaged 2.6 yards per carry.
I understand. And a bunch of that was negative plays. Here's a -4, here's a -5, here's a -2, right? Getting hit in the backfield before the play even gets started, getting chased down and trying to bounce back and create and do some of those things. So I totally get it. But whose run game do you feel better about? The one that continued to, attempt to continue to stay on the field, did at times get some first downs, including a critical 3rd and 4 situation. Charbonnet was a little better than 2 yards to carry, right? He came in and was able and be the beneficiary of a few of those little counter runs. So, yeah, I think that there were more encouraging signs than the numbers would show.
I hope you're right, and I think that's a great thing. And, what my real hope is that he, sort of compared it to where the defense was just a couple of weeks ago.
I really believe our run game is coming along, and Ryan's doing a great job of mobilizing the staff and aligning it and putting game plans together and getting our guys ready to play. So I'm optimistic. Now there's some things we got to clean up. I mean, it's very similar conversations we had when we felt like we were falling short on defense. Of hey, we're just got to keep working through these things, keep focusing on the right things to make right, rather than just being, you want to be targeted with this stuff rather than just these blank slate changes and all this. Just keep moving and shifting and veering, towards where you want it to be, and eventually we're gonna get to where we want to go.
Okay, so Brock, as I said, my hope is that the offense is following the same path as the defense. It's just a few weeks behind it, the run game anyway. My hope is that when he spoke as directly and confidently as he did about the problems specifically with the defense a few weeks ago, the second level he was very clear about what the problems were and what they were hoping to do and then what they went out and did. I'm hoping that that's because defense is his area as opposed to offense.
Well, let's
that he was
clear.
so much more specific there.
Let's be very clear. This offense and this run game will never look as good as this defense is looking. They just don't have the personnel, right? Your offensive line is not your defensive line. There's not a Leonard Williams right? And a Murphy and a Hall and an Nwosu and a Mafe and an Ernest Jones. Like those are Jay Reed. Those are all like legit starters. You're never going to have Brian Baldinger come on here and say, well, when I look at that D line, I see a bunch of backups, right? I mean, we saw that in like 2008, 2009. Mebane was the only one on that kind of defensive line, when this thing started up then. That's not the case now. Like you got starter, you got difference maker, you got starter, you got starter, you got starter, you got starter. Like, on the offensive line, Salk, it is going to be chipping away, man. It is going to be just, can we get to league average? To me, that would be a heck of an accomplishment this year. If you get to a league average run game with DK, that's your difference maker. Jackson, that's your difference maker. Gino throwing it, that's your difference maker.
I don't think the ceiling is as high. To me, this isn't about the actuality of it. It's just about sort of trying to listen to him and get a sense as to where it's going. And a few weeks ago, he was very clear about the defense. Yep. It needs to do X, Y, and Z. And then they did. And then they changed personnel. Right? I mean, that's the other thing. You say, all right, well, they don't have the personnel defenses. Defense needed to change personnel.
Well, both linebackers at that second level, no question about it.
And the safety.
And you've changed your center and right tackle. And hopefully that helps a little bit.
And maybe that's what the LeMaya thing is all about, too. Maybe that's the only way left to realistically change some of the personnel on this offensive line.
Yep.
But, look.
I believe it's Laumea.
Okay.
Not Laumea.
Okay. Laumea?
I believe so.
Satoa Laumea?
Yeah.
All right, I want to make sure I get it right. All right, good.
When are we going to do this thing with our doggone voices, by the way?
I told you already it would be after Mark Sanchez.
Oh, you did?
Why do you have the patience of
a toddler? Because I am.
Why are you the opposite of Job? What's your deal?
I still many times am a toddler, so.
Why are you? Why? I just told you we would do it after Mark Sanchez.
Fine, I forgot.
And
Are we there yet?
Seriously, 8 minutes later, you ask me again when we're going to do this.
Sorry.
Yeah, there's nothing Brock likes better than changing somebody's voice or maybe a beep or something like that.
Can this run game get to league average? Can they be in the teens somewhere? Instead of running for 2.8 yards, can you run for 4 yards?
They can, but as long as their plan is something more than I hope this is going to happen, I feel confident it's going to, and I'm sure it is. I'm sure that that's just not really his department. But I don't know, it jumped out to me yesterday that didn't have the same sort of confidence and clear answers that we were getting a few weeks ago about the defense before the defense turned into, the second coming that it looks like right now. All right, let's come back with everything you need to know. The Mariners made a huge decision on what to do with Edgar in the hitting coach role. Stick around, you'll hear about that. Next, it's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
The Mike Macdonald Show, the first word from the head coach after every Seahawks game.
Was that some of the best anticipatory defense you guys have played this season?
That's a fair assessment. I think it's also, we have consistency in the people that are on the field and the preparation, and we're kind of getting into a groove of like what we want it to look like on a day-to-day basis. That gives you confidence, man. We got to stick to that formula of what it takes to go play fast, and play with, to your point, Brock, play with anticipation.
Don't miss the Mike Macdonald Show the morning after the Hawks game at 9:30 on Seattle Sports.
Direct savings and client focus, the cornerstones of the Diamond Dave philosophy.
Hi, I'm Diamond Dave Cantor. My team and I at Cantor Diamond can be your trusted friends with an inside scoop on the diamond world.
Just like they are to thousands of people around the world.
And just like we have been for over 34 years.
At Cantor Diamond, it's all about the diamonds and the savings, not paying for high-end retail locations or the overhead of a mall.
You stand to save big time with our by-appointment professional office approach, combined with direct importing.
When you choose Cantor Diamond, you choose huge savings, top quality, and excellent service. Call, email, or message us for an in-person appointment.
Or sit back and relax for free FedEx shipping anywhere in the USA.
Call Diamond Dave at 253-272-7007. That's 253-272-7007. Or follow them on Instagram at Cantor Diamond. That's at KANTOR Diamond.
For top quality fencing, trust Contour Fence, locally owned and operated since 1984. For residential or commercial, visit contourfence.com. Use code HAWKS10 for 10% off repairs or replacements and schedule a free consultation today. That's contourfence.com.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily,
There's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Febreze. So my home is also my office. And before I can focus, every room's gotta be clean. That means tidying up, then spraying my Febreze Air Mist. Ooh, that's fresh. Febreze Air Mist scents are all high quality. They fight any weird funk, and they give my air an instant boost of freshness. So not only does my home smell good, I feel good too. After I Febreze, it's time to start my day.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy 2. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
The Pacific Northwest is the perfect backdrop for the holiday season. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law reminds us that the roadways don't always agree.
It's that combination of additional travel, changes in routine, and winter weather that make this the most dangerous time of the year to be behind the wheel.
Any safety tips to help commuters keep the holidays joyful?
The number one cause of accidents remains distracted driving, even during the holidays. So store that cell phone in a place that eliminates temptation. It's imperative we set the example for our teens. Also, be aware of abrupt changes in the weather and prepare for it. Sometimes it's as simple as allowing additional distance for following or stopping. Lastly, make sure your vehicle is properly maintained for winter.
That includes four-wheel drive and chains when required at the pass. Please follow these safety precautions from my good friends at Pendergast Law and keep you and your neighbors safe this holiday season.
Happy holidays from all of us at Pendergast Law.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe.
Your business needs a network it can count on.
Power's out.
Comcast Business has you covered with Wi-Fi backup to help keep your business up and running, even when your power goes out.
Everybody in the warehouse good?
Lights are out, but the Wi-Fi's up. Let's power on.
It's from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Break room, you good?
Can't microwave my burrito, but Wi-Fi's fine. Let's power on.
Power on with the leader in connectivity, Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ask about Wi-Fi backup for your business or get started with reliable internet and advanced security for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract, plus for a limited time. Ask about an $800 holiday bonus prepaid card with a qualifying internet package. Don't wait. Call or go online to ComcastBusiness.com today. Ins 12/15/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 150 megabit per second internet and security edge. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Dave Wyman with an important message for those recently diagnosed with prostate cancer. Several treatment options are available, and gaining an understanding of each of them can help you make an informed treatment decision. When searching for the most advanced treatment, excellent outcomes, minimal side effects, and a short treatment course, CyberKnife at Swedish is top of the list. CyberKnife is a non-surgical treatment utilizing a robotic radiosurgery system to deliver radiation beams with sub-millimeter accuracy. The targeted radiation adjusts robotically in real time to tumor and patient movement. Swedish CyberKnife patients report a better quality of life both during and after treatment. Swedish CyberKnife treats patients from all over the Pacific Northwest. If you, a friend, or a family member is diagnosed with prostate cancer, consider Swedish CyberKnife. Go to swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate. That's swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife.
Need to know. Brought to you by Ben's Plumbing, Heating, and Air.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
All right, are we ready for the Seahawks defense to get even better? Brock, they've been making personnel changes, and it's mattered. I mentioned the 2 linebackers and the safety, and thanks to 206. who points out, what about Josh Jobe at the other cornerback spot instead of Trey Brown? That's been another change in personnel that does seem to have affected this team. I don't know if Jobe is the best player on it, but he's certainly holding his own over there, and we're not saying his name a whole lot, which is a really good sign. Well, now you could add back in one of the better players on this group for the last couple of years, and that would be Uchenna Nwosu, who it sounds like may actually return to practice today.
Yeah, I think the plan is I'm out there tomorrow in some capacity. Return to play in terms of how long, I can't tell you. The window will open, and then we'll go from there.
Big deal.
You know what you're going to get? You should get the absolute best Uchenna Nwosu you've ever seen. I think he'd be a little motivated sitting over there going, ooh, my boy is playing pretty good. Trey's doing pretty good. Derek Hall's playing pretty good. Still spastic at times, but pretty darn good. And I was a guy that was re-signed here, and I got a pretty big contract number, and we know how that goes in the NFL. Like, you got to produce. And unfortunately for him, gets nicked up in the preseason on a little cutback block, misses the preseason, misses the first 3 games, comes back to the Giants game, plays just a couple series before he's got a quad injury. So hopefully this time he's all the way back, right? And making sure, kind of like, we saw with Rayshawn Jenkins, who came off of the injured list and played right away. Like, my hunch is he doesn't tweet what he tweets yesterday, which was perfect timing, unless he knows he's good to go and raring to go with some fresh legs in the fold.
Yeah, so that'd be really good, and just adding to that rotation, which has been important for them. And then will there be some sort of a rotation again at right guard? Not with Anthony Bradford this time. He's hurt, but be careful assuming it's just going to be Christian Haynes' job. Mike Macdonald saying not so fast.
Yeah, well, it's still going to be, Satawa is someone that we're going to take a long look at as well. So, but Christian played winning football for us, but want him to grow, keep growing, man. You got to go prove it every week on the practice field and in preparation. But right now, just happy that he deserves a lot of credit for having a guy that was rotating in. Then AB kind of took over, still prepared, knew all the things that we, no mentals on the day, but some technique stuff we got to get cleaned up. But overall, good enough to win the game. So happy with this ability to step in and help us win the football game.
No mentals on the day.
No mentals. He can't afford to have mentals because he's not the most physically gifted guy with both foot speed and power and lower body strength and all the things that you need to hold the point down. And LeMay was a guy they drafted after him and has some of those features, has more, I think, strength, has a little more size and length. So, yeah, Bradford, you're just going to have to keep fighting and clawing.
All right, well, they'll get ready for a game on Tuesday against Aaron Rodgers and the Jets, or today's Tuesday, on Sunday. Excuse me. They usually play football games on Sunday, right? That's a typical day for those games? Yeah.
Yeah, Thursday, Sunday, Monday.
All right, well, this time they're going to play on Sunday against Aaron Rodgers and the Jets, and it turns out Aaron Rodgers will be the starter for the Jets. Here's made-up head coach Jeff Ulbrich on that subject.
One report said he declined to take some imaging tests. Is that accurate?
I have not been informed of that either way.
So has there been any talk of shutting him down at all?
There is not.
So right now he's your quarterback against Seattle?
Absolutely.
Pretty clear. Any concerns there?
You know what the line is for the game?
I don't know that I want to know.
New York? Do you know what the line is?
What is it?
What do you think it is?
Seahawks by 4?
Seahawks by 2.5. Started actually before the weekend, 1 point favorite for the Jets, and then the Seahawks put together that pretty collective effort as underdogs against Cardinals, and now 2.5 point favorites in New York.
That does seem odd. A couple 3 touchdowns actually for Lamar Jackson last night as the Ravens end up beating the Chargers in the Harbaugh Bowl.
Good protection, aired out, Bateman downfield, and he has got it for the touchdown.
That guy's pretty good, huh?
Bateman?
Rashad Bateman?
Yeah.
Where'd he come from?
Golden Gopher.
He's good.
Yeah.
You're not supposed to have good football players in Minnesota.
Oh, come on, Push.
Seriously.
Lyle Push.
They just have, name me another big-time Minnesota wide receiver.
They had 2 when Bateman was there. Both of them were really good.
Get out of here. You're just making that up. I don't believe. Who's the other guy? You don't even know his name.
The second thing you need to know.
Who is it?
Tyler Johnson was his name. I don't think he's stuck in the NFL, but he was good in college.
He was real good.
Yeah, but he didn't make it in the NFL because he went to Minnesota.
Good running backs out of there.
Lawrence Boney Maroney.
There you go.
Oh, yeah. What happened to that Minnesota running back, Brock? Is he in the NFL?
Which one?
Ibrahim?
Those are practice squads. A little bit limited.
Not so much.
How about that running back Seitzer? He was a good player.
Kevin
he also
Seitzer
played baseball.
Yeah, I don't know if he played running back. Big dude, but Kevin Seitzer came up as a third baseman with the Royals. Moved George Brett over to first base. Had a pretty darn good career. Couple of All-Star appearances. Finished second in the Rookie of the Year run voting that year, 1987, to one Mark McGuire, and now he'll be the Mariners' hitting coach. So they move Edgar Martinez into more of an overseer, director of hitting philosophy for the entire organization. Edgar was never going to be the full-time hitting coach moving forward. Didn't want to travel every time. He will go on the road, I'm sure, with them occasionally and be around the park and sort of look after the entire organization hitting-wise. It feels like that's a role, and I don't know the answer to this. It feels, anyway, like that's sort of somewhere in between a figurehead and a full-time job.
Mm-hmm.
He's more than a figurehead.
Yep.
It's less than a full-time working with everybody every day kind of gig.
Interesting.
And that seems about right, don't you think?
Yes. Kevin Seitzer is a player, 5'11", 180. Very different now.
He's bigger now.
Yeah.
I bet you he weighs more than 180.
Yes.
Now.
62. Been around the block, and as you said, been with the Braves
He's
last
a really
few
good
years.
hitter. It's like a 300 hitter for his career.
Yes, he was.
Yeah. A really good player, and has been a really good hitting coach in Atlanta. So, he'll enter, and I'm sure change the world.
You think hitting coaches mattered more in the 80s? More in the 90s?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think they just did something different. I think what they did in the 80s and 90s was actually coach hitting. And I think what they do now is help you understand the information that is being given to you and provided by the analytics department and the scouting department and flipping baseballs at you. I mean, they're two different jobs.
Yeah.
I don't know whether one is more important than the other, but they're definitely very different.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
I do know that people will talk about them ad nauseum, that's for sure. Shane Wright got to sit and watch and not play for 3 games after his coach, Dan Bilesma, said his game was trending in the wrong direction. Apparently, it helped. He gets a goal last night. He gets an assist. Andre Burakovsky even had a goal last night, which was, quite frankly, shocking. Brandon Montour with the go-ahead goal.
Back to the point. Montour scores! A bomb from Montour, and the Kraken take the lead early in period 3.
Shane Wright actually got the assist on that one as he won the face-off directly back to Montour. And so they get a win on the road. Shocking. They beat Anaheim, and then they'll play them again tomorrow night here at home.
I mean, Anaheim and San Jose are just bad.
They're not good.
I mean, like the whole rest of the Pacific is all really good.
Yeah.
And then they're really bad.
They're
and
very
you get
bad.
them 3 more times, so go take advantage of them.
Absolutely. All right, there you go. That is... Oh, that's everything you need to know. And we do a quarter past every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's see. Brock, people should know today. We've got some fun with our voices, which I know you're very excited about.
We got Mark Sanchez. We got Ryan Divish.
Ryan Divish going to join us at 9:30. We'll talk some baseball.
We got a lot to get to on this play sheet. Let's go.
We do have Answer the Question Jerk at 9:45. It is Tuesday. And before we do any of that, we're going to talk to my favorite color commentator in the NFL today. That's right. I'm saying it with my chest. Mark Sanchez joins us next on Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
Defense starts, and in the very first series, they set the tone, man.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
I mean, you had 2 sacks in that first series, and the defense, it was unbelievable.
Yeah, it felt suffocating. It felt suffocating because of Leonard Williams. But if one guy is single-handedly getting in the backfield within seconds, where the Seahawks have been on the receiving end of that sometimes, that just wrecks an entire game plan, and it looked like it brought the Cardinals offense out of sync. I think it took them out of their game plan.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
People buy what they believe in. Truth be told, with the brands that we sell here, with the exception of Genesis, our luxury brand, every franchise has multiple competitors in a nearby proximity. We have the benefit of the Lee Johnson reputation of doing the right thing and treating people right, giving people a comfortable and a safe place to do business. Then you have the salespeople, the individual people that you're going to meet. Each individual person has an opportunity to sort of unveil our company spirit and their own individual personality and their ability to serve. I've told people, hey, honestly, everybody makes a good car. But once you get down to it, it's going to be about who you're buying into. As much as you're selling the car, you're selling yourself.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Don't fall, just call Seattle Holiday Lights. We'll hang
them up, we'll take them down, we'll do it right. So call Seattle Holiday Lights. Seattle Holiday Lights. Visit SeattleHolidayLights.com.
Have you tried the dining district at the Bellevue Collection? Grab lunch with friends, meet up for happy hour, and stay for dinner and beyond. You can sample international flavors and local favorites from talented chefs. Try a new cocktail on a rooftop bar or watch the game with friends. And explore the lively nightlife scene. The Dining District at the Bellevue Collection, where your taste adventure begins. Learn more at BellevueCollection.com/dining district.
Toyotathon is here at Toyota of Kirkland. To celebrate the event, Toyota of Kirkland purchased extra inventory and has a premium selection of Tundras, Tacomas, RAV4s, Priuses, hybrid Camrys, and the all-new Crown Signa. Toyotathon is here, and Toyota of Kirkland is ready to celebrate with you. Visit the wonderful team and beautiful showroom at Toyota of Kirkland today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com.
November is a great time to get a new TV. Now that the top-rated brands like Samsung, LG, and Sony are at the lowest prices of the year. With Black Friday deals available, what more could you want? How about better than Black Friday? Before you click, you should call Video Only to see how you can go lower than Black Friday. That's right, the best TVs at better prices. Check out Video Only before you buy, or you'll be sorry.
At State Roofing, you can trust us to get your project done right because we prioritize quality and excellence in everything we do. Take advantage of 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest today, and don't pay until 2025. Call State Roofing at 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
The Mike Macdonald Show. The first word from the head coach after every Seahawks game.
We want to play a certain way, and you're just going to chisel away at it every day.
Presented by Emerald Queen Casino.
Hey, are you looking to save on internet and mobile this holiday season? Well, good news. Xfinity is having a Black Friday sale. They have you covered with these great deals. Learn how to get your choice of a 5G phone on Xfinity. Plus, you can also get fast, reliable Xfinity internet with a line of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited for a great low price. So don't wait. Bring home a new 5G phone and get Wi-Fi speeds up to 1 gig on Xfinity Mobile. That's a big deal, or should I say a gig deal. Now through December 3rd, ask how to get your choice of free 5G phone with an unlimited plus line. Plus, get Xfinity Gigabit internet with free Wi-Fi equipment for only $25 a month for 12 months with no annual contract when you add unlimited mobile. Go to Xfinity.com/Black Friday sale to learn more. Restrictions apply, taxes and fees extra after promo, regular rates apply. Gig Wi-Fi requires Xfinity Gateway. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Gig speeds available via hotspots to Xfinity Mobile customers only. Reduced speeds after use of monthly data included with your data option. Actual internet speeds and data thresholds may vary.
Direct savings and client focus, the cornerstones of the Diamond Dave philosophy.
Hi, I'm Diamond Dave Cantor. My team and I at Cantor Diamond can be your trusted friends with an inside scoop on the diamond world.
Just like they are to thousands of people around the world.
And just like we have been for over 34 years.
At Cantor Diamond, it's all about the diamonds and the savings, not paying for high-end retail locations or the overhead of a mall.
You stand to save big time with our by appointment professional office approach, combined with direct importing.
When you choose Cantor Diamond, you choose huge savings, top quality, and excellent service. Call, email, or message us for an in-person appointment.
Or sit back and relax for free FedEx shipping anywhere in the USA.
Call Diamond Dave at 253-272-7007. That's 253-272-7007. Or follow them on Instagram at Cantor Diamond. That's at KANTOR Diamond.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, we're already kind of gearing up for Sunday's game against the Jets, maybe a little early because of the holiday and a couple shows that we won't be doing. And Brock, I don't know. Mark Sanchez joining us now. Should I Should I tell him what I told you in the world just a few minutes ago? Save it?
Yeah, save it for the end of the interview.
Save it for the end?
Yes. Tell him at the end.
All right.
I think he's a delay, like you. I think he's a delayed gratification guy.
Are you like that, Mark? Mark, do you like good news at the beginning, or do you like to get the work and business out of the way and then get to the fun stuff at the end?
Yeah, always bad news first. So I'll talk to you guys first, and then you give me the good news.
All right, sounds good. I appreciate that. You're perfect this week because you just had them, and now you're going to have them again. So we get you sort of what you saw on Sunday and what you're expecting to see the upcoming week. You were pretty vocal in this game, saying, "I don't understand why this team's not running the ball more." Why? What got you to that point?
I think they've just completely shifted their identity, which is fine. I think they're still going through some of that. But, later in the year, and Brock knows this, like, if you're going to compete with these teams late in the year, you got to find a way to get something done on the ground. Part of that, teams have found ways to supplement the run game with, adding a fly sweep here or there, adding, some quarterback designed run on a draw, or some of the zone read type stuff with Geno, the way he's playing, so long as he promises to get down and not get injured, right? Like, that's the one thing you fear when you start running the quarterback. But I was just a little shocked at the personnel they have and the lack of the run game. That's not, the end of the world for this team. As long as you're getting yards and scoring points, hey, everybody's formula to win is different. I just felt like later in that game, when you're trying to put a team away who's on the road, it's raining, your crowd's into it, finally you're ready to snap this 4-game losing streak at home, which is unheard of at Lumen Field. I mean, that place is like where opponents go to die. So, or at least it used to be. And now, you're starting to get that juice back. It's like you want to punish this team. And, once again, Brock knows this. They've made, you watch Arizona, their last 2 games before this one. I mean, they made the Bears and the Jets completely quit and submit in the second half. And there's no better feeling for an offense and an offensive line. You want momentum late in the season, you got to go run the ball, man. And so I was a little shocked at with all those factors that they wanted to throw. I mean, I made the throwaway comment at the end when they take a knee saying, hey, if they would have thrown the ball there, I would have been pretty upset.
I'm going to get to a few of those things, including some of the creativity or the lack thereof at times in the offense. But I am curious, you went up and spent some time around the team as well, right? Got to see a little practice, maybe. The power was out. I don't know. I would hope some time with some of the coaches. What was this was, without Pete for the first time in all of these years and your background with him. What were your kind of big picture takeaways before the game kicked off?
I really was impressed with Mike Macdonald. I loved his demeanor. I loved his focus. I thought he's still learning, and I love that he was he recognized that he's still learning. He recognized that he's a first-year coach and still trying to figure out his workflow. And it's so funny, you don't think about this, but the job in the NFL that coaches the least amount of football is the head coach. And it sounds crazy, but it's so true. And I've talked to Kevin O'Connell about this. I've talked to some other head coaches that's one of the first things you realize is that you don't get to just do the X's and O's anymore. You're no longer just the coordinator. You've delegated those responsibilities. And now, you're carving out time in your day when you normally were watching film and prepping and getting your call sheet ready. Now you're trying to figure out, okay, which player is going to be on the face of the ticket for Game 6 at home in November. You know what I mean? Like, it's crazy the stuff that you're required to do and how much that takes away from the actual X's and O's and your ability to coach. So it was funny, talking to him and talking to Julian Love. And Julian Love, it's not like he's a rookie. This dude's been around, been in multiple systems, really intelligent guy and a high football IQ. So he made the comment like coach will come up on Saturdays talking about, hey, what if we tweak this blitz? What if we do that blitz? And Julian was kind of alluding to he got to the film a little later in the week kind of thing. And Macdonald even made mention of it. He's like, sometimes I'm trying to figure out my workflow and what I can and can't do. He's like, but I got to do my best not to overload these guys the day before the game when I'm ready and I'm, explaining to him, hey, I think if we drop this defensive end and bring this safety, as long as we get it communicated, we can get home to the quarterback. And the guys are like, dude, come on, man.
Mark,
it was funny. Those are just growing pains as a coach, and I'm glad he recognized them.
Well, you'll get a kick out of this. We spend every Monday morning with him, and it's been quite a learning curve after 14 years with Pete that just talked and talked and talked and talked. And I think it was over tacos there at our seminar that you and Adam and I and some others were talking about all the NFL head coaches that do a quick little presentation, right, for the NFL Fox guys. And I think the takeaway with Macdonald was like, oh, he's really green. He's really raw, really young at this, from a present standpoint compared to some of his peers. So comparing and contrasting that kind of first impression back in whatever that was, late July, early August, to what you sat down with here mid-season, where have you kind of maybe seen him grow in that presence?
Oh, I think he's absolutely grown. I think he was great in our production meeting. A lot of coaches feel like it's an interrogation and, you're trying to get all this information and you're going to go tell everybody, right? Well, that would put our job in jeopardy. That's so far from what, I want to do. I want to call really good football games. I'm not trying to break news. That's just not my job. I'm not Schefter. I'm not all those guys. That's not my thing. So I'm glad he recognized that. And it's hard for first-year coaches to, answer some of these questions. And, you know how it works, Brock. These guys, some of these coaches, it's like you're the FBI and they're being interrogated or deposed and they don't want to say anything. They don't want to tell you who's hurt. Everything's just kind of maybe sort of, you know what I mean? Everything's just gray area and no definitive answers. He was awesome. Hey, this guy's up. This guy's not. We're going to work so-and-so out before the game. We'll let you know at the deadline, an hour and a half before the game or whatever. And I really appreciated that because that's not easy for coaches to do. And I understand their hesitation, and trepidation with that. It's you're worried about giving up state secrets and having something that you said come back to bite you and beat you in the game. So I thought he did a great job of that, owning the room. And, he's dealt with he's figuring out that his decision-making and discernment is what really will set him apart. And that's not just clock management during the game. It's how are we going to handle the week when the power's out at the facility? Are we going to go to the stadium and practice? These are the kind of decisions that he makes now instead of just going with the flow and whatever the head man says, let's do that.
It's so funny.
So it's fun, though. It's fun to watch him, and he's been great about it.
It's so funny because I feel like all too often coaches in the NFL don't get hired because of those other qualities. Yep. They get hired, right, because they're the best offensive coordinator on whatever team went to the Super Bowl that year. And year after year, GMs and owners completely forget about what head coaches actually have to be good at and then just go with the same thing over and over again. And that could have been Macdonald. I mean, he was known as this incredible defensive schemer. Let's focus on the defense here for a moment. You got to see it at the best we've seen so far this year. Can the defense that we watched on Sunday just completely dominate Arizona? Can that defense show up for the rest of this season, week after week?
Well, I think that's what they're banking on. And, I mean, Leonard Williams had a coming-out party for this season. We know he's a threat on the defensive line, him and Jaron Reed, but they looked awesome together. And it looked like they finally got in sync. And a lot of that is, they've completely overhauled their linebacker room. So it was, that was the craziest thing I've ever seen maybe going into a game, Brock. I said, wait a second, I'm watching this tape. These dudes, number 0 is not even here. Wait, what happened to this guy? And so I got to go back. When you have them late in the year like that, you got to go back and look at all these articles, and because you can't possibly follow 32 teams and know every single roster move. So it was a lot of work trying to figure out, wait, who the heck are they? Where's Tyrese Knight coming from? What's going on here? So it was wild that that's happened there. Hasn't been lead stories on a bunch of shows other than local stuff, I'm sure. Mm-hmm. But then you have a center retire and mid-season, and it was one little blurb on a couple articles. I was like, wait, what? So the fact that this team is even competitive with those kind of changes is one thing. The fact that they're playing well right now and on a little bit of a streak here that's going to give him all the confidence in the world. And that takes a lot of guts. We talked about Mike Macdonald to make those changes. Remember, he was in Baltimore when they acquired Roquan Smith mid-season. So he's been through this linebacker shuffle before during the season. And you could tell with the moves they made. So I think their versatility with Jenkins back, and we talked about it a little bit in the broadcast, but when they can have Jenkins, Love, and Kobe Bryant and Witherspoon, like those 4 or 5 players, like that really gives them a ton of versatility. So when you go big personnel, you throw Jenkins in there and get him in the box and make him play the run. Now he's going to have to prove that he's going to stop the run, right? Because if I'm the offense, and I said this on the broadcast, I'd run it right at him and make him tackle. And if he can do it, then they deserve it. So that's what they're banking on. And if they can do that, that's going to be a problem for teams. Then they got to get a nickel. Now you throw Witherspoon in there, and come on, man, that's one of the best football players I've ever seen. I mean, it's not even close. This dude is a monster. And I love – he's got the Rondé Barber nickel ability when it comes to the run and instincts and playing tough and fitting his gap. And then the dude covers like Darryl Green. Like, it's ridiculous the way he can shadow and mirror receivers. I love watching him.
Hold on a second.
You also just got a little crash course in what it's like to be a Seattle sports fan. Like, hey, nobody's mentioned any of these things nationally. How weird. Like, welcome to our world here, Mark. Yeah.
That's the juxtaposition that the Pacific Northwest is in. Like, when you want those stories about the linebackers being traded and, cut and everything to kind of get swept under the rug, like the center retiring. Okay, nobody listened to that. But we also want to make Witherspoon an all-pro. You can't have both.
Well, hold on. Well, I think your comment right there will go a long ways. I think you just said something that I saw Salk's face. He's like he just, I don't know, smells something, like smelling salts right there. Like, what did he just say? Did he just say that Devin Witherspoon is one of the best players you have ever – you said the best player you have ever seen.
I said one of the best that I've ever seen. His football instincts and his physical traits are unreal. The way he can he has legit mirror man qualities where he almost runs the route for the guys in the slot, which is really hard to do. And his body control, the way he can stop and start, he's got ball skills. And, okay, put it this way. Go back to the 49ers game. Their best blocker on offense is probably Juszczyk, him or Kittle, right? Well, Kittle's out of the game. At one point, because Witherspoon was running out with Juszczyk motions when they put him way out wide, they motioned him almost to the sideline just to get Witherspoon as far away from the run as possible. Not only did he take on Juszczyk, he made the play. He made the tackle. Like, on the edge, because the ball got bounced exactly where they didn't want it to go, he fit up on Juszczyk and made the tackle, long-armed him, and kept his outside arm free. I'm like, are you kidding me? Like, they literally tried to get him out by the Gatorade bottle. Like, and he still makes the play. The dude's nasty, bro.
Wow.
He's one of the best players, I'm telling you.
How about the game-changing play he made on 4th down, right? I mean, all of this.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, the Spider-Man athleticism to chase down Kyler. But the beauty of it was then he taunted Kyler. Like, if you watch the replay, he taunts Kyler on the sideline.
And
then he's like,
and he made the scoring block.
Yes.
And he made the scoring block for Kobe Bryant.
Yes.
This dude, and has time to talk smack on the sideline. Like, this guy is, come on, dude. Come on. It's unbelievable. And he doesn't say anything. Like, I said hi to him before the game. I don't get nervous to talk to some of these players. Like, they're superstars, but I've seen plenty of them. I played with LT. I played with, you name it. I played with some big-time players. And this dude, I was like, damn, like, and he's like 170 soaking wet. I mean, he's not that big, but he plays like he's 6'5", 250.
You said LT. I was like, you're not that old. And then I realized you meant LaDainian Tomlinson.
LaDainian Tomlinson. Yeah, my bad.
That took me a second as a
Coast
devout Lawrence Taylor fan. That's my youth right there. Like, I've always sort of held it against LaDainian that he used that nickname. Like,
yeah,
like that one's taken, man. Like, I feel like somebody already has that. I don't know.
All right. Get to it.
You want me to say it? You think it's safe to say? This is a safe space, right, Mark?
Well,
I can say
should
it.
we talk about Grubb and the offense first?
No, let's do this first. Maybe it'll put him in a better mood.
All right.
I declared it earlier to Brock. I said it with my chest. I'm ready to say it right now. I'm ready to declare you are my favorite color commentator currently doing NFL games.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
It's 100% true, and through Brock's contacts and having almost nothing to do with me, we end up with a ton of the great play-by-play and analysts throughout the game on this show often, and I don't think I've ever said that to anyone else. I think there's a lot of Phil Simms,
Thank you.
a lot of like guy who like watching a game with your buddy, but with some cool stories and analysis and colorful language. And I think you and Adam are a great combo together. He's awesome. He came on with us last week. So yeah, just it seems like you're enjoying doing this.
You're just buttering me up. Here comes the tough question.
Yeah, what do you think of Ryan Grubb, and should he be fired? Do that next. No, I do. It just sounds like you're having fun.
I really am. Brock knows this, but we're lucky to do it, and we get to go watch ball on Sundays and have a ball talking about it. And you get to prep during the week. You get to see the coaches and the players and guys that you really respect. You know what they've gone through. You know the toll it takes on their body, and then the mental side of it. So you just appreciate it, and you want to try and celebrate all those great plays and all those great players is kind of the way I look at it. But I appreciate you saying that.
Mark, my last question for you is I'll throw one at you that's all through at me because we do a little Blue 88 and some X's and O's. And one of my frustrations coming out of this game, and Greg Olson echoed some of the same things in San Francisco, is like, man, it's too predictable. You're lining up in the gun. You're offsetting the back. The defense knows where it's going. Buda knew where about 8 different plays were going. Like, where is the jet sweep? Where is, a flip 9? Where is a screen? Where is get under center? Where is getting a pistol? Where is just some imagination with this offense, and in particular the run game? And so Salk said to me, well, why isn't Grubb doing that? If you're Ryan Grubb and you were to ask him that question, what would his answer be to retort?
Yeah, I'm curious. Like, we got a chance to sit down with him, and I think he's still figuring some of this stuff out. Remember, these systems, I don't care if you're Tom Brady or whoever, even Stafford, when he came to the Rams, like, it took a good 8 to 12 weeks to really get in a groove and get these guys on the same page. And so some of that, I love the stuff they do with the pony 2 running backs with Charbonnet and Kenneth Walker. I really like that. I think some of the issues that they're having are figuring out a couple fundamental things, and this is the last 2 games in particular. But when they put those backs and tight ends kind of offset right off the flank of the tackle to help him with the chip blocks, to help on those big defensive ends, they've been terrible at that. And whether it was Jarrell in there or, last week, Charbonnet has to hit Zaven Collins, number 25, ripping off the edge. He misses that one. So then the tackle's racing to get Zaven Collins instead of helping on the inside Budda Baker pressure. Yeah. So it looks bad, and it looks like, God, these guys are so predictable. Like, how did they know that? Well, these are basic fundamental things. The tackle needs to know, hey, I have help outside. I can't overset this chip so the guy beats me inside. I got to stay nice and shallow on my set, let this guy bump him right back into me and collect him. And then we can kind of wad up 2 gaps. And so it's stuff like that kind of sets them back, and they're reeling after that. And then it looks like, oh, here comes a drop back. Here comes another one. You know what I mean? So it makes you predictable. And I don't care what offense you're in. You get into 3rd and long, 3rd and 7, 8, 9, 10 plus. I mean, you're going to be pretty predictable. Your only changeup's going to be a draw or something, a draw or a screen. But I think there's a couple fundamental things that if they cleaned up, they could really, give this offense a facelift. And just, you got to commit to the run game. Whatever your scheme's going to be, whether it's outside or an inside zone, or you're going to go gap trap and just, run it down the pipe, fine. But commit to something and make it an emphasis during the week. And some of that is just getting that continuity with those offensive linemen up front, especially the center.
Last thing for us here, and since you got the game this weekend too against the Jets, you've been a quarterback there. You know what it's like to be 11-5. You know what it's like to be in New York at 6-9. I'm sure it's a very different feeling with that fan base, that media, that city, that everything. Where do you think Aaron Rodgers' head is at right now?
He's got this unique ability to, knowing him the way that I do, we're not best buds, but I'd say we're more than acquaintances. And he has a unique ability to kind of block all that stuff out and compartmentalize, understand the big picture. He can see the aerial view of the parade and still be in the parade, which is a unique quality. So I know he's doing his best to block all this stuff out. The difference there, and I think he's, we talk to him tomorrow, so I'm curious. This will be part of my question, but, avoiding those headlines and annoying stories in Green Bay as opposed to New York, it's just very different. They're just two different markets and two different animals. And, it's like comparing apples and oranges. They're just not the same. And so I think he's in this position where there's a lot of turmoil around him, a lot of eyeballs on him, and, his job is to just steady the ship and be as professional and almost presidential in a way, And I think that'll kind of be the mode he's in through the rest of the season. And looking forward for them, I mean, this season's not over. It'd be a long shot for them to get back in the race, and they'd have to basically win out. But, what's it going to look like next year? And all those things, if he wants to play football, especially there next year, how he handles the rest of the season will be a factor in that. So I think he's cognizant of that as well.
Well, good stuff. Thanks for doing this. We appreciate it. It's great to have you on the call 2 weeks in a row. Obviously, I'm happy about it. Most of our texters agreed with me. We have others who said that I'm an idiot, and so are you. So, you can't please everybody. You never
That's normal.
Yeah, that's about.
How long are you going to let that hair go, though, Sanchez? What are we going to do?
It's coming off soon. We're getting that thing. We're going to the chop shop here pretty soon.
You going man bun these days?
Christmas pictures, right?
Oh, yeah. It's like, well, I don't know. It's just a lot of maintenance and kind of annoying the heck out of me. So it's time.
All right. Wow.
We gave it a good run, man.
Before this weekend, will we see a debut on Sunday?
There's potential. We got some feelers out.
Wow.
So
you don't have a set barber?
I don't know if the Pacific Northwest is ready for this.
What's a bigger?
I fit in really well with this long hair right now.
Yeah.
I was like 90s throwback grunge.
Yeah.
And
go long hair and
bigger headline. Sanchez to lop off hair. Sanchez says Witherspoon's one of the greatest players in NFL history. It's tough. It's a tough headline.
Dude, it's early in his career. I'm just saying.
All right.
The dude's a superstar. If you don't believe me, Brock, that's wild.
Bro, I'm right there co-signing. Salk and I argued a lot about him as the number 5 pick, and what about this D tackle? What about you got to get closer to the football? I get it. This dude plays multiple positions at a level few can do it. Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
Nasty, dude.
All right, Mark, we appreciate it, man. Thanks for doing it. We'll do it again, and have a good weekend.
Appreciate it, guys. We'll talk soon.
There you go. There's Mark Sanchez. It's funny. I'm hardwired not to like Mark Sanchez, right? I mean, USC, and I've never really been a big USC fan. Jets. I'm kind of hardwired not to like him. I love him. Oh, he's great.
An acquaintance of Rodgers?
Yeah, that's not necessarily my bag. I'm not in my bag like Mike Macdonald there. I'm not in that bag. But I really enjoy him. I think he does an excellent job in the game. It's the exact right depth of analysis for me.
Gosh, you sent a great text the other day. I think that's a great way to put it.
My question?
Yeah, can we do that?
You want
Plus
that question?
The voices next? Can we do that?
Plus the voices?
Yes.
Yes, as long as we can also respond to that comment about Aaron Rodgers, because I don't think he's right. I think there's one thing he's missing about that. Okay. We'll dig into all of those things together next on Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy.
The Seahawks are back in first place in the NFC West. It is wild, Bump. The roller coaster of emotions this team has taken fans on. It makes sense. You start out with 3 wins. You're feeling really, really strong. Seahawks are back in first place. How'd they get here?
So what had happened was you played some good football as of late. That defense has stepped up. The offense has done just enough. They've won divisional games, and you've gotten help around the division.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Direct savings and client focus, the cornerstones of the Diamond Dave philosophy.
Hi, I'm Diamond Dave Cantor. My team and I at Cantor Diamond can be your trusted friends with an inside scoop on the diamond world.
Just like they are to thousands of people around the world.
And just like we have been for over 34 years.
At Cantor Diamond, it's all about the diamonds and the savings, not paying for high-end retail locations or the overhead of a mall.
You stand to save big time with our by appointment professional office approach, combined with direct importing.
When you choose Cantor Diamond, you choose huge savings, top quality, and excellent service. Call, email, or message us for an in-person appointment.
Or sit back and relax for free FedEx shipping anywhere in the USA.
Call Diamond Dave at 253-272-7007. That's 253-272-7007. Or follow them on Instagram at Cantor Diamond. That's at KANTOR Diamond.
Oh no, your furnace died. Your hot water heater's leaking. Your drains are clogged. Your AC's blowing hot air. Inconveniences? No, they're emergencies. Don't fear. Call Deere Services. Visit deerservices.net. Make an appointment and we'll be there within 3 hours or give you $100 credit. And get this, you will never pay a service fee. Bookmark DEARservices.net because if you're a homeowner, it'll happen to you someday. Deere Services, there when you need us most.
Want to listen to Seattle sports on your smart speaker?
Hey, smart speaker, play Seattle sports.
This message is powered by the EQC Sportsbook at Emerald Queen Casino. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. Miss anything from the Brock and Salk Show? Remember, you can always catch the show on demand on seattlesports.com, the Seattle Sports app, or wherever you listen to podcasts. This message brought to you by Ascend Hospitality Group, Famous Dave's, Ascend Prime, and Stanford's.
At Sound Pain Solutions, some of the most difficult cases we see are patients suffering from failed back surgery syndrome. Bill is an avid golfer, but his pain got so bad he couldn't play and was considering surgery.
My back was killing me. I could not play any more golf. I could not walk more than half a block. I did not want surgery on my back, and I researched many different ways of getting this fixed. Behind that was horror stories from my friends who had back surgery, but it wasn't worth it, and I just made conclusion to that. There's got to be another way.
I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic neurologist at Sound Pain Solutions. We were able to get Bill back on the course without the risk of surgery. We did this using non-invasive, FDA-cleared procedures like non-surgical decompression, laser, pressure wave, and bioelectrical treatments. Now, Bill is back to playing golf and enjoying life. Schedule a free consultation to learn if you qualify for our non-surgical and drug-free treatment by calling Sound Pain Solutions or visiting soundpainsolutions.com.
At aimyourdigital.com, we'll help you target the right audience, build your leads, and crush your quota. Take your business to the next level. Our digital marketing strategies help grow awareness of your product or service, all while building trust in your business. Our approach involves leveraging multiple tools and strategies to deliver exceptional results that are customized to your unique business needs. Don't wait to run out of sales leads. Keep your business growing. Get started with aimyourdigital.com today.
Take your game day experience to the next level with a Mariner Suite. Suites are perfect for birthdays, anniversaries, client meetings, and that company outing you've been trying to plan for months. Enjoy first-class catering, VIP parking, custom setups for 14 to 400 people, and more, all with the help of a dedicated Mariners rep. Suites start at $125 per person, and season ticket members get 15% off. Reserve now at mariners.com/suites.
Munoz strikes out the side, and the ball game is over.
It's football season, and Uber Eats is dropping undefeated deals on all your game day favorites. This week, score buy one, get one free fries from McDonald's, only on Uber Eats. Craving even more? We've got you covered with game day deals on pizza, burgers, tacos, and more all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand food delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms, taxes, and fees apply. See app for details.
Harbor Freight knows tool people like to keep busy. But with our Black Friday sale coming up Thanksgiving weekend, you'll want to free up some time. We're talking deals like our 5,000-watt generators under $800, 17-foot ladders for $99.99, and 40% off Icon Pro socket sets. Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight. Valid until 12/2/24 while supplies last. Limitations apply.
is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This hour is brought to you by Muckleshoot Casino Resort.
Get your freaking out! From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to give you a minute.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
Hello! I don't know, maybe it's the smaller audience this week with the holidays, Brock, but there's some funny texts. 425, Brock's got a great hair guy. If Mark needs one, just go see Tam. He's the man.
Oh, I like Tam.
I know you love Tam. That's your guy.
He's the best.
Someone says, no, Salk, we just like Mark more than you, which is very unnecessary. Where is Aaron Rodgers' head at? Same place it always is, right up his, all right. See, we can't finish everything that you guys write in, but we can laugh about some of it.
Possibly ask some of these people to be funny by leaving voice notes, because we're going to try to Here's the Thing early this week since we're off on Thanksgiving.
All right, so tomorrow?
Yes.
Oh, my gosh. All right, so we don't have a lot of time. Guys, we need Here's the Thing submissions like immediately if Moore is going to put these together for tomorrow. So please, you got to go download the app. By the way, I saw not enough people have downloaded the app in the last few months.
Yeah.
I was shocked by that.
Yep.
Absolutely blown away shocked when I saw the numbers.
You didn't hit your number either, huh?
I was shocked.
Yeah.
You kind of laid off of the berating people for a
Well, then apparently I need to get back to it. Hey, people, do you really exist out there without the Seattle Sports app? That's embarrassing. You're just embarrassing yourself, bro. That's just dumb. Go download the app. It's super easy. And then once you do, you can leave us messages for Here's the Thing, or, listen to us or read us or, the other shows on the station, whatever the case may be.
You've said bro, banger, and in your bag today, and I don't like any of it.
Yeah.
Well, I was quoting other people, Maura. I'll have you know I was just quoting other people.
Maura, he's got family in town. He gets very stressed.
Yeah, are people going to be extra mean to you on Here's the Thing this week with you out?
That is true. I won't be in tomorrow, so I guess you could talk behind my back. I'm spending time with my family. My parents are in town. I got to spend some time with Larry and Jane. I can't leave them to their own devices here.
Sure you don't want to sneak away?
I mean, if you want to do the show midday, I would do that, but I don't want to do the show early tomorrow morning.
Gotcha.
I gotta
fluff. You gotta get ready for
I gotta
Salties.
hang with Larry and Jane.
I got you.
It's important. I need my mom. I need to hang out with her a little bit, and I need to mediate and make sure that nobody's fighting at home. Gertie's not biting anybody. There's an important job.
We got
to do.
3 things to do. Let's go. Let's get on this. Okay.
All right. 1. He said that Aaron Rodgers
A-Rod
has a unique ability to tune out all the other noise. I don't think that's helping him right now. I understand that is generally a huge compliment for players.
To be able to compartmentalize.
Yes.
When you're in that position.
I think at some point, Aaron Rodgers should start listening to the entire rest of humanity who's telling him he's doing it wrong.
Well, I know that's your new best friend, Mark Sanchez, but do you even really believe that? Because every time Rodgers goes on Pat McAfee, he seems to know every little thing that's being said about him and blames the media for everything.
That's a good point.
Yeah. I was going to say, when has Aaron Rodgers ever tuned everything out? He's always tuned into what people say about him.
That's a really good point. Both of you have made excellent points. Those are excellent points.
Where were you when Sanchez was saying that, Lyle?
Yeah, why didn't you start? Why didn't you jump in? I'd already played good cop. You could have played bad cop.
Yeah.
You wanted me to jump in in the middle of your interview with Mark Sanchez? Yeah.
Yeah,
sure.
I want you both to jump in. Hey, we had a guy training on the board last week. He jumped in and started talking at 6:03. Yep. You don't think you can jump in and start insulting our guests? I think you can.
Yes.
Especially
Lyle,
after we've gone out of our way to praise him.
Lyle, Salk and I give you full reign to jump in, and you're going to get your chance in 25 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you've got a problem with something somebody's saying with the next guest, any guest, and you want to
Divish
attack
doesn't
him,
count. He knows Divish. You got to do it with somebody you don't know. Really take a risk. Jump in and just really insult them.
Howdy would.
That's true. He used to do it to Scott Service, for God's sakes. Scott would come looking for him.
I don't know if Howdy Wood is going to be my barometer for the things I'm going to do.
That's probably a good point, too. You guys are full of good points today. It must be the holiday week or something. All right, well, that's the Aaron Rodgers part. The next part was Devin Witherspoon, and that was some really, really high praise for Devin Witherspoon, Brock.
Yes, it was. And it does. We said at the time, and we've kind of gone away from it through the years, but he and Carter are going to be linked because the Seahawks had every chance to go get the D lineman, Georgia, who's now in Philadelphia, played pretty good on Sunday Night Football and continues to be a menace, especially when he's revved up and ready to go and a difference maker. And it's like, should you have got the D tackle or do you get the nickel corner? And I think you listen to Mark and you listen to a lot of people in football, Mike, and yes, he doesn't play close to the football in the line of scrimmage, but he's everywhere. And he's two positions in one. He's an elite nickel and an elite corner. And as Mark said, to find a Barber and a Darryl Green, they don't come around. Rondé Barber and Darryl Green, those guys don't exist. And yet you have one of them who loves ball and ignites everybody around him.
So the question I asked you, and it was an innocent question, it wasn't the leading one, was which would you rather have? Devin Witherspoon and Byron Murphy, or Jalen Carter and Cooper DeJean? DeJean.
Yep, Cooper DeJean. Mm-hmm.
Who would you rather have? Which combo would you rather have?
Yeah,
it's a tough question, right?
Yeah, it is
both
tough,
are really good.
Because Carter is got a higher ceiling than Byron Murphy. Like he just does. If Carter didn't have some of the character concerns, the football concerns, this guy love ball, no ball, eat ball, all around ball, if he was that guy, he'd have been the number one pick in the draft. Byron Murphy was the 16th pick in the draft, right? And fell to you. And I know there was quarterbacks and tackles, and in a normal year, he's a top 10 pick. He probably is. But the ceiling on Carter is higher than the ceiling on Murphy. The ceiling on Spoon is higher than it is on Cooper DeJean, although he can play corner, he can play nickel, he can play weak side linebacker. He can do quite a bit of things as well. I think I give a slight lean to the Seahawks just because of what Mark Sanchez said. This dude is one of the best players he has ever seen play. That's not Carter. That's not Cooper DeJean. That's Devin Witherspoon. So I think I give a slight lean there, but it's close. And I think you can win with both. And if Carter continues to keep his head on his shoulders and continues to have some discipline, he can be
he's a monster.
Absolute game wrecker.
I mean, you could see some of it on Sunday. I mean, he's a pretty darn good player, and they really like Cooper DeJean. I know a lot, right? I mean, he kind of moves all over the field, does a lot of different things. They love him in the slot, kind of like they like Devin Witherspoon in those roles. I don't know that there's a right or wrong answer to it. I throw it out to you guys. Would you rather have the Philly combo or the Seattle combo? You feel free to text in 866-979-3776. All right, you wanted to hear what we sounded like, huh, Brock?
Yeah, because wasn't it Mora that sounded like Howdy? Is that where we got this from?
I think so.
Right?
Yeah,
when
Mora was
Mora
starting to sound like Howdy.
Changed her voice for mean tweets. Not just me, the whole world did, Mora. The whole world
Everybody then wanted to hear what it would sound like if you had some fun with our voices. So would you like to hear yourself first, Brock?
No, you first.
Let's start with Brock. Here's what Brock sounded like with a little pitch alteration.
Well, I think what he has done, both in Baltimore and certainly the last couple weeks against the Rams and Niners, is he has shown an ability to be able to stop the run.
Who does that sound like?
I sound like somebody. There is an actor or an act. There is somebody.
It's Jerry Jones.
Whether through technique, through fronts, through communication, and when you do that and you make that offense one-dimensional.
You sound like Jerry Jones.
No, I don't.
Yeah,
I sound like Salk. There's somebody I sound like, and it's not Jerry
stuff is
Jones.
not as effective, right? And this isn't just this one game. It's kind of what he's done through the years. It's what teams have done when they have slowed that system and had success.
It's going to hit me. It's like I've heard that voice before.
Yeah, it's Jerry Jones.
Salk, don't make me punch you right between the eyes, okay?
You have a secret Southern accent when you change your pitch.
It is not Jerry Jones, okay? Jerry Jones is a stumbling, bumbling 90-year-old, for crying out loud. There is somebody that sounds like, and it will hit me, and maybe the text toy will figure it out too. Now, give me you.
Me?
Yes, you.
Hold on one sec. I'm working on a surprise here. Let me see if I can make that happen. All right, here we go. This is what I sound like with a little change to my voice as well.
Yeah, so that's pretty cool to see. And again, yes, I do think we spent too much time on that quote, but also we spent a lot of time talking about just how much better the Seahawks defense looked and how much it means to the.
That's what I said. It's got a little Bob.
The confident.
It's like Bob and Graz mixed together.
No, I think
so not just the team, but the fan base.
Huh?
In Arizona,
No. I think if Bob and Tom Nelson mated, it would sound like that.
Mated?
Moving forward, that was the guy that I think everybody, it was pretty easy.
All I know is I sound a lot better than you.
Yeah.
You sound
well,
like
yours went down, mine went up.
Well, whose fault is that? I didn't do
nobody's
this.
fault. I love it.
I think what he has done, both in Baltimore and certainly the last couple weeks.
When I figured this out, and I'm going to more, can you please send me an MP3 of
Someone
that?
said Lindsey Graham.
Yes,
Edward
that's
Norton.
who it is.
No,
Yes,
no.
it's Lindsey Graham. Yes,
No,
that's
it's a-
exactly what it
There is
is.
something a little southern about it
No,
when he
there's a
changes
snarky-
Rams
his
and Niners is he has shown an ability to be able to stop
There's a
the run.
snarky
That's
little
Lindsey
actor.
Graham.
Nope, there's a snarky little actor that sounds just like that.
Someone said it's Edward Norton. I don't know.
The judge from Ally McBeal, the little guy?
No.
Is that who you're thinking of?
I don't know, but there is a snarky little
The
actor.
little judge. He's a snarky little actor.
That sounds just like that.
He's the. You know what? I'm going to do a little research here. We'll
Okay.
come back with Need to Know. Ryan Divish in 20 minutes. I'm going to find your guy. If it's not Jerry Jones or Lindsey Graham, it's the little judge, I think, from Ally McBeal. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
For Down Territory, going inside the game with former Cougs and Seahawks wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
What did you like most about the play calling from Mike Macdonald?
I like just the blitz packages that he had, the way he used his linebackers, the way 14% of the time he blitzed with the Baltimore Ravens, he's up to about 20-21%. That can mean two things. Either he feels like you need to create more pressure with his personnel, or that he trusts his personnel to get it done, or that's just what they're best at. That's what good coaches do. You set your guys up for success.
For Down Territory, every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
Hey, Brock Ewart here, and I've had a couple injuries over the decades. I know a little bit about pain. There's been some neck issues. There have been dislocated ankles, some torn cartilage in my ribs, separated shoulder, all that good stuff. But you don't have to play pro football to know what I'm talking about. Painful joints from arthritis can affect anyone and make it hard to do pretty much anything. Well, that is where my friend, Dr. Daniel Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine over there in Kirkland comes to play. He has seen so many patients through the years suffering from chronic joint pain caused by tendonitis, bursitis, and yes, arthritis. So don't let pain stop you from your quality of life. Consider Dr. Nelson, the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques. This has been his game. Many have jumped aboard over the last decade. Not Dr. Dan. It's been over 30 years. So whether it's stem cell or PRP, an injection, Dr. Daniel Nelson's your guy. 425-823-4000. 425-823-4000. Or visit DanielNelsonMD.com. That's DanielNelsonMD.com.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Stream every Seattle sports show with the Seattle Sports app. Brought to you by Fred Hutchinson Cancer Center Proton Therapy. Get new videos, podcasts, and articles on the Seahawks and Mariners from your favorite Seattle sports personalities daily.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, you know to check you have a full tank of gas first before road tripping through the desert.
Empty? Seriously? Maybe I can walk.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Maybe I can't.
You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Order for Jennifer C. Is this my double shot, double cream, double froth, double pump, double whip, double sleeve? Yeah. Can you handle that much caffeine? Did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year? Oh, really? That's great. Seriously, did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year? Yeah, you just said that. Did you say I just said that? Yeah, I'm cutting you off. I can't have any more? Why not?
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
The Pacific Northwest is the perfect backdrop for the holiday season. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law reminds us that the roadways don't always agree.
It's that combination of additional travel, changes in routine, and winter weather that make this the most dangerous time of the year to be behind the wheel.
Any safety tips to help commuters keep the holidays joyful?
The number one cause of accidents remains distracted driving, even during the holidays. So store that cell phone in a place that eliminates temptation. It's imperative we set the example for our teens. Also, be aware of abrupt changes in the weather and prepare for it. Sometimes it's as simple as allowing additional distance for following or stopping. Lastly, make sure your vehicle is properly maintained for winter.
That includes four-wheel drive and chains when required at the pass. Please follow these safety precautions from my good friends at Pendergast Law and keep you and your neighbors safe this holiday season.
Happy holidays from all of us at Pendergast Law.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
Visit your local Home Depot today for Makita Power Tools. If it's not right, don't put your name on it. Makita, available at Home Depot.
Your business needs a network it can count on.
Power's out.
Comcast Business has you covered with Wi-Fi backup to help keep your business up and running, even when your power goes out.
Everybody in the warehouse good?
Lights are out, but the Wi-Fi's up. Let's power on.
It's from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Break room, you good?
Can't microwave my burrito, but Wi-Fi's fine. Let's power on.
Power on with the leader in connectivity, Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ask about Wi-Fi backup for your business or get started with reliable internet and advanced security for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract, plus for a limited time. Ask about an $800 holiday bonus prepaid card with a qualifying internet package. Don't wait. Call or go online to ComcastBusiness.com today. Ins 12/15/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 150 megabit per second internet and security edge. EcoBill and auto pay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Cars for Kids accepts all kinds of real estate donations. Turn your challenging or unused property into a brighter future for kids and get a tax deduction for the full appraised value of your property. Visit carsforkids.org or call today. That's Cars for Kids Real Estate.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your real estate.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2024.
It's Fight Night, live boxing at Emerald Queen Casino Event Center. A full evening of boxing action, Friday, January 10th. Make it a destination event. Tickets at emeraldqueen.com. Don't miss this evening of pure excitement. The best in professional boxing. It's Fight Night, January 10th at Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. 21 and older, need gambling help? Call 800-547-6133 or visit emeraldqueen.com.
Please game responsibly. Need to know. Brought to you by Ben's Plumbing, Heating, and Air.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Seahawks defense could end up being scary good if it plays the way they did on Sunday, and now add back Chenna Nwosu. Wow, look out. That's just more good news for this group. Sounds like Chenna's going to practice today.
Yeah, I think the plan is we'll have him out there tomorrow in some capacity. Return to play in terms of how long, I can't tell you. The window will open, and then we'll go from there.
Obviously, that wouldn't be this weekend, but maybe at some point down the road, next few weeks, maybe we do see Chenna, and maybe that does continue to add just more weaponry to a defense that is starting to really find its way. And look, what they did against Arizona was nasty. It really was. Chenna on the edge, helping to stop the run, helping to get after the quarterback, rotating in with those guys that are playing really well on the edge right now. That's nothing but good news.
Totally agree. And as those guys at the line of scrimmage, most importantly, take a beating over the course of the season, that is where the physical element comes to play. You get a reinforcement like that. I mean, it's like adding another great arm at the trade deadline. Like you get that, you get another leverage arm in your bullpen. That's really nice. Take some of the burden off of Hall, take some of the burden off of Mafe, take some of the burden off of Dre Jones, and kind of like you've seen they've done at that D-tackle rotation, right? Where you see Hankins come in a little bit there with the rookie, Murphy, and you see Leonard and Jaron playing off one another. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see all four of those ends taking a bunch of reps here over the next couple weeks.
All right, well, that would be awesome. It sounds like the competition's back on, though, at right guard. Christian Haynes, we thought, was just going to take over the gig. Mike Macdonald saying yesterday, not so fast. Satoa Lomea may be a part of this competition as well, so we'll see how that goes down. Monday Night Football last night, a lot of Lamar, too much Lamar for the Chargers. 3 touchdowns. He was just very Lamar through the air, on his leg. I mean, he's awesome.
You thought
man.
so? I didn't think he did near 170 yards passing, 20 rushing. I mean, it was complimenting.
But it's whenever they need something, he's like,
yes.
oh, okay, I'll do that.
Yeah, and
you need 5 yards? Okay.
And it's a 1-2 punch.
It's pretty awesome, man. It's a fun team, but they are very inconsistent. So the good version of the Ravens showed up yesterday, and John Harbaugh beats his brother once again.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
All right, Mariners finalizing their coaching staff. Sounds like Edgar Martinez will take over more of a big picture director of hitting philosophy role for the organization. He'll be actively involved. He's not going to travel all the time with them, but he'll be around quite a bit. Kevin Seitzer will be the full-time hitting coach. The guy who once replaced George Brett at third base in Kansas City. He's been the Braves hitting coach for a long time now, and he brings his experience to Seattle. We'll see, what that looks like and whether or not, again, the last 6 to 8 weeks of this past season were the true Mariners, because I think your belief in what happened then very much affects how much you're trying to get done this offseason.
Lyle was saying this too during the break. The Braves, really had their success this year because of their rotation. Right, those guys are really good from an offensive standpoint, and obviously a key injury to their superstar, probably a big role in that. But offensively, took a step back. We're not nearly as productive, and I think that's why Seitzer became available. And did he and Dan ever cross paths? They never really crossed paths, right?
I don't think so.
No, maybe played against each other. Probably did that, and.
He was still playing into the mid to late 90s. So.
There you go.
Yeah.
So cross pass in that way. And, Edgar gets to do what he wants to do, which is not be at the park every single day and travel for 162
But be a part
games.
of it and lend his experience and lend his voice. It sounds like a win-win for everybody. And, look, we'll see how this all turns out. I'm still not going to put that much faith in the importance of a hitting coach, but it was one of those positions that was open, and now it's been filled.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
The bigger news in there, by the way, may just be that the pitching coaches are sticking around. Pete Woodworth and Trent Blank. That's really good news, I think, for the Mariners, because that was not a guarantee after making a managerial change.
It really is amazing how important a pitching coach is and how unimportant a hitting coach is.
Right.
It really is remarkable.
Yes.
Like offense coordinator, defense coordinator, both really important. You would think pitching coach, hitting coach, both really important.
Different worlds. Pitching coach is almost like the shadow manager because they're running the pitching.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty different. Yeah. Let's see. Kraken win last night. Nice to see Shane Wright get back in there and score a goal and assist. That's everything you need to know. 1:15 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. You want a little surprise?
Sure.
All right. So a lot of complaints coming in on the text line here that Larry Salk, my dad, was in town, but not part of the show today. And since I'm off tomorrow, I put in a quick call. And thankfully, we live close to the station. My dad will be here for Answer the Question Jerk in about 20 minutes.
Oh.
What?
And he's bringing Cecily. So my dad and my daughter coming in for Answer the Question Jerk today. Cecily's been a star of the Ranked before. My dad has done quite a bit of ranking in the past.
Right.
But today they'll be here for Answer the Question Jerk. So if you have questions that you think might be suitable for either my dad or my 10-year-old daughter, shoot them over, please. And, try to remain respectful if you don't mind.
3 generations, huh?
3 generations of Salk. Have we ever done that here?
I don't think we've ever done that.
I feel like this might be a radio first.
That's a pretty big deal.
Yeah. All right. So 3 generations of Salk. Larry, Michael, and Cecily, all for Answer the Question Jerk coming up in 20 minutes. So I hope you're okay with that. I didn't ask permission.
Yeah, you didn't.
I'm sorry about that.
Is Jane okay with us?
It sounds like Jane was like, why don't you guys go? She wanted no part of it whatsoever. She'll stay home and listen and just send everybody out. Nice. Do we have any Brock sound-alike sound? I wasn't sure whether we were able to
There is some
find
Dana
any
Carvey. I hear some Dana Carvey. I'm not going to lie.
The guy's name who was on Ally McBeal is Leslie Jordan.
Leslie Jordan.
Yes. And I think...
Which is a very niche... I don't think anyone knows
very
what you're
niche.
talking about, but here's a clip of him.
I got really bored, and I would just post, for like 80 days, I posted twice a day. Now I wake up and think, I got to have some content. What am I going to...
Where's Brock's again? Let's see. This is Brock.
Well, I think what he has done, both in Baltimore
Very
and certainly
similar.
Very good poll.
Wait,
very
here's
niche,
Lindsey
but very
Graham,
good
because
poll.
everyone was saying Lindsey Graham.
Let's hear Lindsey.
Stand the ICC down.
Dude.
I have been working with a bipartisan group of
It's
senators.
Lindsey Graham.
Yeah, that's pretty
Senator
good, too.
Blumenthal was one.
All of them are pretty close.
That's pretty darn
There's
close.
a lot of Lindsay, a lot of weirdly Leslie Jordan, who was like a random actor from Murphy Brown, I think Ally McBeal.
Solid.
And yeah.
Should I maybe do that? Should I maybe go up in my octave a little bit?
Maybe. Yeah. You should see if you can do that long term. All right. Answer the questions. Your questions, please send them in right now. 866-979-3776. My dad will be here. My daughter will be here. Brock will be here. Lyle and Maura. Thanksgiving on the way. There's plenty of great questions, I would hope. So text them in right now, and I'll put them on the sheet. 866-979-3776. We'll do that in 20 minutes after Ryan Divish next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy.
The Seahawks are back in first place in the NFC West. It is wild, Bump. The roller coaster of emotions this team has taken fans on. It makes sense. You start out with 3 wins. You're feeling really, really strong. The Seahawks are back in first place. How'd they get here?
So what had happened was you played some good football as of late. That defense has stepped up. The offense has done just enough. They've won divisional games, and you've gotten help around the division.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
What would motivate you to encourage your kid to work with me at Lee Johnson?
I still revert back to, if I work at a location and I'm willing to have my son work at this location, that should tell you a great deal. I didn't steer my son away, I steered my son to it. Because of the opportunities that are in front, and when you see it across multiple rooftops in multiple locations, it says a lot that you're willing to entrust your family member, your blood, sweat, and tears. You're willing to say, hey, this is a great place for them to be and work. If you take care of people, they take care of customers.
Sharing a good thing with family and friends comes easy at the Lee Johnson Auto family. The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Buy a heat pump, get a furnace free. Now from Deere Services. You heard right. Buy a new heat pump, get a new furnace free from Deere Services. Save now and combine the year-round benefits and comforts of both systems, giving you warm winters and cool summers. Make an appointment at DEARservices.net, and we'll be there within 3 hours, guaranteed. And get this, no service fees. Buy a new heat pump, get a new furnace free now at Deere Services. Seattle Seahawks, small business partners.
Don't fall, just call
Seattle Holiday Lights. We'll hang them up, we'll take them down, we'll do it right. So call Seattle Holiday Lights. Seattle Holiday Lights. Visit SeattleHolidayLights.com.
Tune in this Sunday as your Seattle Seahawks take on New York. Kickoff at 10 a.m. Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Proud sponsor of the Seattle Seahawks and the Northwest's biggest and best casino.
Hey, are you looking to save on internet and mobile this holiday season? Well, good news. Xfinity is having a Black Friday sale. They have you covered with these great deals. Learn how to get your choice of a 5G phone on Xfinity. Plus, you can also get fast, reliable Xfinity internet with a line of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited for a great low price. So don't wait. Bring home a new 5G phone and get Wi-Fi speeds up to a gig on Xfinity Mobile. That's a big deal. Or should I say a gig deal? Now through December 3rd, ask how to get your choice of free 5G phone with an unlimited plus line. Plus, get Xfinity Gigabit internet with free Wi-Fi equipment for only $25 a month for 12 months with no annual contract when you add unlimited mobile. Go to Xfinity.com/Black Friday sale to learn more. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Gig Wi-Fi requires Xfinity Gateway. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Gig speeds available via hotspots to Xfinity Mobile customers only. Reduced speeds after use of monthly data included with your data option. Actual internet speeds and data thresholds may vary.
O'Brien Auto Group has some of the best new car brands in the Northwest. Those great new vehicles make the best pre-owned vehicles as well. O'BrienAutoGroup.com for the best factory certified vehicles. O'BrienAutoGroup.com for a large selection of the best pre-owned cars and trucks. O'BrienAutoGroup.com. Choose from hundreds of SUVs, trucks, hybrids, EVs, and more. O'BrienAutoGroup.com. One site is all you need. That's OBRIEN Autogroup.com.
O'Brien.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Have you tried the dining district at the Bellevue Collection? Grab lunch with friends, meet up for happy hour, and stay for dinner and beyond. You can sample international flavors and local favorites from talented chefs. Try a new cocktail on a rooftop bar or watch the game with friends. And explore the lively nightlife scene. The Dining District at the Bellevue Collection, where your taste adventure begins. Learn more at BellevueCollection.com/Dining District.
Toyotathon is here at Toyota of Kirkland. To celebrate the event, Toyota of Kirkland has purchased $3 million worth of certified used and pre-owned vehicles on the lot ready for you to test drive and take home. The largest selection of certified used and pre-owned vehicles during Toyotathon can only be found at Toyota of Kirkland. Visit the wonderful team and beautiful showroom at Toyota of Kirkland today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com.
So here's the deal with Mariners season ticket memberships. You've got two great options. With a Flex membership, you have the freedom to pick your seats, games, and number of tickets whenever you want. Or if you like knowing where you're sitting all season long, go with a Reserved membership and lock in your seats from day one. Both plans get you access to exclusive pre-sales, year-round discounts, special event invites, and more. Check it out at mariners.com/25.
Now Raleigh wins it in the 10th inning for the Mariners.
Roof now, pay later. Hi, I'm Sam Thomason, owner of State Roofing. Take advantage of our 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to a year. We've partnered with leading lenders to make the replacement or repair of your roof affordable. Flexible financing options are available to take the worry out of an unexpected expense. Call us today at 866-ROOF-ROOF to schedule a free no-obligation estimate or visit us at stateroofing.com. That's stateroofing.com.
State Roofing, the last roof you'll ever need.
This hour is brought to you by Muckleshoot Casino Resort.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, still a few minutes to solicit some questions. If you'd like to send them in. I guess I'm soliciting the questions. You guys would have to send in the questions. We'll do an Answer the Question jerk here in 15 minutes with 3 generations of Salks, plus Brock and Lyle and Maura, my dad, my daughter. It'll be quite the family affair in here, Brock. We'll see where this goes. Mm-hmm. Some of the questions that have come in are very offensive, as you might imagine.
Salk, would you rather, here's a quick answer to the question to kind of introduce Divish. Would you rather hop on a plane and head to Havre, Montana, or hop on a plane with Maura for Thanksgiving and head to Iowa?
No. I don't know that either of those things sounds great.
All right.
Havre sounds even colder, so I guess I'll go with Iowa.
Okay.
But I don't know that either is my preference. David, you going to spend Thanksgiving in Havre?
Oh, yeah. I spend my entire winter here in Havre, Montana. It is 3 degrees out. I shoveled snow all weekend. It was great. I watched my Montana Grizzlies get their ass handed to them in the traditional rivalry game. They played a level of football that was reminiscent of Rick Neuheisel's days with the Huskies, where they got pushed around and physically manhandled.
Yep.
And, and then I pretty much drank myself into a coma. So, other than that.
Where do I even go from there? What a life you lead. What a unique and interesting life you lead. We only have 15 minutes, so let's see if we can jump into some baseball stuff. Mariners make some, I guess the announcement might come, later today, but good reporting done all over, showing that it's probably going to be Kevin Seitzer, who's the new hitting coach. Does this matter? Does it mean anything? What was your takeaway from it?
I was surprised that, I didn't even know that he had not re-upped with the Braves. I guess, they parted ways with him. Maybe it was just working with Jared Kelnick that crushed him in the hopes and dreams. I don't know. No, look, he's been around. He's an established guy. I think, to me, the bigger news, and we'd sort of known this. We hadn't got the official title and everything, but we'd known that Edgar was going to stick around. And just kind of, as he's the director of hitting strategy and all that other stuff, the fancy title that they have, I think that's the most important aspect. I mean, because he's still going to be the overriding philosophy of all of this. And Seitzer and Bobby Maganells, I think is how you say his last name. They're going to still kind of, I wouldn't say report, but that's the structure. He's going to be the overriding leader of it all, the strategy guy, and then those guys work for him. I mean, to me, the hitting guys are all whether they know the swings and all that other stuff. I think the big part is Edgar's message to certain players on the team, specifically the center fielder. I think that continuity is big for the team moving forward. Who they have implemented on a daily basis, that's important, but not the overriding theme of having Edgar there and having Edgar kind of put his stamp on their hitting philosophy.
After you're done shoveling snow, Davis with us there in Havre, Montana, you crawl inside by the warm fireplace. You open your computer, you work on your database, and you sharpen the numbers. With Rojas being non-tendered, some of the other moves, what does the Mariners' budget look like right now?
So that's funny, and at one point, I think my drinking was escalated by Adam Jute's tweet that, they had $16 million to play with. And, then Lyle and all his buddies on Mariners, all the creators on Mariners Twitter just lose their mind and, and then freak out. To me, they've always going to be around 150 to 155 as the budget. That's the overall. If you look back over the years, they've kind of gone up incrementally 5 to 10 million since the step back. I think that's kind of what we're going to see. I don't think it's a significant amount of money that they're going to go up, and I don't know that anybody should be surprised by it. So that 150 threshold or so. I mean, that's you're giving yourself about 15 million to play with to try and find 2 spots, which could be difficult. But yeah, that's kind of the way I look at it. I don't see them going like 160 or even 170. I think 150 is kind of their comfort level. Maybe if there's a player out there that stretches it beyond, but really too, they want to be able to have some flexibility at the deadline too, if they're in it to add guys. So I don't think it'll be a significant increase, and all the reporting and all the people we've talked to said that that's kind of where they're at, is they're going to be about the 150 mark, which roughly gives them about 15 million to play with.
And just so I understand, because that's what I was guessing, that 15 million is after you hand out the arbitration raises.
Yeah, that's post-arbitration.
Okay, so everybody's going to get paid, gets paid, and then you've got 15 million, and
including Randy Rosarena? You including Randy in that?
Including Randy.
Okay.
Yeah, including Randy.
So you still got to deal with first, second, and short, or first, second, and third, rather?
Yeah, I mean,
seems like a lot.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? It doesn't. It's like when I was in college, and you're looking at Miller Lite versus Keystone Light, and you've got $10 in your pocket. You're like, okay, well, guess
Keybones it is.
Keystone Light.
Yeah. Grab some
30
Keybones.
bones for 8 bones. Yeah, 30 bones for 8 bones.
Yeah.
And just regret your life the next day. So, but that's where they're at, and I don't, I think that there may be some wiggle room. But that with 15 million or maybe even up to 18 million, if you got real kind of, if you can lowball some guys in your arbitration, that's Justin, you go get Justin Turner or Carlos Santana, that knocks at least 5 million out of that budget. And then you're down to 10 million to get 2 guys. That's why I think the trade route is going to be something that's real important for them, is going by a trade. For at least one of those spots.
Okay.
So I mean, like we've talked about it. We've talked about the other infield spots are not good. Like in terms of the free agent market, there's nothing out there that really moves the needle.
Well, so again, that's why I got to Nico Horner's name, not because I think he's the perfect player, but because if you want to run and be athletic and all the things that they showed in the final 6 weeks last year, who's the most athletic player potentially available this year? In the infield, it's Nico Horner. So do you go out and try to make a deal and try to bring him in? Do you give up a little bit more than you ordinarily would to try to get the Cubs to pay down some of that salary? How would you handle that?
Yeah, that's what you're going to run into with Horner, is because he does get up there a little bit in arbitration numbers, and he's going to get a little bit more expensive, and that's part of the reason why the Cubs may be looking to move him. Yeah, that's somebody you look at because he is athletic. I mean, you give up on Jordan Westberg of the Orioles. They still need pitching. Maybe you can swing a deal there. He's pretty athletic. He can hit. I mean, even somebody like Gavin Lux, who's getting a little bit more expensive, but the Dodgers need pitching. They're so desperate for starting pitching in some way. And, they can't just go out and buy everybody, though I think they'll probably buy Roki Sasaki. Sorry, Lyle. You can't just go out and get the pitching that they want to fill out a rotation. So maybe Gavin Lux is available because they do have some prospects in the minor leagues that, can fill that spot, or they feel like they can fill that spot with somebody else. So, yeah, they're going to have to be creative in their thinking on how they do stuff, and maybe they do have to give up more. Maybe you have to sweeten the deal, like if you want Nico Horner with a lower level prospect to get some salary relief, because you're still projecting too. It's not about just this year. There's money for next year, and that's every move they consider has to also not just be about the payroll that costs them this year, but the payroll it's going to cost them next year, because the arbitration guys get a little bit more expensive next year. Logan Gilbert, what is he, 8.1 or projected at 8.1? If he posts any sort of season like he had this year, we're talking $12 million probably next year, for the next season. So it's like, how do you manage that budget?
Okay. So you're going to trade a pitcher? I mean, like, this is what Shannon and I ended up debating, because if you're trying to slice through those constraints and you truly want to get better offensively, do you trade a pitcher? One of your 5 starters from last year, not just an Emerson Hancock or a Logan Evans. Do you trade one of your 5 guys?
Yeah, you might have to start looking at Plan Z, because the budgets force you past A, B, C, D, E, F, and all the way through the alphabet. You may have to look at Plan Z. I think their biggest fear is whatever bat they get for trading a pitcher won't provide enough impact to offset that pitcher. You know what I mean? Like, whatever, say they trade Bryce Miller, whatever bat they were able to get, it wouldn't provide enough, because it's not an aircraft carrier, middle of the lineup guy. You're filling second base, third base, probably not elite hitter. I know that the Boston tried to shop in Tristan Casas, and they kind of politely said no. They weren't really interested in that hitter for one of their main guys. So, who do they offer? It's all about what they can get. If they're going to give up Bryce Miller, Brian Wu, George Kirby, Logan Gilbert, any of those guys, they're going to want top dollar. They're going to want top value from prospect return, or not prospect return, but major league value in return. And it can't be a double-A guy that you're hoping can do it. It has to be somebody that's shown he can do it. I don't even know that Alec Boehm fits that category, because he's been so up and down, and because the questions about work ethic, intensity, all that other stuff. I'm thinking, if you're going to have to go Plan Z, you better get somebody real, or if not, then stick with your 5 starters and hope you can patchwork your offense together and get bounced back from a lot of guys, because at least that the starting pitching can perform. It can perform at T-Mobile Park. It can perform, it can handle the rigors of a season. So I think that's what they have to ask themselves. Is the value that they're going to get back if they trade one of those starting pitchers enough to push their offense to another level? And do they trust Logan Evans and Brandon Garcia enough that they could run with one of those guys along with Emerson Hancock?
Last thought here, Ryan, is Cecily and Larry Salk make their way into the studio here. We change our voices, and you raise mine, and I sound like Lindsey Graham. You lower Salk's, he sounds like Bob and Tom Nelson. Thankfully, when we talk to you at 7:30, you sound just like Cal Raleigh. So there's nobody better to answer this question. Cal Raleigh and I now share the same agency, Excel Sports Agency, no longer with Scott Boras. Did you read anything into that maybe change in agency could mean an extension here in Seattle?
Well, it certainly doesn't hurt the situation, because I think Scott is so adamant about, against signing extensions. Talking with some sources, it just was something that Cal had started considering in the last few months of the season. And just, conversations, I think, maybe not seeing eye to eye with what Cal really wants versus what Scott might think. And I think with Scott, what his focus so often is in the current free agent market, and Cal's not there yet. So I think that's another thing. I don't think Cal wants arbitration to be a dogfight, or a fight. I think he wants to get it done and get a salary that he thinks is fair and be done with it. I think any extension, when I've asked him about it, it's always been, I want something fair. And I do think, your agency will listen on extensions, but the agent's job is to get the best deal for the player. And so I know I'd probably fire your agent for having to go back and work with Salk. But I mean, at the same time,
Hey, how dare you?
I mean, but it's.
I can only imagine who your sources are when it comes to Cal Raleigh. That seems.
Yeah, I don't
we're gonna have
know.
to really dig into this, Brock. Maybe we could do one of those deep dives, investigative reports into who Divish's sources would be in Cal Raleigh's camp.
I just want to know, Salt, can your daughter do the Casey Affleck voice from the Dunkin' commercials? Like, kid, I'm the mayor of Dunkin'.
I mean, my daughter never lived in Boston for 1 second. My dad might be able to do it.
I still feel like if it's in your blood, it's in your blood.
I don't think it's it's not buried that deeply in the blood. No, I don't think so. All right, Divish.
You don't even have a Boston. You don't even have a Boston.
No.
I don't. I know. You should hear my mom. My mom, who refused to come on the radio, she's got some words she says where you just go, oh, boy, that's like drawer, D-R-A-W-E-R. I just found out there was an E-R at the end of that word. I always thought it was draw. But it turns out there's an E-R right at the end of the whole word. Who would have guessed? All right, Ryan, have a great Thanksgiving, man, in the freezing cold. We'll see you soon. And great stuff, as always. Thanks, buddy.
All right. Thanks, guys.
All right, there you go. There goes Ryan Divish. Off for the holidays in negative 15-degree Havre. And, well, I've got my dad. I've got my daughter. Let's answer dumb questions.
This is Brock and Sox. Answer the question, jerk.
Keep asking questions. Come on, I'll answer them. Come on, I'm here. I'm going to answer your questions, dang it.
Answer my question! The question, jerk!
Well, don't just stand there. Answer the question, jerk!
Hello, Dad. You got to get close to that mic. You got to bring it right up. You can lift it right up. There we go. There we go.
Here we go.
All right. Larry Salk with us. And Cecily Salk with us as well.
Hi.
Hi, Cess. Nervous?
No.
Never. Of course not. All right. You guys know how this works?
No. Yeah.
We've got questions here. All you have to do is try to answer them.
Cool.
All right. Cecily's totally ready.
Right.
Hundo.
All right. Let's see what we've got. Cecily, first question is for you. What is your favorite part of either basketball or hockey?
My teammates.
That's a good answer right there.
Wow.
That's a real good answer.
That's solid.
You like that one? That's like a Russell Wilson. You're not going to name them all like Russ would, are you?
No.
Okay, good. Phew, be too many. Let's see. Cecily, another one for you. When your dad gets mad about something, is it funny or is it scary?
Depends. If he's mad at me, it's scary. If he's mad about nothing, it's funny.
How about mad at the Mariners or the Seahawks or when he's in the basement?
It's very funny.
That's very funny.
Have you seen Paul Larry get mad at a team?
Yes.
Not funny.
No.
Uncomfortable, really, for everybody.
Do you and Mom and Avery just kind of chuckle up in the kitchen as you hear Dad downstairs in the basement screaming and yelling?
Yeah.
Yeah, I could see that.
Right. It says, as a child, I always thought it was funny when my dad got really mad about something. However, when my mom got mad about something, it was scary because she meant business.
Yeah, faux show.
Is that true?
Yes.
Yeah, that sounds right. Let's
Larry,
see.
Larry, you're still not into your chocolate and peanut butter thing, huh?
Not together.
Never?
He says with horror.
Not unless I can, unless I can help it.
But you like separating them.
I love peanut butter. I love chocolate. I just don't like them together.
It's incredible.
And you still won't watch a full 9 innings of baseball when a closer comes into the game?
It depends.
Okay.
Look at Lyle.
It depends who's winning. It depends what time it is. If you know anything about the Larry Salk rule, it has a number of different layers.
Right.
Right.
And those are two of them.
You have to understand that he lived on the East Coast, Lyle.
Right.
You didn't grow up there. It's games go till 1 a.m.
Oh, I have stories about staying up watching Mariners games till 1 in the
you were
morning
a
on the
kid.
East Coast.
He's an old man.
That is a
I mean,
fair
you
point.
know, not old. I mean, you know what I mean. Yeah. Compared to Lyle.
Right.
He's like 12 years old. He's closer to Cecily's age than mine.
That's for sure.
Like by a lot.
Fair enough.
Let's see. Where was the one about these? Oh, yeah. Jerk, since we finally have a certified dessert expert on the show. I don't know which of you you're talking to, but I think probably you, Dad.
Yeah, go ahead.
What is the best Thanksgiving dessert?
That's a really hard question.
It is for you because you don't like sweet potato pie or pecan pie, which are two very popular.
Pumpkin pie.
Or pumpkin pie.
And yet I love sweet potato.
I know, but you don't really like the traditional Thanksgiving pies.
No, I'm not a big pie eater to begin with. I'm more cakes, cookies,
Brownies.
Brownies.
Pies are too
Thank
healthy.
you, Brock. Yes.
Yes.
Does corn pudding count?
Corn pudding? No, that's not a dessert.
It's not a dessert. It's not. Was that part of Thanksgiving? I didn't
Isn't
even
your
know.
number one the chocolate fountain?
Yes.
Yeah.
I wish I really had a number one dessert for Thanksgiving, but I really don't. Because when I go up to that bar at the end, to the
dessert bar.
to the dessert bar, I'm just taking lots of things.
Right. Do you save room though for dessert?
Definitely
at the end of
save room. I've learned over
Everybody
the years
does that.
you got to save room. Yeah.
I don't really save a lot of room for dessert. You,
Rookie
Brock?
mistake.
Your fault.
No, the dessert at Thanksgiving is sort of extraneous.
Really?
Besides for the chocolate fountain.
At
Because they have marshmallows there, and you dip the marshmallow in the chocolate fountain.
That's true, Sess.
Good point.
At the bar, Larry, are you more clear or browns? Whiskey or clear?
Oh, at that bar.
Yeah,
Oh.
that bar.
Scotch for sure.
Scotch.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
He might have half of one. We'll see.
Give me a good Scotch.
Jerks, what is Larry's favorite Eagles song? See, you surprised me. I thought your answer to this was Lion Eyes, and then we saw the Eagles, and you surprised me by saying that wasn't your favorite.
It's a great song. It is one of my favorite songs. There's no doubt about it. I mean, every time that comes on the radio, I do listen to it. I don't really have a favorite.
You
I
said
just-
Heartache Tonight.
Yeah, Heartache Tonight.
Answer the
I think
question, Larry.
if you
Answer the
push me,
question.
if you push me up against the wall, I guess Heartache Tonight, which they ended the concert with in Phoenix, which was a great ending. Because normally they finish with Tequila Sunrise.
I've recently been on a New Kid in Town kick.
Good song too.
I know.
Yeah.
Hey, Sess.
Yes.
What do you call Grandma and Grandpa? What do you have names for Larry and Jane?
Grandma Jane and Papa Larry.
Grandma Jane, Papa Larry.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah, that works.
Grandma Jane, Papa Larry.
Yeah.
Favorite part of having Grandma Jane and Papa Larry in town?
Food. And when Dad isn't there, I get more people.
What did Grandma make? What did Grandma make on this trip that we all partook in?
Banana chocolate chip muffins.
Banana chocolate
See?
chip muffins.
This is what happens in my
They
house.
were great.
All right, here's a question for you, Cecily. Comes from a listener. Who do you choose out of this group? You can only pick one. Olivia Rodrigo, Sabrina Carpenter, or Chapel Roan?
Probably Olivia Rodrigo.
Really?
Oh.
That's kind of what I thought you would say. What if we include Ava Max?
Still Olivia Rodrigo.
Really?
What if we include Taylor Swift?
Still Olivia Rodrigo.
Wow. Pretty high praise. Lyle's like, what? You got a look in your face.
Well, I like these artists being brought up because I'm going to be honest. I couldn't name you one Eagles song, but I could name you songs from these artists, Ava Max and Sabrina Carpenter.
It's horrifying.
You could name one Eagle song. Think about it. There's
I'm
one
sitting here thinking about
Even
it.
I can.
Hotel California. I mean, that's an iconic. That's an iconic, right?
Okay.
You know that
I've heard of Hotel California, he says.
Yeah, I've heard of it.
Even I can.
Yeah.
Even Cecily.
Well,
even Cecily can.
But I have
10 years old, Lyle.
I have old parents.
Yeah. And I'm uncultured, so there we go.
For Cecily, again, a lot of questions for Cecily today. Man, Dad, you're getting passed over.
I'm wondering why I even came down here.
Just to drive her. You're her chauffeur. Yeah. For Cecily, could you give us a recommendation for a movie that my 10-year-old daughter might like? Have you seen any movies recently you've liked?
Well, because of my old parents, I watch old movies. So, including my favorite movie is Clue, but she might like The School for Good and Evil.
Okay. What did we watch this weekend?
Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure.
At Cecily's demand. What did you keep calling it, though?
Ned and Ted.
I'm
Your
sorry.
mom's not old, Cecily.
No, but my dad is.
Your mom is older than your dad. Sheesh.
Sure.
Age is a number.
509 says Roger in Tacoma should take notes on how to handle radio studio from Cecily. See, that is unnecessary. Don't take shots at poor Roger. He's worked hard.
Thanksgiving.
All right. What are we most looking forward to at Thanksgiving?
Salties, for sure.
Chocolate.
Absolutely.
Cecily, chocolate, which you can have any other day. Will you have stuffing or anything Thanksgiving related?
Corn pudding.
Corn pudding. Okay.
Does that work?
Sure, I guess.
That works.
Great.
Yeah, you've mentioned it twice now, so clearly it's something on your mind.
Yes.
Dad, do you have one food that you're...
I am looking forward to turkey. I don't eat a lot of turkey during the year. I sort of save it
You
for
save it.
Thanksgiving. I really do,
Okay.
yeah. But otherwise, it loses its...
Lyle is most excited about the cranberry sauce.
Say less. I'm counting down the hours And then I'm going to make the peanut butter and cranberry sandwich Brock talked about. I'm going to report back.
That was Heather, I think, who suggested that.
Then I'll report back to you
Heather.
guys who can report back to Heather.
Maura, number one thing you're looking forward to eating?
Stuffing. I'm making two
Same.
different kinds.
What two? What two kinds?
One like more Mexican chorizo version, and then traditional.
Okay. Brock?
Oh, garlic mashed potatoes.
Interesting.
Might throw some lobster in there.
Whoa.
That does sound good, to be honest with you. But I'm with Maura. Stuffing is the number one. Throw a little gravy on that stuffing. That'll be a couple different helpings.
If I have to do something healthy, I'll do mashed potatoes.
I don't know if that qualifies under healthy, but thank you. Yes, for
Good enough.
volunteering to eat some mashed potatoes at Thanksgiving. So, all right, well, there you go. There's a little peek into my life. 3 generations of Salks on the radio at one time. Nice job, Sass.
Stars.
Cecily, by the way, the Game Changer Award this past week for her hockey team.
Yeah.
She's got a.
But it's not about her, Salk. It's about her teammates.
It's about her teammates.
It's about her teammates.
Do you think your teammates would say the same thing
About what?
about their best part of the sport?
Probably.
Okay.
Or the fact that we're undefeated.
Oh, so these are your hocky teammates?
Yes.
Not your basketball teammates. They don't.
My basketball teammates, I don't know what they would say.
Okay. All right. Hockey is very much a team-oriented game. Makes sense. It's the culture of the sport, bro. All right, we got to get out of here. I'm sorry. We're eating into Bump and Stacy's time, which is not nice. Have a great morning tomorrow. Please send Maura some Here's the Thing submissions through the app. And have a great Thanksgiving, everybody. Until then, the hay.
Larry, this is for you. It's in the barn.
See you, everybody.
Get to the chopper!
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy.
So if the Seahawks were to have lost to the Cardinals, they would have had a 8% chance to make the playoffs. Because they won, it's now at 36%. That is a monumental shift. Like, I cannot stress how big this win was.
It changes the way you look at the team. It changes the way you look at the scenario. And it also makes you and I look like geniuses. As we were saying, listen, handle the Niners.
You know?
And then through this 3-game stretch, you should be good.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Your business needs a network it can count on.
Power's out.
Comcast Business has you covered with Wi-Fi backup to help keep your business up and running, even when your power goes out.
Everybody in the warehouse good?
Lights are out, but the Wi-Fi's up. Let's power on.
It's from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Break room, you good?
Can't microwave my burrito, but Wi-Fi's fine. Let's power on.
Power on with the leader in connectivity, Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ask about Wi-Fi backup for your business or get started with reliable internet and advanced security for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract. Plus, for a limited time, ask about an $800 holiday bonus prepaid card with a qualifying internet package. Don't wait. Call or go online to ComcastBusiness.com today. Ins 12/15/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 150 megabit per second internet and security edge. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
It's Fight Night, live boxing at Emerald Queen Casino Event Center. A full evening of boxing action, Friday, January 10th. Make it a destination event. Tickets at emeraldqueen.com. Don't miss this evening of pure excitement. The best in professional boxing. It's Fight Night, January 10th at Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. 21 and older, need gambling help? Call 800-547-6133 or visit emeraldqueen.com.
Please game responsibly.
If you worked in aircraft manufacturing or aircraft painting at Boeing, semiconductor or printed circuit board manufacturing, or other industries where hazardous chemicals or solvents were used, your children may be entitled to legal damages. Birth defects have been linked to toxic chemicals and solvents used in these industries. If your child was born with brain or spinal cord damage, organ or limb deformities, blindness, cerebral palsy, genetic damage, or other issues, and you're a past or present aircraft manufacturing or painting, semiconductor or circuit board worker, contact Weinstein Cajano now, toll free at 1-866-99-TOXIC. Your children may be entitled to legal damages. If you are a past or present worker in aircraft manufacturing or aircraft painting at Boeing, semiconductor or printed circuit board manufacturing, or other industry worker, and your child has a birth defect, call toll free 1-866-99-TOXIC. Your call is confidential. 1-866-998-6942. That's 1-866-99-TOXIC. Message authorized by Weinstein Cajano, 600 University Street, Suite 1620, Seattle, Washington.
What's up, everybody? Michael Bumpus here. Looking for quality fencing? Look no further than Contour Fence. Locally owned and operated, serving the Puget Sound since 1984. They specialize in residential and commercial fencing solutions as well as fence repairs. Visit contourfence.com to learn more about their services and use the code HAWKS10 for 10% off any repair or replacement. Schedule a free consultation directly on their website, Contour Fence. Visit them at contourfence.com today or call 425-481-7128.
Upgrade your furnace or heat pump with Home Comfort Alliance. And for a limited time, save up to $4,000 in combined rebates or enjoy 12 months, same as cash, no interest financing on a new Lennox system. Call the comfort people, HomeComfortAlliance.com.
Is chronic pain beginning to make your everyday life a challenge? Then call Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD, with Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. With over 30 years of experience, no one has more experience in pain medicine techniques and stem cell therapy than Dr. Nelson. And here's what a satisfied patient had to say.
I was experiencing severe neck pain, kind of radiating from my shoulders up into my head. And it was pretty severe, and it lasted for about a year. So I went to see Dr. Nelson. And after I got the stem cell treatment, I had positive results within a week. And it just got better from there. And to this day, I can't believe I used to be in such pain. He was just an incredible doctor. Everything about the place was just fantastic.
So don't let pain control your life. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD. Call 425-823-4000 today. That's 425-823-4000 or go to danielnelsonmd.com.
Safety comes first. When money is tight, Bucky's has you covered with available financing. For oil changes, wiper blades, brakes, tire rotation, tune-ups, and factory maintenance, it's Bucky's Complete Auto. No appointment necessary and financing's available. Check Bucky's.com for the location near you.
An airliner heads for Alaska with 101 passengers and crew. Then, somewhere over the Gulf of Alaska, Flight 293 slams into the icy waters below.
Even if all four engines quit, it just doesn't fall out of the sky.
No bodies were recovered. Loved ones had no closure and were left to wonder.
What happened to Flight 293?
Unsolved Histories, What Happened to Flight 293 is available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The Ravens beat the Chargers on Monday Night Football last night. Final score of 30-23. Lamar Jackson accounted for 3 touchdowns, and Ravens head coach John Harbaugh improved to 3-0 against his younger brother and current Chargers head coach Jim.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. Kind of a holiday week edition of Bump and Stacy. Curtis Rogers still out on a family vacation this week. He'll be back next week. Brian Walters, we get to see you twice. He's in today. You're in today right now. Brian Walters is for Michael Bumpus, and you're also going to be in Monday. So listeners get to see you in both sides of Thanksgiving, which is kind of nice.
Yeah, anytime to get back in the studio. Gotta love it. But, you know, I got to say something.
Yeah.
You guys have the best intro song, I think, out of all the 3.
I think so, too.
Every time I hear it, I'm kind of like, oh, can we get that going a little longer?
Brock and Salks is, like, funny. It's personalized. They have, like, good quotes.
I don't think I'm up that early to actually hear what that is.
That's fair. No one is. Literally no one. But I like their intros, but they're all, like, funny quotes and stuff. And Wyman and Bob is a little too like garage band rock for me. And I've said this to Bob's face before.
Okay.
Like, it's just really, it's intense. It's very like sports radio. Y'all listening.
Yeah, yours is really catchy. That's it. Like once I hear it, it's kind of in my head all day long.
It's exciting.
So, yeah.
We try to be like a little midday pick-me-up is kind of what we're going for.
It's perfect.
Which is easy to do also, Brian, because the Seahawks are winning. The Seahawks are in first place in the NFC West, and it is easy to feel excited, and it is easy to have a fun pick-me-up during the midday when we get to accompany our fun intro music with some really good news. So let's talk about this version of the Seattle Seahawks. Again, first place in the NFC West, something I will not get tired of saying this week. Let's talk about how they mold themselves into a playoff team. We'll start with what's working, Brian. Benjamin Solak on the latest ESPN Daily podcast says you could put the Seahawks in the playoffs right now, and he could make the case for them to win.
If you look at the last couple of Seattle Seahawks games where they were really good defensively against the Rams and then against the 49ers and then against the Cardinals, oh wait, those are all three of their divisional opponents. And the Rams and Niners specifically are two offenses that have given them fits over recent seasons. Like if you put the Seahawks in the postseason right now, I could give you a very good case that they could go toe-to-toe with the Eagles, that they could go toe-to-toe with the Packers and the Vikings, right? Because of the way that defense has played as of late. And so there's going to be a team that emerges, that wins their games, and they win the division at 10-7 that we can talk ourselves into. And because this Rams offense is so star-studded, because the Niners have that playoff tenure, right, that amount of time they've been there, because the Seahawks have this defense, because the Cardinals have Kyler Murray, like, it will be a legitimate argument. It's just these teams are cannibalizing each other right now. So it's very difficult to figure out just exactly how good the best team in this division is.
So there's going to be a team that emerges eventually, says Benjamin, and wins at 10-7 and maybe surprises in the playoffs. Brian, why couldn't that be the Seahawks?
Well, I don't think there's any reason to if they can continue this. What I kind of pointed out, especially the post-game shows, like, hey, let's not forget that little 6-game stretch that was so bad for the Seahawks, right? There were 5 out of 6 games, terrible. So that you're still kind of waiting, like, can that come back? Because they did start the season with 3 big wins. Yep. The defense looked amazing, and it looked like we were going to run the table, go undefeated, no one's going to score, that kind of thing. And then you hit that little slump. So there still is ups and downs, and Coach Macdonald's talked about that a lot. He says when you're first year coach and all these new pieces in, you're going to have ups and downs. Right now, we're on a big up, and I love that. Let's keep it going. But you have seen a lot more improvement, a lot more consistency, and I'd say. And when you look at what he talked about, those 3 wins against, or not win, I guess he lost to the Rams. For some reason, it feels like we beat the Rams, and I don't know why. We lost to the Rams in overtime, but you kind of played like it and should have won the game. And if you're a big-time playoff game, those are the ones later on in the season that you're going to you got to figure out a way to win those kind of games, the divisional, because you outplayed the Rams. You were in such a good spot to win that game, and you didn't quite get it done. But when you look at it, yes, the Rams have a high-powered offense. You have Cooper Kupp, Puka Nacua, who actually was thrown out of that game for a big punch. Kyron Williams, they're all Stafford's a great quarterback, so you're going against some of the biggest stars in the game right there. You allow 13 points in regulation. You take away 7 points from the interception, touchdown, and then overtime. So your defense showing up. Amazing. 49ers, another star-studded team. Now, they were without Kittle. I think that hurt them a lot. Kittle's a huge weapon for them. They allowed 17 points, and 3 of those were off an interception in the red zone. The defense held, which is a huge win for it. So really might be 14 points or so like that if I did the math correctly there. And then the Cardinals, 6 points. And you have Kyler Murray. You have Marvin Harrison Jr., who's really emerged. James Conner's one of the toughest running backs in the league. And you allow them to 6 points. So right now, in those 3-game stretch, you're averaging, in my stats, these aren't the official stats, these are my stats, about 11 points a game. So any team averaging only giving up about 11 points a game has a chance to win. Yeah. It has a chance to, and then when you're going against stars like that, so yes, then you go against the Eagles in the playoffs. You go against teams that have these stars. You're like, okay, we've already been tested by some big-time players. So, yes, there's no reason why we can't go out and win a playoff game. And the slate's wiped clean when you get to the playoffs. That's the biggest thing. That's what all, like, the lower seeds always say. You know, coming in, you're a 7th seed, 6th seed. It's like, well, hey, we're all 0-0 now. Like, it's all 0-0, no losses, no wins. We can shock the world now.
And it typically ends up being those top seeds, but you never know. Sometimes you get those lower seeds that go on and surprise, and maybe they're a lower seed because they had a stacked division or a really stacked conference or what have you. One more thing on the defense before we move on to what's not working, where we will unfortunately focus on parts of the offense. To what do you attribute some of those defensive improvements? It's a conversation Bump and I have been having, but obviously we got you in studio, and why not ask you, for you, what do you see?
You know, the big thing that I see is all well. For starters, I think Ernest Jones has been one of the best pickup all offseason. I know it was an offseason pickup, but the best pickup of the year for the Seahawks, Ernest Jones. The way he's kind of leading the charge in the middle, he's everywhere. He's a ball hawk. He's finding the ball. He's doing exactly what you need from him. But I look at the defensive line. I look at those 5-6 games that was a struggle on defense. And if you were to watch film and you draw I pick a color, a yellow line straight across the line, separating the offensive line and the defensive line, and you see where this play develops and where like the first contact point is, those 5 to 6 games that the Seahawks really struggled, that was about they were getting pushed about 2, 3, 4 yards back behind that line that you drew. Now, when you go to these last 2 or 3 games, and I'm talking more running game, passing, you're always going to be pushing upfield, but when you go to these last 2, 3 games, that line now you're playing right on that line of scrimmage or even in the backfield a lot of times.
Yeah.
So they're just pushing the line of scrimmage a little bit further that way, and where you make that running back have to make a move or adjust where he wants to go in the backfield, that's a win. Because that's not how the play is designed. And actually, you could talk about that with our run game. That's what teams are doing against us. They're making Kenneth Walker have to adjust before he even hits the line of scrimmage. But teams were gashing the Seahawks because they weren't having to make that first cut until 2-3 yards beyond the line of scrimmage, and that's just nowhere to play football.
Yeah, and again, Mina Kimes had this stat. It was from ESPN Next Gen Stats, but James Conner had no successful runs against Seattle. So to Brian's point, a successful run would be on first down, you're picking up 40% of yards. On second down, you're picking up 60% of your remaining yards. And on third and fourth, you have to obviously convert. So a successful run on third down is 100% of the yards you're able to pick up. So at no point on first, second, or third down did James Conner or any Cardinals, with the exception of on 2 carries, convert the amount of yards needed to make that. So it would be, second and 8, they get 1 yard. Like those are the kinds of runs that Seattle's defense was holding them to.
Yeah, and James Conner was a different beast than the other guy. Christian McCaffrey is kind of the all-around guy, the all-purpose. He can do it all. Then you had Kyron Williams the week before with the Rams, and he's the slasher, the little guy.
He's sneaky good, my fantasy team would tell you this year.
Yeah, he's great. He's a touchdown machine, but he's more of the quick, elusive back. Yes. James Conner's the power back. So this, going into the game, I was kind of like, all right, let's see how they do with this guy. He led the league in broken tackles as a running back, and he's just a different challenge than they faced. And really, I can't pick out a single. Maybe one stands out. It was a pass to him on the sideline where Tyrese Knight kind of turned him in. He missed the tackle on him. Rookie mistake, and he was in good spot. But I can't think of anything in the defensive box that they've any missed tackles on him. I mean, it was all just gang tackling. Everyone's in the right spot. There's nowhere for him to go. So that was just a huge win because that was just a different challenge and a team that had kind of struggled with tackling here and there. I know they started off the season really well with tackling, but it had gone downhill. To be able to hold a guy like James Conner to 8 yards, if I were to be on the Arizona Cardinals and I was a running back and they held me to 8 yards, I think that's still impressive.
I think so too.
And I would probably have pulled a hammy after the first quarter.
Exactly. I would be deceased. Truly deceased. But I'm a very small person. Let's get to so I don't want to sugarcoat what the Seahawks are doing because obviously this is a team that's flawed. So if we want an honest approach and honest analysis, we obviously have to talk about what's not working. This is also from that same podcast, ESPN Daily. We'll start with a couple things. I'm going to look at 2 primary things. The offensive line is part of both. So this is going to be Geno in the red zone, and then we'll talk about the run game. Feel free to integrate offensive line analysis in either of these. But we'll start with this. Geno Smith, red zone woes.
Geno plays so good, except for the one play a game where he makes the worst error I've ever seen in my entire life, and he won't stop. And it's so hard to stand Geno, which I'm fully on board with that, because every single week, red zone watchers get to see him throw an interception at or near the end zone. Just that one play, it sours the whole pot. It ruins the whole Geno experience.
Brian, something Bump said yesterday was, this team would not be where they are, which is in first place right now in the NFC West, without Geno. Geno is a big part of the reason that this offense can still keep things going. However, it is fair at this point, 12 games into the season, to say he's got some turnover problems in the red zone.
Yeah, it's been a little rough. Now, to say that it's the worst thing he's ever seen in football is a little over. No,
I saw the butt fumble, okay? I've seen worse.
I've seen a lot worse. And when you really go back to Geno, let's take the last interception he just threw this last game, okay? Yes, you want to see him maybe just tuck that and run and try to get that first down. If he doesn't, then you kick a field goal. You're taking points off the board by throwing an interception in the red zone. He threw it over the middle across his body. Defender, he didn't quite get it over the defender that he wanted to. Interception, red zone, points off the board. Terrible. But what also makes Geno great is the ability to make those plays. Later in the game, 3rd and 8, the drive to go and get the final field goal. He's rolling to his right. Same exact thing. He throws it across his body over the middle of the field, just out of the reach of the defender, and DK comes up with the big conversion. And this time it works. So there's a balancing act between letting Geno just be Geno and be a playmaker and make those throws. Sometimes it's going to come out bad. Sometimes it's going to be good. But if he's out there thinking like, oh no, like I can't, you got to let him play football. And yes, he's made. I can count 2 big red zone mistakes. Okay, and one was last game where he threw that interception. Okay. The other one was the Rams game where he threw the pick 6. His arm got hit. He was trying to throw it out of the back of the end zone, maybe just get rid of it earlier. But other than that, the other one, he threw the interception in the red zone against the Rams. I thought he can't guess if the tight end's going to get held up. And, he's throwing the ball where he's supposed to. A lot of these interceptions early in the year were not on Geno. And that's just the facts of it. You can see it. JSN dropped one, tipped into. So Geno's also having a little bit of bad luck, in my opinion. These later decision interceptions, the last few games, they've been creeping up a little bit, but it's Geno just playing ball. And I would never take that from him, because I think what Bump said yesterday is exactly right. This team wouldn't be where it is at all without Geno. He's the guy you want leading. He throws one of the best balls in the game.
One more before we get to headline rewrites. The other area of concern. This one, I'm stumped, Brian. I can look at the offensive line and try to just attribute it to that, but it feels like a little more. From these stats directly from Brady Henderson, who I think is using ESPN Stats and Info, the Seahawks are 30th in designed rush rate, so they don't really run the ball a ton intentionally. 28th in yards per carry at 3.9 and 28th in rushing yards per game with 89.1. While the Seahawks have won 2 in a row, and while we all think Ken Walker is incredibly talented, that is not enough. You cannot be as imbalanced as Seattle is. You can be like a pass-heavy team. Like, it's not like every single year the team that's perfectly balanced or really runs the ball is the one that wins it all, right? But I would love to see the run game integrated more, successful more. It felt like at the 4th quarter they kind of got it going, and then you wish that they could tap into it sooner. What's going on?
Yeah, going back and watching the tape of the last game, it's close. And I know people are probably tired of people saying that it's close, but you just have this combination right now of Kenneth Walker, maybe not trusting a lot of these design runs. We love what Kenneth Walker can do because he has the ability to spring the big one on any play. But I think when you've been stuffed so many times, you're second guessing if you're going to, you want to hit the design hole. And there's been times where, especially last game, where everything's blocked, everything's set up, and Kenneth Walker might kind of, nope. And he's going to try to do his own thing and kind of cut back into where the unblocked guys are and trying to make something bigger than just going to get 3 or 4 yards and really starting the drive off. But then there's times where Kenneth Walker does follow the hole and everything's designed, hat on a hat, everything, and someone's just missing a block. Someone's just not doing their assignment, where I saw 2 or 3 times that Kenneth Walker could have been out the gate, just touchdown, huge play. If one guy, whether it be a pulling guy or, man-to-man, just sticks on his block a little longer, or even just diverts his guy a little bit. But there was just too many guys just uninterrupted into Kenneth Walker's field of vision or into the backfield, and you can't have that. So it's close. Now we got to get to that mesh point where Kenneth Walker's trusting it, and these blocks are happening, and then this run game will spring. And I think Grubb has done a good job of still committing a little bit to the run, because he's been running it a lot more than what we've seen the past, during that tough stretch that the Seahawks have.
They kind of had to lean so heavily into the pass.
Yes, exactly. And you felt like they abandoned the run early, but now he's still giving it to the running backs and making them play. I thought Charbonnet had a great game. I think he was a little unsung hero there. He made some good runs, especially the one late. What I loved, here's a big thing. I'm chatting too much here probably, but you don't see the Seahawks run on third down very much. And in a lot of the game, the Seahawks kept third down, they're in field goal range, and they'd get a sack, and they'd pull them out of field goal range, taking points off the board, then you got a punt. Later in the game, 3rd and 4, you're kind of on the fringe of a field goal. They just ran it. They ran it to Charbonnet. Charbonnet actually picked up the first.
And it worked.
And another time he didn't pick up the first, but you stay in field goal range.
Yeah.
And then you can get 3 points on the board because points are huge. The Seahawks took off about, 13 points by just getting sacked and falling out of field goal range and the Geno interception.
All right, let's get to headline rewrites.
Extra, read all about it.
Headline rewrites.
We must make headlines.
The real story behind the headlines in today's news with Bump and Stacy.
The Ravens beat the Chargers 30-23 last night. What's the real headline?
Lamar Jackson has had it with your Saquon MVP takes. Enough. 3 touchdowns for Lamar Jackson in this one.
Yeah, and he's a quarterback. He's got the edge no matter what.
You know what I mean?
No matter
He's the
what
favored
Saquon
son.
does. Yep. Lamar Jackson will have the edge. And what has he won? 2 MVPs already? Is this going for his 3rd?
Yeah, so this would be, and the first consecutive MVP since Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, so, I mean, he's got to be the front runner no matter what. But Saquon, I'm rooting for it. Someone besides a quarterback. Come on, make it happen.
Believe it or not, there's another quarterback that's actually leading on some sports books. We'll get to that at 10:45. What's next?
Headline rewrites.
Former New York Giants quarterback Daniel Jones has cleared waivers and is now an unrestricted free agent. What's the real headline?
The Jets have the opportunity to do the funniest thing ever, Brian.
That would be funny. And what would be even more funny if they signed him and then made him run scout team safety like the Giants had him running. Just say, all right, yeah, hey, let's go. Daniel Jones, get here now.
No.
Put that jersey on, put that scout team jersey on, and go play safety.
The most expensive scout team safety you've ever seen in your life.
But the Jets would not be on the hook for that, would they?
No,
See?
not
there you go.
he's
So
gone
it would
through
be a
waivers.
league minimum scout team safety.
God. I am so stumped with this. I think that all this week I've been thinking about that decision the Giants ultimately made, not paying Saquon, or rather letting Saquon test free agency because they didn't think Saquon would get a competitive offer, and then choosing ultimately to pay Daniel Jones. You can understand the logic, and I think that most teams would choose a quarterback over a running back, even if the running back felt to them to be really talented, but it really did not work out.
This is one of the few moves that you look back, not even looking back, in the time. At the moment this move was made, you're going, what? Why are they? What has he done to deserve what they just did to sign him? And then you knew the kind of athlete Saquon Barkley was. You knew he was hidden in New York, and once he got out of there, you knew he would fly. He would crush it, and it's just a head scratching thing because we all saw it coming.
Yes.
A lot of times we won't go back and say what we guessed wrong, and maybe these owners and GMs made the right move. But this time we all saw. Everyone saw it except for the organization.
Everyone thought it was shocking, and it was one of those things where it's like, I remember when Jared Goff first got his big contract extension with the Rams, and people had similar thoughts where they were like, you only did this because you had to, because you drafted him so high. He's not actually that great. But at least they had gone to a Super Bowl. Like, at least they were winning a ton with him, and he ended up being just fine, a perfectly efficient quarterback with the Lions and a guy who can still succeed. And I feel like too often Jared Goff is like Daniel Jones is what people sometimes think a Jared Goff is. And it's like, no, this is what a quarterback who struggles looks like. It's Daniel Jones.
You know who is thanking Daniel Jones right now? All the quarterbacks that signed a contract after the Daniel Jones contract.
Yes.
Because they all looked back and they said, whoa, that guy got that
This
contract?
guy?
Okay, bump me up a little bit. And it just skewed the whole quarterback market because the choice the Giants made to sign Daniel Jones.
Headline rewrites.
Cowboys owner Jerry Jones says it's not crazy at all to think that head coach Mike McCarthy could see a contract extension at the end of the season. What's the real headline?
Now, to be fair for Jerry, it wasn't as crazy as him saying the season isn't over for the Cowboys. It was not as crazy as that. Brian, I wanted to throw in some stats with this one. This is the situation where the Cowboys are in. He's saying, look, the season isn't over. We got a lot of guys coming back healthy. And ESPN looked back through, the history of the NFL, and they were like, there are very, very few teams that have ever started a season this late in the season with 4 wins. Like, started season 4-7 and still made the playoffs. The majority of those teams that started 4-7 and still made the playoffs were in really bad divisions, which the Cowboys are not.
Yeah, I guess my take on this would, I'm not usually on Jerry Jones' side. I would usually go again, put some curtains up. Come on, like don't get the sun in your eyes. But what are you going to do? Is he going to come out and say, yeah, the season's over? No.
Right.
He's got to pump confidence into his team and say, hey, there is a chance. We're still fighting for this. And the NFL is such a game-to-game, week-to-week league that there's no talent. They might be able to win out. They just beat the Commanders, so they're on the right path. Am I a believer in that? No, I'm not at all. They're done, in my opinion. But as an owner, as someone part of the team, as a player in that organization, you don't want to hear your owner say anything else but, hey, this thing's not over. We can win out. And I have full confidence in my guys.
A very good point, because imagine how crazy it would be to have Jody Allen hop on with us and go, no, I just really don't see us winning the NFC West.
Yeah, let's tank. Let's get
Jody,
that
what are you talking about?
high draft pick, and let's just kind of revamp for next year. No, that's not going to settle
you
right
want
for
the
the
owners
team.
to be all in. A very fair point, but yeah, it's. I regret to inform the Cowboys that maybe if they were in the NFC South, or maybe if they were in a division that was just really struggling, but it is going to be hard starting 4-7 to in any way surpass the Eagles and Commanders right now. All right, coming up next, the Seahawks are up 3 spots in ESPN's Week 13 Power Rankings. We'll talk about where they stack up in the NFC. Plus, there's a surprising team left out of the top 5.
For Down Territory, going inside the game with former Cougs and Seahawks wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
What did you like most about the play calling from Mike Macdonald?
I like just the blitz packages that he had, the way he used his linebackers, the way 14% of the time he blitzed with the Baltimore Ravens, he's up to about 20-21%. That can mean 2 things. Either he feels like you need to create more pressure with his personnel, or that he trusts his personnel to get it done, or that's just what they're best at. That's what good coaches do. You set your guys up for success.
For Down Territory, every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
November is a great time to get a new TV. Now that the top-rated brands like Samsung, LG, and Sony are at the lowest prices of the year. With Black Friday deals available, what more could you want? How about better than Black Friday? Before you click, you should call Video Only to see how you can go lower than Black Friday. That's right, the best TVs at better prices. Check out Video Only before you buy, or you'll be sorry.
People buy what they believe in. Truth be told, with the brands that we sell here, with the exception of Genesis, our luxury brand, every franchise has multiple competitors in a nearby proximity. We have the benefit of the Lee Johnson reputation of doing the right thing and treating people right, giving people a comfortable and a safe place to do business. Then you have the salespeople, the individual people that you're going to meet. Each individual person has an opportunity to sort of unveil our company spirit and their own individual personality and their ability to serve. I've told people, hey, honestly, everybody makes a good car. But once you get down to it, it's going to be about who you're buying into. As much as you're selling the car, you're selling yourself.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings, because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up Oscar!
Old Spice Swagger Holiday Pack, perfect for a gift to treat yourself. 24/7 holiday freshness, with daily use can smell your bestest. I'm gonna be smelling great all season. Old Spice scents just can't be beaten. Chock full of value, saving that green. Got the essentials needed to feel clean. Deodorant, hair, body wash, and spray. Celebrate your holiday the Old Spice way. Ho 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 ho.
Hi, I'm Scott Rurecka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. With rising interest rates and banks and credit unions continuing to tighten, the demand for our private portfolio loans has never been stronger. Therefore, for a limited time only, Legacy's Opportunity Fund is paying 7% interest on short-term cash with just a 90-day commitment and a 30-day notice to withdraw. It's the perfect place to park your short-term cash. And at 7%, I would challenge you to find a better short-term opportunity in the marketplace today. Don't let your short-term cash cash sit in a savings or money market account when you can get 7% with Legacy's Opportunity Fund and join the over 800 local investors with over $200 million invested.
Act now to receive Legacy's Opportunity Fund one-time offer of 7% on short-term cash. Visit Legacy Group Capital at legacyg.com. That's legacyg.com. Legacy Family of Funds investments are available to accredited investors only. 7% APR is current rate for the Legacy Group Capital Opportunity Fund. Terms and conditions at legacyg.com.
The Mike Macdonald Show. The first word from the head coach after every Seahawks game.
We want to play a certain way, and you're just going to chisel away at it every day.
Presented by Emerald Queen Casino. Seahawks Insider. Brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. Now here's Maura Dooley.
Leonard Williams was an absolute game wrecker Sunday with 2.5 sacks and 4 quarterback hits. According to Next Gen Stats, he had a 28.1% pressure rate, his highest since 2018. On ESPN's NFL Live yesterday, Marcus Spears raved about his performance.
Had it not been for Saquon Barkley, this would have been the best performance of Sunday.
Hey.
Leonard Williams absolutely took over this football game. The first possession of the game, a Leonard Williams TFL sack, my fave. Then later on, you come on, a TFL by Leonard Williams, a sack by Leonard Williams. I'm not going far by saying this. This is absolutely the best defensive individual line performance that I've seen out of an individual all season long. I was just gushing.
The Seahawks Insider is brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. For the latest on the Seahawks anytime, go to seattlesports.com.
The holidays are a magical time to get engaged. At Shane Company, we're here to help you create your dream engagement ring in just 3 easy steps. Choose a setting that speaks to your style. Compare diamonds and colorful gemstones in all shapes and sizes. Then personalize it with a decorative crown and special engraving. Or choose a perfectly preset ring that's ready to go. At Shane Company, you'll find everyday competitive prices, a no-pressure environment, and an unmatched free lifetime warranty. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Oh no, your furnace died. Your hot water heater's leaking. Your drains are clogged. Your AC's blowing hot air. Inconveniences? No, they're emergencies. Don't fear. Call Deere Services. Visit deerservices.net. Make an appointment, and we'll be there within 3 hours, or give you $100 credit. And get this, you will never pay a service fee. Bookmark DEARservices.net, because if you're a homeowner, it'll happen to you someday. Deere Services, there when you need us most.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Bump and Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Brian Walters in for Michael Bumpus. Brian, ESPN's Week 13 power rankings are out. Seahawks moved up 3 spots to number 13, and they are on the move in general. At their lowest, they were in the 20s. So being up at 13, which is up from 16 from Week 12, is really, really solid for Seattle. Brady Henderson, friend of the show, friend of the station, noted that really the big knock on them is their run game, some special teams blunders, but otherwise the defense has really turned a corner, and they obviously have quarterback wide receiver talent. So it's a good spot for them. They are the highest ranked of the NFC West teams, but that's not necessarily what makes this list interesting. We all like hearing the Seahawks are at 13, but let's talk about the top 5. I mentioned one team was a surprising team to eliminate. So, listeners, if I were to tell you, think of some really, really good teams in the NFL right now. Like, pick a team or two from the AFC you'd think would be in a Super Bowl. Pick a team or two from the NFC. There is a team I thought of when I did this challenge for myself that was not included in the top 5. So here's the top 5. Lions, number 1. Chiefs, number 2. Eagles, Bills, and coming in at number 5, Vikings. Congratulations to the Vikings, 9-2. They just survived an overtime thriller. I can't knock them. They've earned that spot. Just outside, Packers at 8-3, Steelers at 8-3, and the Ravens at 8-4. Brian, I found myself thinking like a college football playoff selection committee type of situation here where I was like, forget the record. I know the Ravens are 8-4, but they're a really talented team whose biggest issue is they get in their own way with penalties. Like, they are one of the most talented teams in the AFC. I feel like they should be higher, but I mean, record-wise, they are where they are.
You know what's funny about these rankings? I used to, as meaningless as they are, I mean literally nothing, not like college football. When I played, I used to look at these rankings all the time. You'd want that top spot, especially when we were good. We were, in Seattle. It's, give us that number 1 spot. And then sometimes we dropped to like 2, and you're like, what? Why? No, we didn't deserve that. And just like the Ravens,
bar used to be so high.
The Ravens won. They beat the Chargers, a team just under them in the rankings. Probably a good win, and they dropped
It's weird.
And then the Steelers lost to the Browns. Terrible team. They're ahead of the Ravens.
It doesn't make sense
because of one more win, but. It makes zero sense. So I don't know. Who do people vote on this and they just do like a...
No, it's just the ESPN analysts that kind of pair it all together. And they look at a bunch of different stats from their own analytics department. And then they also have their own reporters that rank stuff. But I understand. You actually felt like the Chiefs at number 2 at 10-1, the only other 10-1 team, could probably be lower. And I agree with you. The Eagles at 3 have won 7 in a row.
Yeah, and then you got the Bills who have won 6 in a row, and they just beat the Chiefs in that stretch.
Right.
So to me, the Chiefs are
Chiefs
a weird
bias
team
going on here.
There is a little bit of Chiefs bias, but at the same time, winning is tough. And no matter how you win games in the NFL, it's still a win. And the Chiefs are a team that knows how to win. They haven't. I don't think they've put a complete game together with offense, defense, special teams, errors, something. But they've won, and I think that's something to keep in mind on this. If the Chiefs are in a close game down the end, well, you're probably going to be betting on the Chiefs to win no matter who it is. But that said, I don't know how the Bills, when it comes to all the analytics and all that stuff, are not ahead of the Chiefs in this category.
I really don't either. I would have Lions, Eagles, Bills. I'd have the Chiefs in there at 4. I'm sure.
Keep them in the top 5.
There's
for
a certain point you can't ignore it, and they are the best team on third downs, which shows you how important that single stat is, right? So I'd still have them in there. Let's talk about the teams that are just outside. Packers, Steelers, and Ravens. I think the Ravens are the most talented of the bunch, the surest thing of the bunch, have the best quarterback, or certainly, the most complete group right now. They are also the most penalized team in football. And so they're a team. Bill Belichick has lamented this on the Manning cast, whether it was last night. He's also said it in separate interviews. You can tell that he's got a lot of respect for the Ravens as a roster, but mentioned like they get in their own way. The Ravens are what's going to keep the Ravens from a Super Bowl, and I think he's right.
Yeah, I think you could almost make a case about that for a lot of these teams just outside. Kind of what's keeping them from getting to the top 5, and usually it's kind of some self-inflicted stuff. We've seen that. We know that all too well here, being in Seattle, with what we've seen with some self-inflicted wounds. Because you could see. The Seahawks are 6-5, sitting 13th. You can make a huge case why they could be in the top 10.
Yeah.
Without the self-inflicted stuff, I guess. But.
It's a really good point. Again, I'm looking at, the team just ahead of Seattle, the Houston Texans, ended up staying put. They were 12th in last week's rankings. I think they're in danger of slipping. That offensive line is worse than Seattle's offensive line. And because of that, C.J. Stroud hasn't played as well as he did in his rookie season. He's got 14 touchdowns to 9 interceptions. They've also got some injuries with pass catchers. I think there's a world where Seattle beats the Jets and then inches towards the top 10.
I agree. And then you got the Commanders slipping. I think they were 7-2 at one point. They're in a 3-game losing streak. Lost some tough ones. And the Seahawks have beaten the Broncos. I know the Broncos are playing well, but let's go. If you go head-to-head matchups, Seahawks have beat the Broncos. We're not biased at all here in Seattle talking about this.
Constantly making the case for the Seahawks.
These cases for the case for the Seahawks. But you see a lot of this too. The Steelers, the Packers. They've played good defense.
Yeah.
And that's a huge thing. So you see the Seahawks, if they keep this defensive streak up, keep alive, I'm gonna be optimistic and say it continues. I think they finally have found the pieces and not like the fake 3 games that we saw earlier in the year. Now we have, I think, a real sample size of what we're going to see for the rest of the season for the Seahawks. Keep that going. I think they can make a case here for the top 10 and start moving on up.
Let's play another kind of exercise, another game with this top 5, top 10 list. The Detroit Lions are number 1. I don't think either of us would disagree that right now they're playing like the best, most complete team in football. If you were to pick from numbers 2 through to 32, any one of these teams that would have the best shot against the Detroit Lions, who is making the best case?
Oh, man. All right, let's see here. Let me go through these. Are we talking
any other team in the league
to take over the number 1 spot? Well, right now it's got to be the Bills, I think.
Yeah.
I think the way the Bills are playing, they're just flowing. You have Josh Allen that is the MVP favorite still with everything going on with Lamar Jackson and Saquon Barkley and all that. He's still the odds in favorite, right, to win. Mm-hmm. We just talked about that. But I would put it to the Buffalo Bills. I think that's a team that can match. You know what? No.
Tell me if I'm wrong. I'm going Eagles.
That's what I was just going to say.
Okay, tell me your
I'm
going to
say scratch that because I'm looking at the type of team Detroit is, and I actually.
And the Eagles are that team.
That was such a bad take on me. Can we cut? Can we rewind?
Shame on you. You know what? Can we call bump?
Yeah, because that's just not a good matchup for the Bills, actually, because Detroit would just. I mean, I guess they don't have Aiden Hutchinson, which hurts them a lot.
So tell me why the Eagles are a better matchup.
Because it just they're both kind of the same team as far as they want to run the rock. They're going to beat you up front, and they're going to play good defense. And there you go. I mean, that's the easy way to put it, and that's where this league is going to right now. And the Bills, I think, are too reliant on Josh Allen. So
I have never wanted anything more than a Lions-Eagles game played in the snow.
Have you ever seen someone talk themselves out of their own take that quickly that I just did?
Yeah, I've literally stopped mid-sentence before. Bump and I have both done it. Because you're thinking in real time on air, and then sometimes you'll be like, no, wait, you know what? Forget that. I'm wrong. I changed my mind. But we see eye to eye on that one. Anyways, it was a fun list, fun exercise to go through and look at what formulas are winning, which teams might be ranked a little higher than they deserve, which teams are in danger of slipping. And obviously, we always want to check in to see where the Seahawks are. And it was good news this week. In addition to being up 3 spots to 13, they are the number 1 team, or rather the highest rated team from the NFC West, which makes sense because they are in first place. Coming up next, this year, we could see something we haven't seen in the NFL in over a decade. Can you guess what it is? It's coming up next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
We have edge rusher Boye Mafe. Boye, how are you doing after that big win?
I'm good. You know, it was definitely a big win for the team. Excited about it. All the guys are fired up. I feel like it was a good team win for us. We kind of looked at each other and we said, look, what do we want our season to be? The guys are just buying in right now, and it's being really well and actually helping us a lot. So having the guys buy in, having everybody ready, I think it's doing really well for us.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Hey, are you looking to save on internet and mobile this holiday season? Well, good news. Xfinity is having a Black Friday sale. They have you covered with these great deals. Learn how to get your choice of a 5G phone on Xfinity. Plus, you can also get fast, reliable Xfinity internet with a line of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited for a great low price. So don't wait. Bring home a new 5G phone and get Wi-Fi speeds up to a gig on Xfinity Mobile. That's a big deal, or should I say a gig deal. Now through December 3rd, ask how to get your choice of free 5G phone with an unlimited plus line. Plus, get Xfinity Gigabit internet with free Wi-Fi equipment for only $25 a month for 12 months with no annual contract when you add unlimited mobile. Go to Xfinity.com/Black Friday sale to learn more. Restrictions apply, taxes and fees extra after promo, regular rates apply. Gig Wi-Fi requires Xfinity Gateway. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Gig speeds available via hotspots to Xfinity Mobile customers only. Reduced speeds after use of monthly data included with your data option. Actual internet speeds and data thresholds may vary.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
You gotta love football season, but when it comes to your windows and doors, you don't want any fumbles. Steve Rabel here, reminding you to trust locally owned Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington to tackle your project. Their selection of windows and doors can't be beat, and they'll give you top-notch customer service with no trick plays. Right now, get 0% interest for 24 months with equal payments or 40% off qualifying installs. Schedule a free consultation with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Go to PellaPNW.com. Hey, folks, this is it. The best weekend of the year for buying a TV. Forget inflation, because now you've got deflation with Black Friday pricing on top-rated brands like Samsung, LG, and Sony. Where's the best place to shop? It's not the clubs or online. Join the smart shoppers heading for video only, because they've got better than Black Friday deals. That's right, better. Don't believe it? Then bring your prices to video only and compare before you buy. Or you'll be sorry. At Video Only, you won't find huge stores with refrigerators or microwaves, but you will find the best deals on top-rated TVs, soundbars, and monitors. Shop around. Just make sure you visit Video Only, because if you don't,
you'll be sorry.
In South Center, Bellevue, Linwood, Federal Way, and Tacoma. Video Only.
Miss anything from the Brock and Salk Show? Remember, you can always catch the show on demand on SeattleSports.com, the Seattle Sports app, or wherever you listen to podcasts. This message brought to you by Ascend Hospitality Group, Famous Dave's, Ascend Prime, and Stanford's.
O'Brien Auto Group has some of the best new car brands in the Northwest. Those great new vehicles make the best pre-owned vehicles as well. O'BrienAutoGroup.com for the best factory certified vehicles. O'BrienAutoGroup.com for a large selection of the best pre-owned cars and trucks. O'BrienAutoGroup.com. Choose from hundreds of SUVs, trucks, hybrids, EVs, and more. O'BrienAutoGroup.com. One site is all you need. That's OBRIEN Autogroup.com.
O'Brien. Headed outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nellie on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on SeattleSports.com.
Saying goodbye to my electric blanket. That's right. I've got an electric blanket. It's John Curley. We're not going to need it anymore because Home Comfort Alliance installed my heat pump, giving me dependable heating and AC while improving my air quality and comfort without my good old electric blanket. As a top Lennox Premier partner, Home Comfort Alliance has a long history of 5-star customer satisfaction. Call the comfort people and ask for the Curley Cash discount. Currently up to $4,000 in combined rebates and discounts. Visit HomeComfortAlliance.com.
In the fall, when the weather starts to change, Washington State sees an uptick in auto theft. A major reason is because of steamers. A steamer is when someone turns their car on to warm up and goes back inside the house, or when someone leaves their car running unattended. Car thieves are trained to spot steamers and will steal your car in a split second. Share this information with friends and family. Prevent the theft and keep yourself and your vehicle safe. These tips are brought to you by the Washington Auto Theft Prevention Authority.
Hey, do you like spending extra money? Who doesn't, right? No, nobody does, and especially when it's on something like your utility bills, right? If those are noticeably higher in the winter or your home feels drafty, it could be because your attic and crawl space aren't properly insulated. It's Mike Salk here, and utility companies have special incentives to help with the cost of having your home properly insulated, including a once-in-a-lifetime rebate from Puget Sound Energy. So if you're a PSE customer and your home was built before 1990, you may qualify to receive a rebate on up to 95% of the cost to properly insulate your crawl space and attic. Yeah, they'll cover up to 95% of the cost. So don't wait. Take advantage of an incredible rebate today. Call Crawl Pros and learn what's going on behind that crawl space and attic hatch for free, and also what energy rebates you're eligible for. These guys are great. Did an awesome job at my house. So if you're worried about critters, mold, water damage, insulation issues, or anything else related to your crawl space or attic, schedule a free corner-to-corner inspection at crawlpros.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Coming up in 15 minutes, Bob Condotta of the Seattle Times is going to join us for some of the latest updates about the Seahawks. We're going to stick with an NFL-wide view right now, though. I teased this segment as something we haven't seen in the NFL in over a decade. What is it? That would be a running back winning MVP. Adrian Peterson was the last running back to win NFL MVP. It was in 2012. He rushed for a career-high 2,097 yards, about 131 per game, a casual 131 per game. Every year since then, the award has gone to a quarterback. 3 going to Aaron Rodgers alone, 2 apiece to Lamar Jackson and Patrick Mahomes. So not just to a quarterback, but like predominantly to 3 quarterbacks. But what if that changes this year? Brian Walters in for Michael Bumpus. Brian, Giants running back Saquon Barkley had 255 yards against, I almost said against the Rams. Yes, against the Rams on Sunday night. And not only was it an unreal performance, it also catapulted his name even higher in NFL MVP odds. He's averaging 126 yards per game. Because of that extra game that AP didn't have, he's actually on pace to break that record, or rather break those numbers by AP. So he is on pace to surpass 2,000 yards, to get about 18 touchdowns. Will we see a running back win MVP is kind of where people are left leaving that Sunday night game. Do you think so?
I think we should. I do. I never understood the whole, hey, Lamar Jackson, your MVP, but your offensive player of the year is going to go to one of these running backs. If someone can explain that to me, because if I remember, the quarterback's an offensive position, right?
Yes.
So how is that such a... I don't understand. I've never understood how that works. If the offensive player and the MVP, if they're both on offense, should be to the same guy. If that's a thing. But what Saquon Barkley has totally... Eagles have always been good, but it made them that much better. When you look at their offensive line is very good, but he's made them great. And that's what you see with Saquon, able to turn, a 4 or 5, 6 yard run into an explosive play like that. I think that's where Saquon has the edge, especially on a guy like Derrick Henry too, is he just has these highlight plays over and over again that are making getting national attention. And that's where I think Saquon comes out on top. Derrick Henry, you could argue that, but I think Lamar's the guy there. That's the thing. I think if I have to pick a player on the Ravens, I would pick Lamar Jackson over Derrick Henry.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I wouldn't put Derrick Henry into that MVP category quite yet. But if I'm going to the Eagles, I'm picking Saquon over everybody on the Eagles.
Right.
So there's the race right there. Lamar Jackson versus Saquon Barkley right now. And I think I got to go Saquon Barkley just because I'm so tired of it being a quarterback award.
Right? Someone said, you mean Eagles running back? Yes, clearly. Yes. I misspoke.
Former Giant.
Former Giant Saquon Barkley is on pace for more. So here's some little quirks when it comes to this NFL MVP race. Derrick Henry has gotten the closest to making the case for a running back to win. This was back in 2020. He had 2,000 yards. Aaron Rodgers ended up winning it with a 48-5 touchdown interception ratio. So it's like, it made sense, right? Yeah. You need to get over 2,000 yards, presumably then. Like if Derrick Henry had 2,000 yards and did not get it, you would need 2,000 yards at least as a running back to get it, and for a quarterback to not do something spectacular. So we'll start with what numbers Saquon might need. 2,100, is that enough? He could do it. He's on pace for about 2,100 yards this year, which would also be a ton from the line of scrimmage. And he's got the narrative. I was thinking of the difference between Saquon and Derrick and what they've done this year, because Saquon only has him by 40 yards on the season, and Derrick has 3 more touchdowns. But over 900 of Saquon's 1,300 rushing yards are in the second half. So there's this narrative with Saquon Barkley that's like, oh, man, he's like a clutch hero type player, and I do think narrative can fuel an MVP conversation.
Yeah, and I would like to see a stat. I should have looked this up on the percentage of snaps Saquon's actually taking with the Eagles, because I feel like that's going to be a lot higher than Derrick Henry's taking with the Ravens as well. He's asked to do it. I think he's a 3-down back almost for him.
Yeah.
I don't know who their backup is in the Eagles, but we know that it's Justice Hill is the guy that comes in for the Ravens, and he's good too. So they're not splitting
some time off,
but he gets a little time off, and he's not doing everything. Saquon's going to be asked to pass block all the time. He's going to be asked to do a lot more, and that's where I lean towards Saquon. I think a 2,100. It's got to go to a running back. It has to. If you're gonna, what's the all-time record again?
For Eric Dickerson, 21 something.
21 something.
Not over 22.
And I get it. There's a little asterisk there with the extra game, but if he can get that. Who knows though? There's no saying that if he keeps in this pace, he's rushed for 400 yards in the last 2 games. That's a lot of yards. So if he keeps his pace going, he's going to get that in 16 games. I would
look at it as if Saquon gets 2,100 yards, the only way a quarterback should get this award or deserves the award over him is if they get 50-plus touchdowns, or if Lamar once again has over 4,000 passing or 1,000 rushing, just an unreal season. You can't in good faith be like, best quarterback still got it. What do you mean the best quarterback got it? Do you know the toll it takes on your body as a running back to play 17 games.
Yeah, that's true. You know what? I'm looking at Lamar Jackson's stats, and they are really, really impressive. He's already over 3,000 yards passing, 27 touchdowns, 3 interceptions.
That's insane.
So that he's making a great case for himself. So if he keeps that up, it's going to be a tight battle. But I still think that Saquon, he's made so many headlines. I think that's the thing that's going to put him over the top when it comes to the voters and all that. All these highlight plays, the spin, reverse hurdle over the guy, and just the whole resurgence of him coming from the Giants to the Eagles. I think
a divisional rival. Like there's a story.
There's a big story behind his name, and he's kind of just peaking. And now everyone's looking back going, man, what if he wasn't wasted with the Giants for those 4 years? Like, where would he have been?
Yeah.
Or more than however many years it was. So he's my front runner right now for MVP. Just maybe it's because I'm getting bored of the quarterback narrative, but I just have always been a big Saquon Barkley fan.
Very last one. I only saved you a minute, but the latest sportsbook odds, I took these from DraftKings, so they're NFL MVP odds. Lamar Jackson is second. Saquon Barkley's third, just behind him. The front runner for MVP, Josh Allen. And the first several games of the season, I would have been like, absolutely. He is playing like the best quarterback in football. The Bills were also one of the final undefeated teams. It's not that that's changed. And he's not throwing as many interceptions this year. Like, he's been taking care of the ball more. Am I being biased in that just Saquon has captured my attention in a way that Josh hasn't of late? Is this recency bias? Because why is Josh Allen leading this conversation to you?
Yeah, I totally understand the argument earlier in the year. I think it took till he played the Seahawks to throw his first interception, which is pretty impressive. But now, one, I don't know how he's even behind Lamar Jackson, because every single stat of Lamar Jackson is better than Josh Allen, except for a number of sacks, which they're both tops in the league for the most part. That must be nice, huh? Yeah. I'm looking at Geno of 36 sacks or whatever it is, and Lamar and Josh Allen are at 13 and 16.
That's good for you
that's
guys.
pretty cool. But I think Josh Allen's a big name. I mean, he's just a staple. I think he's always going to be in this conversation. He's always going to be the front runner because of how good and how consistent he's been throughout the years. No stat right now is making me lean toward him, but I think this is based on DraftKings. So people are just betting on him because they know he's going to finish strong, and that's where that comes from.
Bob Condotta of the Seattle Times is going to join us next with the latest updates on the Seahawks. Don't go anywhere.
When you're running the hurry up and don't have time for your favorite Seattle sports shows, listen to the podcast on demand.
How about that? Unbelievable. Who would have thought?
Every hour, every interview, every look behind the scenes.
He is your new Seahawks head coach, Mike Macdonald.
We want to play a certain way, and you're just going to chisel away at it every day.
Find us on SeattleSports.com, the Seattle Sports app, or wherever you get podcasts.
All signs continue to point to it being the right hire.
Never miss a minute of Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks.
Your business needs a network it can count on.
Power's out.
Comcast Business has you covered with Wi-Fi backup to help keep your business up and running, even when your power goes out.
Everybody in the warehouse good? Lights are out, but the Wi-Fi's up. Let's power on.
It's from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Break room, you good?
Can't microwave my burrito, but Wi-Fi's fine. Let's power on.
Power on with the leader in connectivity, Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ask about Wi-Fi backup for your business or get started with reliable internet and advanced security for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract, plus for a limited time. Ask about an $800 holiday bonus prepaid card with a qualifying internet package. Don't wait. Call or go online to ComcastBusiness.com today. Ins 12/15/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 150 megabit per second internet and security edge. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
For top quality fencing, trust Contour Fence, locally owned and operated since 1984. For residential or commercial, visit contourfence.com. Use code HAWKS10 for 10% off repairs or replacements and schedule a free consultation today. That's contourfence.com.
Want to listen to Seattle sports on your smart speaker?
Hey, smart speaker, play Seattle sports.
This message is powered by the EQC Sportsbook at Emerald Queen Casino. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
Febreze. So my home is also my office. And before I can focus, every room's gotta be clean. That means tidying up, then spraying my Febreze Air Mist. Ooh, that's fresh. Febreze Air Mist scents are all high quality. They fight any weird funk, and they give my air an instant boost of freshness. So not only does my home smell good, I feel good too. After I Febreze, it's time to start my day.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la, Febreze.
So my home is also my office. And before I can focus, every room's gotta be clean. That means tidying up, then spraying my Febreze Air Mist. Ooh, that's fresh. Febreze Air Mist scents are all high quality. They fight any weird funk, and they give my air an instant boost of freshness. So not only does my home smell good, I feel good too. After I Febreze, it's time to start my day.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Lovebirds, you're in for a treat. With your holiday proposal just around the corner, Shane Company is here to help you create your dream engagement ring. This is your moment. Let's make it magical. Through 4 generations as a family business, we've helped tons of couples find a beautiful engagement ring for a price that works with their budget. We've always sourced diamonds directly, cut out the middleman, and passed the savings on to you. At Shane Company, we have the widest selection of ring settings and center stones, in stock and ready to compare side by side. It's so easy. Choose a look that brings your vision to life. From classic styles to modern designs, we have them all. Then pick out a natural or lab-grown diamond, a sapphire in your favorite color, or a vibrant gemstone like ruby or amethyst. With our everyday competitive prices and free lifetime warranty, your forever after is safe with us. Visit shaneco.com and come see us in store. We've got your dream ring and fine jewelry gifts for everyone on your list. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
If you worked in aircraft manufacturing or aircraft painting at Boeing, semiconductor or printed circuit board manufacturing, or other industries where hazardous chemicals or solvents were used, your children may be entitled to legal damages. Birth defects have been linked to toxic chemicals and solvents used in these industries. If your child was born with brain or spinal cord damage, organ or limb deformities, blindness, cerebral palsy, genetic damage, or other issues, and you're a past or present aircraft manufacturing or painting, semiconductor or circuit board worker, contact Weinstein-Cajano now, toll-free at 1-866-99-TOXIC. Your children may be entitled to legal damages. If you are a past or present worker in aircraft manufacturing or aircraft painting at Boeing, semiconductor or printed circuit board manufacturing, or other industry worker, and your child has a birth defect, call toll-free 1-866-99-TOXIC. Your call is confidential. 1-866-998-6942. That's 1-866-99-TOXIC. Message authorized by Weinstein-Cajano, 600 University Street, Suite 1620, Seattle, Washington.
November is a great time to get a new TV. Now that the top-rated brands like Samsung, LG, and Sony are at the lowest prices of the year. With Black Friday deals available, what more could you want? How about better than Black Friday? Before you click, you should call Video Only to see how you can go lower than Black Friday. That's right, the best TVs at better prices. Check out Video Only before you buy, or you'll be sorry.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The Ravens beat the Chargers on Monday Night Football with a final score of 30-23. Lamar Jackson accounted for 3 touchdowns, and Ravens head coach John Harbaugh improved to 3-0 against his younger brother, Chargers coach Jim. 2 traffic citations were issued to Miami Dolphins wide receiver Tyreek Hill from that September arrest, but they were dismissed when responding officers failed to appear at a court hearing earlier this morning. Again, those citations were from a viral interaction back in September when Hill was arrested just hours ahead of the Dolphins season opener.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now.
Joining us now on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline, it's Seattle Times Seahawks reporter Bob Condotta. Bob, how's it going?
Good. How you guys doing?
Fantastic. It's a short week, so we're already kind of checking in and taking a look ahead to New York. But I am going to have at least one question looking back at the Cardinals. Bob, this felt like maybe the best defensive performance I'd seen from Seattle, certainly all season, but for a while. You've covered this team for years. Did it feel to you like a real turning of the corner here?
Yeah, I mean, especially when you consider, Arizona had, I think they'd scored, 26, 29, and 31 points in their last 3 games in some order. And Kyler Murray, probably in the midst of his best season. And, they were coming off their bye, so they were as healthy as they're going to be at this point in the season. So, I think when you consider the opponent and everything, it was by far the best, the opponent in the setting. I think it was by far the best performance that we've seen this year. And, probably the best, you'd probably have to go back to the 2020 season. They were a really good defense that year. It's easy to forget. That was the COVID year and fans weren't there and all that. So it's like that's kind of a lost year sometimes. But, they were pretty good defensively that year. But since then, it's been kind of few and far between, obviously, with good defensive performances. So, I think just considering everything, I think it was probably, probably the best overall game since then.
Bob, we've seen good defensive performances this year, specifically the first 3 weeks of the season. Now we've seen the last 3 weeks of the season good defensive performances. Can you put a finger on any similarities, any difference between those two? Like, why is this different now? Why should I be buying this defense now rather than earlier in the year than when we saw them slip later on? Like, what's the biggest difference now?
I think the biggest thing is I felt some asterisks kind of with all those first 3 games. That you played a rookie quarterback playing his first NFL game on the road in week 1, kind of a team finding itself. I think if you played Denver now, that would be a much more interesting game probably. Than you played New England, which is turning out to be, as bad a team as there is in the NFL and with, kind of a backup quarterback there in Jacoby Brissett. And then you played Miami without Tua. Again, if you played Miami, you're kind of fortunate you're not playing Miami now, probably because Miami's really flying on offense again, the way we've seen them. But these last few weeks, you've kind of played the teams that, as they are. I mean, you played Matthew Stafford, Brock Purdy, and Kyler Murray, and you played division opponents who know you well. So there's usually not a lot of secrets there. It's an awful lot of just, who's the better team, who's kind of better physically on this day and on these plays and things like that. And then just the differences the Seahawks have made. I mean, they're quite a bit different personnel-wise in a lot of ways, but especially with the inside linebacking. The inside linebacking, it's a completely different crew there. But having some other, the secondary looks a little bit different, obviously, with Kobe Bryant, just kind of the way he's come on. And so, I think they've done some tinkering to some things, and some major tinkering when you consider what they did at linebacker to kind of fix what they thought were some of the issues that crept up there for a while. And so I think that's why you could buy into what they're doing now a little bit more than what they were doing earlier.
Switching to talking about the run game a bit, this was from Brady Henderson, who said the Seahawks are 30th in designed rush rate. When you guys have had your press conferences weekly with Ryan Grubb, what has he said in terms of trying to get the run more established, trying to get Walker more involved?
Well, I mean, he consistently says they want to try to do that, and you saw them try to do that a little bit Sunday. I thought they definitely made a concerted effort to do that. They had some series where they were getting the ball to him and trying to make it work, and it just never really, it never really got consistently working. If there was some. If I knew the answer to it, Ryan Grubb would have figured it out a long time ago. So I don't know that I know the answer any better than they do, right? He's being paid, a lot of money to try to figure this out, and they haven't figured it out yet. So I certainly don't have the answer. But, I think it's just the collective everything. They obviously have had some, issues with the offensive line throughout the year, and you kind of have a new group now that you're trying to put together. It's going to be even newer Sunday, with Christian Haynes probably getting his first career start at right guard with Anthony Bradford being out, and you're basically going to have an entire from center to the right side of the line group of guys who haven't played together much, and they've kind of been struggling with that a little bit all year to just really find a kind of consistency and continuity with the line. So, I think it starts there. I don't think Kenneth Walker is the issue. I think if given some room to run, I think he'd be doing it really well. But I think it's pretty obvious teams are kind of just. Despite how good the Seahawks are throwing the ball, I think all NFL teams still just kind of start with that. If we can stop their run and force them to throw it, we think we're better off that way, and trying to pressure the quarterback and create some mistakes and stuff like that. And so that's what teams are trying to do against the Seahawks, I think, as well, especially because they see that working a little bit. So, I think the Seahawks on Sunday, I think they came out with a plan. I think Mike Macdonald alluded to this yesterday. a little bit as well. I think they thought they could try to take advantage of some of Arizona's aggressiveness and maybe create some, I think they wanted to try to go deep there a little bit early on, and that just wasn't working. Either guys weren't getting open or Geno didn't have the time to throw it or whatever. And it seemed like when they went away from that a little bit and went back to kind of more quick hitting stuff, and some misdirection stuff, bootlegs and stuff like that, and the screen pass that worked well, things were working a little better. But, you sort of need the run game to set that kind of stuff up too, and they just haven't been able to get that done.
Hey, Bob, I want to go back to the defensive side of the ball and ask you about a player that the Seahawks have been having the success without him, and that's Uchenna Nwosu. Is there any updates on his return, his timetable, and how he's going to get right back in and fit in with this defense?
Yeah, I mean, he's supposed to return to practice this week. They kind of have a short week this week with trying to fit the holiday in there a little bit, but then also just, you're leaving for New York on Friday. So you don't have a whole lot of practice time this week. So Macdonald said yesterday you wouldn't anticipate that he'll be back on the field this Sunday, but they'll open up his 21-day practice window, and I think hope that he gets back sooner rather than later. Probably certainly, I would think they're probably hoping he gets back for that December 8th game at Arizona when you go back there. And, you'll really want all hands on deck. Not that you don't want it this week, but I think it's just, with Uchenna's obviously dealt with, really unfortunate. He's only really played 7 games the last 2 years, dealing with a few different injuries. So I think they're going to want to make sure, especially since every single game the rest of the way, it looks like it's going to be pretty important that you, make sure he's sort of fully back once he gets back and can then finish out the year for you, right? So I wouldn't anticipate he'd be back before that December 8th game, but I would think that's probably what they're hoping he gets back for.
Hey, Bob, tell me what you've made personally of this season when it comes from the tight ends. I was expecting a bit more from Noah Fant. I know he's dealing with injuries, but what have you made of that position group, of their usage, and why do you think we haven't seen quite as much from them?
Part of it is because your receivers are doing so much, right? I mean, if you're going to throw the ball all the time to Jackson Smith and Jigba DK Metcalf, which makes all the sense in the world to do, you're inevitably not throwing it as much to someone else. So, I think some of it is just that, is of what you're prioritizing and what you're doing. I thought Noah Fant was doing okay before he got hurt. He's dealt with a couple different injuries. It's maybe easy to forget that, he missed some time in the preseason. He had an injury that, if I recall right, I think we saw him kind of have to, in one of the practices, kind of have to get helped off the field, and everything was out and missed some time. Pharaoh Brown has been the same thing, where he missed a lot of time during training camp. And, so I think that got him off to a slower start as well. And Brady Russell now is hurt as well. So you sort of dealt with some injuries there. And then A.J. Barner being a rookie who, has definitely showed some flashes, but, maybe a lot to ask of him to suddenly be a huge contributor from a receiving standpoint, given everything. So, I think it's more just that as much as anything. I do think that Noah Fant was, if you go back and look, I think he had some decent games there before he got hurt. So I think that the injuries definitely are a big factor there. But, I think some of it is just always that. I mean, Jackson Smith and Jigba's probably, he might make 100 catches this year. And last year he made 60. I mean, he's already got more catches this year than he had last year. That inevitably sort of comes from somewhere, if you're throwing the ball more to somebody else. So, Tyler Lockett's numbers are obviously down a little bit too. But, you just can't throw the ball, 50 times a year. Everybody can't have 50 catches. There's kind of always that ebb and flow a little bit. So I think a lot of it's just that too.
Early in the year, we saw Rayshawn Jenkins go down with injury, and then that brought on the emergence of Kobe Bryant. So now, with both of them healthy, how do you think this? How do you see the Seahawks proceeding with this at that safety position? Has Cody has Kobe Bryant earned that starting job yet, or do you think we'll see Rayshawn Jenkins come back and get that spot?
No, I think they like what they have going right now. I think you'll probably see Kobe Bryant continue as the starter there. But you saw Rayshawn Jenkins play quite a bit. I don't have the snap counts right in front of me, but he played quite a bit on Sunday in that third receiver role, third safety role, and they did a lot of going with a nickel and dime, and Kobe being able to be back there and kind of playing a lot of free safety. I think Rayshawn Jenkins is a little bit more of a strong safety type. Get him up there, kind of playing closer to the line of scrimmage. I think they like that. The way he can do that. So, maybe they'll keep tinkering with that a tiny bit, but I would expect right now, given the way the defense has played the last few weeks, that they're probably not going to change that dynamic a whole lot. I think they'll try to, again, use Rayshawn, get him on the field quite a bit. They've always sort of like, that was a Macdonald thing in Baltimore, was using three safeties a lot. It was something they did a lot earlier this year when they had, with Kayvon Wallace, when they had Rayshawn was starting and they had Kayvon Wallace, and they were getting Kayvon Wallace out there a lot. Kayvon's obviously hurt now, so he's not a factor in it at the moment. But, with the way Kobe Bryant has played, I think it'd be really hard to take him off the field a whole lot. And, again, I think they sort of like the kind of that rotation, the way it worked on Sunday. I would expect that to continue for a while.
Now, it's a tough question, Bob, because, again, we haven't gotten that first couple injury reports yet. But are there any other banged-up players that we're kind of tracking this week, or any names that you expect to keep a close eye on?
Not really. They didn't really have a lot of injuries coming out of the game. Anthony Bradford's the only one. Sounds like that's maybe a couple-week injury, obviously, and we know exactly what they'll do there is probably to start Christian Haynes. They did. It was kind of interesting. Mike Macdonald volunteered, Satawa Laumea. They'll try to get him a lot of work this week as well. And maybe that's sort of a competition. The reality is they need somebody to be that third guard. Mm-hmm. And with Bradford being out, so Laumea will have to be that. He would almost certainly be active on Sunday to be that third guard on game day. So they kind of need to get him kind of ready to go anyway. But that's the one thing to watch. But no, I mean, otherwise I don't think there's anything really that well. I mean, and Luso, probably expect that transaction to happen here today or tomorrow to have him return to practice. But that might be it. Again, it's a short week practice-wise. For them with leaving on Friday and everything. So it's not really a week. You probably get a whole lot of other guys, a lot of work that way to get them ready if they're not kind of already part of the thing.
Speaking of short week, leaving on Friday, what is attributed so far to kind of the East Coast success? They lost to the Lions. They played a tough game, but you've seen them beat the Patriots. You've seen them beat the Falcons. Now they're traveling back east here for the fourth time already in the season. Have you seen anything in particular that's really made them successful on these trips?
Yeah, I mean, everybody's beating the Patriots, so I think they're just better than the Patriots. I don't know if I read a whole lot into where that game was played or anything like that, but for sure, the Atlanta game was definitely the one. That's a huge game for them right now. Atlanta's, right now that's what's got the Seahawks third in the NFC playoff ladder because they beat the Falcons and have the tiebreaker over them. And if things play out the way they hope, that could be a big win for them down the road. I don't know how much. I mean, I think that was just a game that they, prepared really well for. It was a good matchup for them, and maybe Atlanta had won 2 or 3 in a row and was coming off a big road win the previous week, so maybe that was just kind of one of those perfect scenario kind of things. And then obviously, going to San Francisco. I mean, that's not East Coast, but obviously they played real well in that game. So for sure, they have played well on the road, but they kind of have the last few years. If you go back and look. The last couple of years with Pete running it, they played pretty well on the road. There were a couple of the years there they played almost as well on the road as they did at home. So, maybe just with some of the veterans of this group, it's just kind of one of those things. Geno Smith has talked about that a lot. How he's mentioned several times that Detroit's one of his favorite places to play just because it is so loud, and you sort of thrive in that a little bit. The us against them mentality and all that. So, maybe there's some of that to play it well.
He is Bob Condota. Make sure you're reading his work at Seattle Times and seattletimes.com. Thanks, Bob.
Okay, thanks, you guys. Bye.
See ya. Let's get to 4 Down territory.
This is 4 Down territory, going inside the game. With former Seahawks and Coug wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
First down, kind of nice to have when Bump is gone, yet another former pro wide receiver here. So we're going to go ahead and use that lens for this one. Where has JSN grown most as a wide receiver, Brian?
Oh, JSN. Man, it's been fun to watch him over the past few weeks really step up. You saw him step up when DK was out. You saw him get all kinds of catches. But here's where I see the growth in JSN. And actually, there's a bunch of places. But I'm going to go with just how he's expanded his arsenal. So, when we played the Rams, okay, a lot of those routes he ran that he beat the Rams on were man-to-man beaters. The way he moves the guys in, out, and kind of uses their leverage and is able to create space for Geno to throw the ball. So, for instance, on the 4th down play that Geno threw the wheel route to him on the outside, he was able to hold the red line. By holding the red line, you're creating space on the sideline for Geno to have all kinds of room out there. And the way he moves with his first 5 yards of the line of scrimmage gets him that positioning. So you see him setting up defenders to be able to be in a good spot for Geno and giving Geno lots of space to get the ball. 2, his screen game. His ability to run after catch. Now, maybe that's a courtesy to the whole team being successful, but the way they've really used these middle screens with JSN and seeing him get in space, he's broken some tackles, which we haven't really seen from him lately or before that, but now we've seen him break some arm tackles and really get that extra yards after catch. And then again, I go back to the 49er game and its ability to find spaces in zone. And this goes back to the clutch. What have we seen him come through in the clutch? Because the Rams, he was clutch, 4th down conversion. Now the 49ers, you saw him on get 4 catches on that last drive that put him in the end zone. And those were all zone beaters for him. He's finding the hole in the defense, and Geno's trusting he's going to be there. And so that's where we've seen him grow. He just has multiple ways to beat a defense.
I've never heard middle screen mentioned more than I have in the past 24, 48 hours.
They try to run it quite a bit, and it's to multiple people. So I'm loving what they're doing there.
2nd down. What do you like about what Ryan Grubb does as offensive coordinator? Bit of a double barrel. And what do you wish you could see more of?
Well, let me just go back to what we just talked about.
Right.
What I love is
middle screens.
More middle screens. But here's the thing that you saw. So go back to this last game. When JSN hit the big middle screen for 46 yards, it was a quads formation out to the right. They shifted over to it. Great, all set up. JSN went long. Guess what? He wasn't afraid to come back to that. So in the next one of the last drives of the game, I think it was the last drive, there was a 2nd and long. Guess what? They're in quads to the right. They shift over to the same way, and they throw the middle screen, and JSN picks about 8 or 9 yards. So he's not afraid to go back to the well. He's not afraid to go back to these plays that are working and just pretty much saying, hey, if you're not going to stop it, I'm going to keep running it until you can stop it. And that's why you see a lot of these middle screens too. There was one to K9 that they threw in this last game that if it didn't get tipped to the line of scrimmage, K9 was going too. So these middle screens are there. I love that Grubb keeps coming back to it because it's working. The way he's setting up some of these middle screens too. You saw 2 weeks ago against the Niners, he set up, it looked like everything was going to be a screen to the right to K9. Just a normal running back to the flat or to the flat screen. JSN's kind of acting like he's going out to block, and then boom, he sneaks underneath, and Geno dumps it to JSN on a middle screen. So he's setting up these middle screens in different ways as well. So there's a lot going on. Yes, you're running a lot of middle screens, but if you set them up differently every time, the defense isn't going to know.
Okay, Matt, we're going to make a middle screen jar. Someone said, it's because we couldn't do it, Stacy. I know. Me and the 360 have both been. There's some PTSD, bad screenplay PTSD happening here.
We haven't seen a lot of middle screens from this team, though, before. It's been running back screens.
Exactly.
And those still aren't that successful yet this year. So we're still working on that. But
even to have part of it working.
Part of it's working. Part of the screen game. Screen games are such.
The middle of the field.
Yeah, screen games are such a big part of an offense because one, it makes that defensive line. It slows them down a little bit. They have to be able to scope them out. Sometimes, if an offensive lineman misses a block, defense like, oh, that was almost too easy. Is there a screen? And it might make them hold up just that split second, which is huge.
4th down. 3rd down. I lied. It's 3rd down. What have you seen? I'm like Tom Brady. What have you seen from Devin Witherspoon in the last few games?
Yeah, Devin Witherspoon has been unbelievable, and the numbers may not show it. You know, he may not have the interceptions. He may not have the touchdowns, the force, whatever it is. But I go back to the 49er game. One, he had some great coverage on some of these passes that Juwan Jennings made great plays on. But he is all over these defenders. He's playing great defense. But two, he's created 2 turnovers in the last 2 games. You saw the tip ball against the 49ers that Hankins was able to go up and high point the ball. Love it. Teach tape. Way to go, Hankins. First career interception. But that's all Devin Witherspoon creating that on Christian McCaffrey. He was right on him. McCaffrey's a good route runner as a running back, coming back in and deflecting that. And then last week, you saw what he can do on the edge. Man, when you see a corner totally, I wouldn't say totally bite, but he kind of bit on that play action by Kyler Murray on that 4th down play that Kobe Bryant got the interception touchdown. He kind of bit on it, but he can turn that fast. You know what? When you go to the combine and you run the eye test, that agility, the 5-10-5 drill, that's exactly what that was from Devin Witherspoon. The way he put his foot in the ground and came out and tracked down Kyler Murray and forced him into that bad play, the bad pass to Kobe Bryant for the touchdown. But that's 2 turnovers that he's created in the last 2 games. And then you see him holding edges in the run game. You see what he can do out there on the edge. I saw early in that game, James Conner is a big running back. He's a powerful running back. Devin Witherspoon is a small corner. He is 180 pounds soaking wet, whatever he is, but he stepped up, picked James Conner off the ground and drove him backwards, holding an edge while fighting off a block. That is impressive for the little guy. He is just a fiery corner. I'm glad he's on our side, and Witherspoon has had a heck of a year so far.
That change in direction might have been the single most impressive part to my more untrained eye, right? Because I'm just looking for physical feats that look impressive, and you could tell Kyler Murray was shocked. Kyler Murray did not expect to look quickly to his left and see Devin still there.
When I first saw that play develop, I said, oh, they got the edge. Kyler Murray's out. They're going to get this. Dang, what a terrible timeout that was. Everyone forgets about the timeout they took the play before.
No, he called he specifically was like, this is when we're getting a pick six.
Yep.
So I needed to make sure I called this play.
What a great timeout now. But yeah, what a recovery.
The Manning cast had a few cool guests last night. Now, Brian, if there was the Brian cast and you were to host your special Monday Night Football talk show, which 3 guests are you booking and what are you asking them?
Ooh, this is a good one. All right, I'm going to go a player, I'm going to go a coach, and I'm going to go a celebrity.
Of course.
All right, so that's what I'm going to go with this. I'm going to go with the player first. This is just my all-time favorite player growing up. It's Barry Sanders.
Okay.
I just have to have him on. I got to pick his brain. I got to ask why he left the league. Why did he retire? Come on, like you're so close to that record go, but just to be able to say I had an interview with Barry Sanders, I mean, that'd be so much fun for me. I wore his jersey growing up all the time. You know, I was going to elementary school playing football at recess, I should. That's exactly what I should do. But I was always trying to be Barry Sanders, you know, at recess playing ball. So I'd have to pick his brain a little bit. 2, it'd be a former coach of mine, and this is more of a vengeance thing. This is more of a personal vendetta because I'm going to go to my first 2 years was in San Diego. Norv Turner was our head coach. So I want Norv on, and I'm going to ask him, why don't you play me?
Let's go!
Come on, Norv. You know, I had great preseasons, and then I don't even suit up all year. You know, I could have helped this team. What was the reason behind that? Come on, Norv. And I just want to pick his brain about that, get on him a little bit, make him feel a little bit uncomfortable.
Good.
And that's where I'm going with that one. And then 3rd, celebrity. Everyone who knows me knows I'm a big Bon Jovi fan. Bon Jovi's a little bit into the football world. I think he owns an arena team. Maybe he doesn't anymore. I don't know. But I'm just going to talk to Bon Jovi. Maybe give me some tips. I'm a karaoke guy. Yeah. You know, I always sing Bon Jovi if I go karaoke. So, hey, what do I need to do? How do I hit these notes, Bon? Or what's his exact? John? I call him Bon. How do I hit these notes, John?
Yeah.
So, you know, I'm going to have Bon Jovi in there, and I'm going to just have fun with him.
That is a great lineup. The only thing a national audience would be kind of caught off by is like, wait, what are we talking to Norv Turner about?
Yeah. Oh, it would be me just in his face the whole time.
Lots of questions to ask you, Norv, but let's start with me. I would love the interview. As a consumer of a lot of reality TV, that would be my favorite of the 3.
I wouldn't even prep him for it either.
No.
I'd say, hey, Norv, you want to come on to this? You know, it'd be fun. You know, watch Monday Night Football. Here you go. Oh, yeah, sure, Brian, great to see you.
Joke's on you.
Hey, Norv, what is this all about? Why?
One NFL head coach, much like Brian is going to call out Norv, one NFL head coach called out the league's hypocrisy when it comes to a recent fine for one of his players, and I actually think he's right. We'll tell you what happened next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
We have edge rusher Boye Mafe. Boye, how are you doing after that big win?
I'm good. You know, it was definitely a big win for the team. Excited about it. All the guys were fired up. I feel like it was a good team win for us. We kind of looked at each other and we said, look, what do we want our season to be? The guys are just buying in right now, and it's being really well and actually helping us a lot. So having the guys buy in, having everybody ready, I think it's doing really well for us.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Are you interested in investing in real estate in the greater Seattle market, but don't want to manage properties, develop real estate, or sign on debt? Hi, it's Scott Rirucka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital, based in Bellevue. We've been running local real estate investment funds for over 15 years. We've had 0 investor losses and have averaged double-digit returns since inception. Find out why over 800 local investors have invested over $200 million in our Legacy family of funds. Legacy Northwest Fund returned over 12% in both 2007 and 2008. Are you looking at diversification opportunities, especially with what's happening in the market this year? Get in touch with us today. Legacy's family of funds has a limited opening for new investors right now.
Call 425-635-4700 or legacyg.com. That's legacyg.com. This is not investment advice. Investment performance based on average return of LOF1, LOF2, and LSF from 2007 through the date of calculation and after deduction of fees and expenses. Legacy family of funds investments are available to accredited investors only.
As the Lennox Premier Partner, Home Comfort Alliance has a long history of 5-star customer satisfaction. Get a dependable, energy-efficient new heat pump and save up to $4,000 when you mention the Curly Cash discount. Call the comfort people. HomeComfortAlliance.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code MOVE to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code MOVE for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code MOVE for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Texting enrolls you in recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again, at work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text PREP to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text PREP to 42424. That's PREP to 42424.
An airliner without warning plunges into the Gulf of Alaska. No one knows why. There are no survivors. Then loved ones are left to wonder,
what happened to Flight 293?
Unsolved Histories. What happened to Flight 293? Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Seahawks Player Spotlight.
Man, it felt good to go out there and be able to contribute.
Exclusive interviews with your favorite Seahawks.
You know, we got a genius as the head coach.
Every day with Wyman and Bob. Seahawks Insider. Brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. Now here's Maura Dooley.
The Seahawks had a lot to be happy with in their win over the Cardinals Sunday, but the rushing attack still isn't quite where they'd like it to be, with only 65 total rushing yards. During the Mike Macdonald show with Brock and Salk Monday, the head coach said they're confident they're close to getting that figured out.
You know, I think we're finding some consistency in the schemes we're running, so we're building this rep foundation of just like getting you. It's just like on defense, like you call cover 4 twice a game, you're not gonna be very good at it. You know, you start calling it multiple times a game, the guys start feeling it. That's the whole reason why you practice in the off season, so you can get used to these things. It's not easy to kind of ID the run game in the spring because it's more of like a passing thing. So, you know, I mean, we're just kind of later in the process of finding our stride here in the run game, but it's better late than never. I mean, so I think we're on our way.
The Seahawks Insider is brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. For the latest on the Seahawks anytime, go to SeattleSports.com.
Hey, Bob Stelton here, preparing for another stressful holiday season, and this year I am prioritizing my well-being. That's why I went to my local Johnson Fitness and Wellness store. Their equipment is made for more than just a workout. It's made for better sleep and mental breaks. And their massage chairs, not just for relaxation, they're made for recovery, stress relief, and lowering blood pressure. The experts at Johnson Fitness and Wellness are here to get you through the holidays with flexible financing, white glove delivery, and treadmills, bikes, and ellipticals up to 50% off. Check out johnsonfitness.com or one of the 3 Seattle locations today.
Transform your home from top to bottom with State Roofing. Hi, it's Sam Thomason, owner of State Roofing. It's not just about a new roof, it's about a new look for your entire home. Deck out your backyard or give your exterior a facelift with our siding and window options. And there's no better time to start than now with our incredible offer. 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 12 months. Why wait to make your dream home a reality? We do more than just roofs. Visit stateroofing.com. Let's talk about what's possible for your home.
State Roofing, the last roof you'll ever need.
Stirring fiber, exercising, frequent trips to the store for more laxatives and fiber. Sounds like your constipation with belly pain is a lot to manage. But if your symptoms that keep coming back are signs of irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C, ask your doctor how Linzess can help you get ahead of it. Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
This is The Timeline
with Bump and Stacy.
Brought to you by 1-800-DUI-AWAY.
It is The Timeline on Bump and Stacy. Brian Walters in for Michael Bumpus today. Hi, Brian.
Hi, Stacy. Hope you're having a good day out there, Bump, whatever you're doing.
Okay, let's jump into our first story here. Dan Campbell, very easy to root for as a head coach, appeared to call out the NFL for some hypocrisy. The reason being that Jameson Williams did another tribute to Marshawn Lynch. So he actually did it first, and then Kobe Bryant did it in the Seahawks game. But you all know what the tribute is. Marshawn Lynch making a gesture as he's leaping into the end zone. So Lions running back Jameson Williams did this, was fined nearly $20,000 for it. But then it was used as a screenshot for the league's official video.
Well, it depends on what that is. What the league lets it happen, right? They'll use whatever they need to, the content. But I don't really get caught up in it. I tell our guys, hey, as long as you don't cost us 15 and I'm good with whatever they do. So they have fun with it. They are creative. They like to push the boundaries of whatever those are, and they are. So I know our guys have fun with it, and I think that's important. They enjoy it, and so it's all good. But I haven't seen everything. I hadn't had a chance to see everything unless my wife sends it to me, and then I get it. But I'm glad they have a good time with it.
Unless my wife sends it to me, I guess. Also, wide receiver, not running back. I don't know why I said running back. Anyways, is he right? Is the league hypocritical for fining Jameson $19,000 while also using the screenshot of his celebration for which he was fined to promote the video?
Since I'm here taking Bump's spot, I'll do my best Bump impression and say, goodness gracious, NFL. I mean, here's the thing. I would have loved to have been in the room whenever this was brought up and someone realized there's definitely some separation there in the NFL where whoever's posting this on the social media or whatever it was on or their website is definitely disconnected from the fining, whoever makes the fines, the committee there. And so when the person who did the fine or the NFL realized that this was up there, I would have loved to seen that interaction. Like, I think there were some harsh words for that. Someone got in big trouble for that one, but I don't know. Why is this all of a sudden? I feel like we've seen this Marshawn celebration over and over again this year. We saw it a couple weeks ago when maybe was it the Rams who did it against us?
I couldn't tell if it was the anniversary of something or maybe because Marshawn was eliminated from the finalists for the Hall of Fame. Maybe people were like giving tributes to him. I'm not sure.
I don't know, but we just keep seeing it over and over. I love it. I think it's great. One of the best runs in Seahawk history and NFL history, and we just get to relive it every time someone brings a celebration back. But no, not a good look for the NFL at all. Realizing that it is something that fans love. Fans love seeing it. It's getting clicks. It's getting views. It's getting everything. But then, hey, $20,000, $19,000. No, don't do that. That's inappropriate. Or whatever it is, they deem it
an obscene
gesture, but still trying to kind of get eyes on it.
Well, because they know it generates, like Dan hinted at, they know it generates content. Someone said, where does the money go? It goes to charities. So, in the end, everyone's fine giving to a charitable cause. However, there is a bit of hypocrisy with the NFL then using that to promote, because they know, this was viral. People love this. Don't do that. But also, we're going to use this to get clicks.
Exactly. And recently it was taken down, correct?
Yes, they changed it.
So they changed it. So there was definitely this doesn't look good. But you know what I love about that with Dan Campbell? What he said is, hey, you know what? They can do whatever they want as long as it doesn't cost me 15 yards. So he goes, hey, it's not my money. You spend it, but those are my yards. So anyway, I like that. What a coach.
Next up on his weekly hit with Joe Tikmara and John Ritchie on the 94 WIP morning show, Eagles defensive end Brandon Graham, who just saw his season end, had an emotional response to talking about that season-ending injury.
Well, you know what? Hold on. I'm trying to keep it in. Man.
I'm sorry. Take a moment.
Cool.
Take a moment,
Cool,
Brandon.
man.
Take a moment, man.
Hey, and I know I needed it, but boy, I just love what we've been building, and I just don't want to. I know I ain't letting nobody down as far as getting hurt and stuff, because I know I'm gonna bring that energy.
Brandon, let me jump in for 1 second. You're not letting anybody down. You're not letting the city down. Your teammates.
I know. I'm just
nobody.
saying, I'm
Don't
not
let it
being
cross your mind.
I got you. Because I promise you, I'm just more hurt of just on how we've been coming every week, trying to defy, the odds and being with it, but being with them. You know what I'm saying? And I'm going to be with them. I'm still with them. You know what I'm saying? I know that. But, yeah, man, I just needed this right here. I needed to get this out. It's been a while since I cried, man. I'm just, hurting a little bit because, man, I just would, for the 15 years, I've been here and people doubt me. This was a big one for me, and I think I accomplished a lot this year. And, man, if that, just one little thing, but I know it's God's plan, man, and I'm trusting that. And so that's where I'm at. And, but I needed this, man. I needed this in a big way.
I feel like it takes a lot of guts to be that vulnerable and authentic. Talking about something that makes you really upset.
Yeah, this just shows to the state of the Eagles organization as well, and just how important this is to the players and how bought into the system they are. Because I think most of the teams, you're not going to get that response from a player. He's just kind of like, well, all right, I'm done for the year, and I'm on early vacation. I'll go rehab, and here we go. But this, he truly is upset and disappointed about this, and it's really just a whole organization. Every player's bought in there, and that's why they are so good. And you feel for them. Being injured is one of the worst things in the NFL, because you as much as you want to be a part of it, you aren't out there on the field with your guys. You're not out there. You're not in every single meeting anymore when you're out. You're just kind of in the training room, and you're hanging with the trainers, and you're trying to get yourself right. So it's there is a little disconnect, and you can feel in there. He loves the camaraderie. He loves his teammates, and he wants to be with them as much as he can. And unfortunately, a torn tricep's going to knock you out for the year.
Well, let's end with a slightly more positive note, although it's not negative. Brandon Graham, great guy, easy to root for, but obviously a heartbreaking end to his season. If you need to start your Christmas shopping, we have great news. Skip Bayless is back on Cameo for the 2024 holiday season. That's our next story here in the timeline. For just $300, if you have that lying around, you can buy your loved one a personalized video from Skip Bayless. He could presumably use the extra cash after not having his contract renewed by Fox Sports earlier this year. Some other top athletes on Cameo. This is a fascinating list. Brett Favre is on here, Brian Bosworth, Gene Steratore, and Dean Blandino. I love the idea of getting a Dean Blandino to explain why someone was out of lines. You know what I mean? Out of line with something, or like explaining why someone crossed a line, or like a personal foul or something. Like, there's all kinds of customized things you can make. Have you ever sent someone a Cameo?
I've never
gotten one?
No, I've never gotten one. A couple times you're at an event or something. They say, hey, film this for my niece or my nephew or something, and say hi, happy birthday or something like that.
You should go on Cameo.
But it's something. Anything to make a buck, I guess. That's kind of a novel idea. I bet you people. What'd you say, $300 for a Cameo? Is that what it was?
So these are all different prices.
Okay,
like Antonio Brown's on here, and it's $250, which is an insane amount of money. Yeah. Then there's a fake Andy Reid that's only $39.
Okay. So there's some reasonable ones there. There's some reasonable ones get on there. What are these guys doing? Just sitting in front of their phone making cameos all day long for people?
So I've gotten one before, and there's all kinds of celebrities. So my boyfriend thought it would be really funny to give information to the person making the cameo that was wrong. So he told, it was a reality TV star, and he told this person that I was a woman working in sports who was sad that I was only 4 feet tall. So this is what he told her. This was the prompt for the cameo. So the video she sends was like, hey girl, I just want you to know I'm really short too. And I'm like, oh my God, I hate you so much. And then she goes, and as far as, being a woman in sports, that's awesome. We just need more we need more women. I was like, this
Very
video
nice.
doesn't make any sense at
How
all.
much did he pay for that?
Oh, I have no
Any
idea.
I think it was
can't have been. It was mostly
over
like
under
for the
50.
strictly for the joke, probably around 50.
Right around
I have
50,
no
I think
idea,
so,
but
too.
she was like a newer reality star, and he did it. It was mostly for him because he thought it was really funny, and then I would have the shock of getting that cameo.
That's taking a different twist on it too. You can make him
See,
say whatever you want.
So that's what he discovered is you could send them a prompt that's like, hey, Brett Favre, can you make a cameo for my friend Brian Walters? He's auditioning for Seattle's run of the Wicked play, and he is going out for the role of Galinda, and he's really hoping he gets it, but he's nervous. And then Brett Favre has to send you a cameo going, hey, Brian, Brett here. Just want to say good luck as you try out for Wicked.
Wow, what's Brett Favre's price on this? That actually might be worth sending him something.
$285.
Okay, maybe not worth it.
You know?
Yeah, that's something. That's
so
funny.
there could just be you could
Anything.
buy it for any number of reasons. Anyways, I'm running way over here. We're going to talk about the frenzy of the fourth quarter coming up next.
Blue 88 on Brock and Salk.
Sustainable, unsustainable. What have you seen recently from the Seahawks?
Every day at 7:45.
Unsustainable is 3.3 yards to carry over your last 3 games. You do that, you run for 3.3 over the next, 6 weeks, you're probably at best going to go 3-3, even if your defense is totally phenomenal. What is sustainable is this front seven just playing together is just a pack animal right now. And that group is playing just pack defense.
Blue 88, answering 3 football questions as only Brock Heward can.
Hey folks, this is it. The best weekend of the year for buying a TV. Forget inflation because now you've got deflation with Black Friday pricing on top-rated brands like Samsung, LG, and Sony. Where's the best place to shop? It's not the clubs or online. Join the smart shoppers heading for video only because they've got better than Black Friday deals. That's right, better. Don't believe it? Then bring your prices to video only and compare before you buy. Or you'll be sorry. At Video Only, you won't find huge stores with refrigerators or microwaves, but you will find the best deals on top-rated TVs, soundbars, and monitors. Shop around. Just make sure you visit Video Only, because if you don't,
you'll be sorry.
In South Center, Bellevue, Linwood, Federal Way, and Tacoma. Video Only.
This is Nancy Penrose, owner of Big Trees in Snohomish. For over 30 years, Big Trees has been helping homeowners and businesses move trees with advanced equipment and a professional and proven transplant process. Need a tree moved on your property or off-site? Trust the experts at Big Trees. Learn more about our transplanting process at bigtreesupply.com.
Stream every Seattle sports show with the Seattle Sports app. Brought to you by Fred Hutchinson Cancer Center. Get new videos, podcasts, and articles on the Seahawks and Mariners from your favorite Seattle sports personalities daily.
Shane Company is your go-to destination for high-quality fine jewelry gifts. Come find beautiful gifts at competitive prices, from dream engagement rings to tennis bracelets, engravable charms, and more. All in stock and ready to give. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds, which could be life-changing. I mean, you could put that money towards that zero-turn lawnmower you've always wanted. And after using its head-shaping technology to meticulously sculpt the face of the Mona Lisa into your grass, you'll become the undisputed king of Saturday morning lawn care, leaving your neighbor and sworn enemy Gary to question his place in the delicate neighborhood ecosystem. And it's all because you could save money switching at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy 2. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Watch your favorite show live at seattlesports.com.
You gotta love football season, but when it comes to your windows and doors, you don't want any fumbles.
Steve Rabel here, reminding you to trust locally owned Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington to tackle your project. Their selection of windows and doors can't be beat, and they'll give you top-notch customer service with no trick plays. Right now, get 0% interest for 24 months with equal payments or 40% off qualifying installs. Schedule a free consultation with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Go to PellaPNW.com.
Hey, are you looking to save on internet and mobile this holiday season? Well, good news. Xfinity is having a Black Friday sale. They have you covered with these great deals. Learn how to get your choice of a 5G phone on Xfinity. Plus, you can also get fast, reliable Xfinity internet with a line of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited for a great low price. So don't wait. Bring home a new 5G phone and get Wi-Fi speeds up to a gig on Xfinity Mobile. That's a big deal. Or should I say a gig deal? Now through December 3rd, ask how to get your choice of free 5G phone with an unlimited plus line. Plus, get Xfinity Gigabit internet with free Wi-Fi equipment for only $25 a month for 12 months with no annual contract when you add unlimited mobile. Go to Xfinity.com/Black Friday sale to learn more. Restrictions apply, taxes and fees extra after promo, regular rates apply. Gig Wi-Fi requires Xfinity Gateway. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Gig speeds available via hotspots to Xfinity Mobile customers only. Reduced speeds after use of monthly data included with your data option. Actual internet speeds and data thresholds may vary.
In the fall, when the weather starts to change, Washington State sees an uptick in auto theft. A major reason is because of steamers. A steamer is when someone turns their car on to warm up and goes back inside the house, or when someone leaves their car running unattended. Car thieves are trained to spot steamers and will steal your car in a split second. Share this information with friends and family. Prevent the theft and keep yourself and your vehicle safe. These tips are brought to you by the Washington Auto Theft Prevention Authority.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Brian Walters in for Michael Bumpus. And Brian, I'm not sure if you saw it, but there was a new column on ESPN. It was a great read, highlighting a crazy fourth quarter between the Cowboys and Commanders. The Commanders have an 86-yard I don't want to call it a Hail Mary, 39 seconds left. Last minute pass is what I'll call it for a touchdown. Jaden Daniels sticking to it. And it was great, only they missed the point after. And then on an onside kick attempt, the Cowboys recover, get a touchdown. So it ends up with a Cowboys win. But it was an absolutely insane fourth quarter. And it had me thinking, I've got a former NFL wide receiver in studio with me today, just like I do every day, but we can continue that going. What is the craziest late game situation you've personally been a part of?
Yeah, well, initially, and this is probably the only one that comes to my mind, would be the 2014 NFC Championship game. I think that's the simplest one. I mean, we were down 19-6, and you're talking about just roller coaster of emotions. I mean, that game's over. We throw an interception with 5 minutes left.
Yeah.
And we're down 19-6.
Did you think it was done?
Yeah, I mean.
Be honest.
It wasn't looking good. It wasn't looking good. But that we've overcome a lot that season. So you never knew. You know?
Yeah.
It was just. There's still a chance, but then we get like a fake field goal. We score on a fake field goal. We go for two then we get in again and to go for two to get up by 3. It's like this huge lob pass, all the way across the field. Luke
Can I ask
Wilson.
you a question about that?
Yeah.
Is that when you decided you were when in that NFC comeback, which was one of the best games I've ever seen? When did you tell yourself, "Oh, I think we're winning"?
I think once we got we had a lot of luck on our side with the onside kick. I mean, that was that's an error on them, and we got the onside kick. So once we got the onside kick, because even going into an onside kick, you know how onside kicks are. I mean, you never get onside kicks. Yeah. Actually, we just saw one. It wasn't this game. It wasn't the Cowboys Commanders. It was another
recovered.
game. It was I don't know what game was it, but it hit the guy's foot and it was recovered. It was the Bears game. But anyway, so that was like the first one I've seen in so long. But we got an onside kick. I mean, that's so rare. And then at that point, you had the ball. You're like, all right, we got all the momentum on our side, and just give the ball to Marshawn, and here we go. But just the fact that we had that play where Russ threw it all the way across the field to Luke Wilson on a 2-point play, and he comes up with it, and the fact that got us to overtime because they came down and kicked a field goal and actually would have won the game if we didn't have that play.
Yeah, there
was just a lot of things going on in that game that I don't know if it's quite the roller coaster that this game, the Cowboys-Commanders game, is, because this was crazy. I mean, to just the back and forth. They had 41 points in the fourth quarter alone. Mm-hmm. So that's got to be some kind of record. close at least.
Close.
Most points
Has to
scored
be
in
close.
because that's with the kickoff return, the long pass to Terry McLaurin, and
It was
the missed
insane.
extra point, and then to top it off, they make it more dramatic because the Cowboys guy on the onside kick should have just went down. The game was over, and he decided to score, and then it gives the Commanders another chance, which they weren't able to come up on to take advantage of. But at the same time, it's just what a wild game. But that's the one that comes to my mind is the NFC Championship game, and what makes it all the better is it's to go to the Super Bowl.
Right.
So this is just a typical regular season game, but to have all that stuff go on. I mean, John Ryan threw the same amount of touchdown passes as Russell Wilson in that game.
Was there ever a moment in that game where you thought, because this is what I fear when you get to those fourth quarters, is please don't let a ref decide this. Please don't let a ref have some call that keeps the team moving. And that it feels like that happens far too often. I can't remember, though. Was there a moment in that game where you thought, oh, they're going to call this, and they didn't? Or vice versa, where you thought, like, man, like, I'm so glad we got this flag. Like, I can't remember any
I can't
refs
either.
getting
I think
involved.
there wasn't many
pretty good. They let 'em
controversial
play.
calls there.
Yeah.
It was pretty clean that way. Is there anything in that game? Maybe earlier in the game, I guess. Maybe some potential PIs or something on some of the interceptions, but no, I can't think of anything in that game where the refs tried to take it over.
So follow up and last question. I expected that to be the answer you would give because it's the craziest one that I could think of.
Yeah.
But you've also been, while not fourth quarters quite as wild as that one, you've been part of many, many fourth quarters. Does something change? Like, is there a vibe shift? Is there a tension? Like, do you guys feel the fourth quarter in a different way?
There's a little, you don't want anything to change. You kind of want to treat it the same. But yes, naturally there's the urgency that kicks in because hey, especially if you're losing, like we have one or two more chances at this. We got to get it done now. So there is a little urgency, I think, and there's no more adjustments. You're not making, you can't change what you're doing in the fourth quarter. Now it's just kind of what you've been giving them all game and what you've prepared for, and you got to just execute it. And I think that's the big thing is just. But there becomes a laser focus more so, and it's not the fact that you're not focused earlier in the game. It's just the fact that you get in that little zone is what I'd call it, is like an athlete where it's like, okay, this is real, and I don't know, it's hard to describe it, but where everything just kind of it slows down slightly a little bit, but there's still a sense of urgency to get things done, knowing that every single play could be the end of the game.
Yeah,
and I think that's why you play the game. It's so fun. It's the best feeling. There's really nothing like it. I would say maybe smoking a drive off the first tee box is one. That's a good feeling.
No,
too.
It feels like Bump is in here now.
I'm just trying to do my part. Trying to do my part, Stacey.
All right, guys, you get two choices for how to build your Super Bowl winning team. I understand there's more nuance than this, but just imagine this. Number one, you can have a finesse pass game. You're dropping 30-plus a game with a franchise star quarterback. Or two, you have an old-school run game, dominant in the trenches. Which one are you picking? We'll explain why that old-school style of winning is surging back into style for two top contenders. That's coming up next.
This is Seattle Sports.
Jansen, he's going 40, 30, 20, turns upfield 10, 5, down to the 3-yard line.
I just feel like our team is just coming closer together. We're playing with great energy.
So overall, our defense is outstanding, man. Leonard wrecking the game.
Blitz is coming. Murray gets hit, goes down. It's Williams coming off the right side of the Seahawks defense.
I thought he was dominant. I knew he played great, and I looked at the stat line. I mean, he played out of his mind.
We are the home of the Seahawks.
What would motivate you to encourage your kid to work with me at Lee Johnson?
I still revert back to, if I work at a location and I'm willing to have my son work at this location, that should tell you a great deal. I didn't steer my son away, I steered my son to it. Because of the opportunities that are in front, and when you see it across multiple rooftops in multiple locations, it says a lot that you're willing to entrust your family member, your blood, sweat, and tears. You're willing to say, hey, this is a great place for them to be and work. If you take care of people, they take care of customers.
Sharing a good thing with family and friends comes easy at the Lee Johnson Auto family. The LJ way is The Lee Johnson Auto family.
Saying goodbye to my electric blanket. That's right. I've got an electric blanket. It's John Curley. We're not going to need it anymore because Home Comfort Alliance installed my heat pump, giving me dependable heating and AC while improving my air quality and comfort without my good old electric blanket. As a top Lennox Premier partner, Home Comfort Alliance has a long history of 5-star customer satisfaction. Call the comfort people and ask for the Curley Cash discount. Currently up to $4,000 in combined rebates and discounts. Visit HomeComfortAlliance.com.
Want to listen to Seattle sports on your smart speaker?
Hey, smart speaker, play Seattle sports.
This message is powered by the EQC Sportsbook at Emerald Queen Casino. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
The Pacific Northwest is the perfect backdrop for the holiday season. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law reminds us that the roadways don't always agree.
It's that combination of additional travel, changes in routine, and winter weather that make this the most dangerous time of the year to be behind the wheel.
Any safety tips to help commuters keep the holidays joyful?
The number one cause of accidents remains distracted driving, even during the holidays. So store that cell phone in a place that eliminates temptation. It's imperative we set the example for our teens. Also, be aware of abrupt changes in the weather and prepare for it. Sometimes it's as simple as allowing additional distance for following or stopping. Lastly, make sure your vehicle is properly maintained for winter.
That includes four-wheel drive and chains when required at the pass. Please follow these safety precautions from my good friends at Pendergast Law and keep you and your neighbors safe this holiday season.
Happy holidays from all of us at Pendergast Law.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
November is a great time to get a new TV. Now that the top-rated brands like Samsung, LG, and Sony are at the lowest prices of the year. With Black Friday deals available, what more could you want? How about better than Black Friday? Before you click, you should call Video Only to see how you can go lower than Black Friday. That's right, the best TVs at better prices. Check out Video Only before you buy, or you'll be sorry.
At State Roofing, you can trust us to get your project done right because we prioritize quality and excellence in everything we do. Take advantage of 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest today, and don't pay until 2025. Call State Roofing at 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com.
Have you tried the Dining District at the Bellevue Collection? Grab lunch with friends, meet up for happy hour, and stay for dinner and beyond. You can sample international flavors and local favorites from talented chefs. Try a new cocktail on a rooftop bar or watch the game with friends and explore the lively nightlife scene. The Dining District at the Bellevue Collection, where your taste adventure begins. Learn more at BellevueCollection.com/dining district.
Is chronic pain beginning to make your everyday life a challenge? Then call Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD, with Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. With over 30 years of experience, no one has more experience in pain medicine techniques and stem cell therapy than Dr. Nelson. And here's what a satisfied patient had to say.
I was experiencing severe neck pain, kind of radiating from my shoulders up into my head. And it was pretty severe, and it lasted for about a year. So I went to see Dr. Nelson, and after I got the stem cell treatment, I had positive results within a week, and it just got better from there. And to this day, I can't believe I used to be in such pain. He was just an incredible doctor. Everything about the place is just fantastic.
So don't let pain control your life. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD. Call 425-823-4000 today. That's 425-823-4000 or go to danielnelsonmd.com.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The Ravens beat the Chargers on Monday Night Football. Final score of 30-23. Lamar Jackson accounted for 3 touchdowns, and Ravens head coach John Harbaugh improved to 3-0 against his younger brother and current Chargers coach Jim Harbaugh. 2 traffic citations issued to Dolphins wide receiver Tyreek Hill were dismissed when the responding officers failed to appear at a court hearing earlier this morning. These citations were from a viral interaction back in September when Hill was arrested just hours ahead of the Dolphins season opener.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
from the Quantum Fiber Studio
This is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. Time is a flat circle in the NFL. I was listening to Shil Kapadia on the Ringer NFL show, Brian Walters in for Michael Bumpus, and he said, look, everything in the NFL is cyclical, and he has found that he's gone from being really into finesse pass games to suddenly recognizing, like, wow, there's real value in running backs that I had kind of written off before. So he calls it being running back pilled. He said, look, the two best teams in the NFC right now, Detroit and Philly, are winning in the trenches and with an old school run game. So there's two conversations I'd love to have here. Number one is, if we could build the Seahawks to look like any team, is that the approach we're taking? And number two is, why do we think that approach was at one point written off and is now making a surge? Let's start with the latter. Why do you think that there was a time when we were kind of writing off running backs, writing off that style of winning? And why do you think it's coming back?
Well, it's just because the NFL is getting so pass happy.
Yeah.
It still kind of is, but the thing people don't understand is, to be able to throw 40, 50 times a game, you have to have the big man up front to protect you. So to me, it's kind of a weird, like, a take on it, because offensive line has to be there no matter what. That's how you build a team. That's how it's always been, no matter if you are pass happy, no matter if you want to play hard-nosed ball and just run the rock. The offensive line up front has to be there for you, because you can't do that. You can't pass the ball without the offensive line. It's just a matter of how you use the big guys. And that's where, I guess that's where Detroit's different, because Detroit's using them, and they have the two back. They have Jahmyr Gibbs. They got David Montgomery, both in the top 20 in rushing this season. And it's just a little two-headed monster where it's like, hey, you got to stop this first. But that's a lot of the most. I mean, I'm a fan of this approach, because that's how we won. That's how we won a Super Bowl. That's how we're so good. We had an offensive line, we had a defensive line. We won the game in the trenches, and you just you passed. It's almost the Jared Goff is like kind of what Russell Wilson was for us. And I don't know if that's a bad take on it or not, but that's how I truly believe it. Goff's numbers are good, but he's not asked to lead the team. He's not asked to make those crazy throws. He's not asked to sit in the pocket 40 times a game and pick apart a defense. He's running on play action. The teams are sucking up to stop this run, and that opens the entire passing game. Because if you ask Goff to sit in shotgun and do what Geno does, I don't think Goff has the success that Geno's had in this system, because that's not the kind of quarterback he is. But he's really good at play action and setting these up, and he's a very accurate passer when he has time to, pick out his one-on-ones or his wide-open guys shooting across the middle. So it's just I don't think it's ever went away. That's kind of my answer on it. The offensive line has always been important. It's just a matter of how you use them.
Tell me if I'm off base here. I think there are two reasons we're seeing kind of a resurgence of old school football. Number one is very much related to your point about, well, the offensive line play was always there for the great pass teams too, is I think that we get caught onto narratives for teams. So you think, of great Super Bowl teams, and you go, well, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, they won because they went and got Tom Brady, and they had these great wide receivers with Chris Godwin and Mike Evans, and that's how they won. Well, wait a minute. They were the best defense against the run and had an amazing defensive line. And when you saw them contrasted against Kansas City in that Super Bowl, it was very clear they had the better offensive line and that Kansas City needed to add there. So that was a team that was really strong in the trenches and that had some quietly good running backs who especially stepped up in the postseason. And yeah, Tom Brady threw for 5,000 yards. Like, that's a huge part of it. But I think that sometimes we just build a story about a team that's not actually true. And so we start thinking if a team has a great quarterback, they're a finesse team. And that is not always the case. Usually these teams do still have great offensive lines or maybe a great defensive line. I mean, last year the Chiefs got to a Super Bowl because of their defensive line and because of their young secondary.
Yeah, and that's actually a very good point. You aren't going to have a good defense without a good defensive line. That's just, I don't think there's an example of a team that has a really bad defensive line and they're one of the best defenses. There's not. But now, on the other hand, I think you can have a really good defense without the best secondary because the defensive line makes there's a lot of good cornerbacks out there, a lot of good safeties that can sit and cover for 2 to 3 seconds. Right? If you can do that on a receiver, you can 3 seconds and your defensive line gets to the quarterback, the odds that he makes a bad throw, a contested throw, has to scramble, play breaks down are very high. Now, if you're asked the same DB to cover for 5 seconds, 6 seconds, because your defensive line's not good, they're not getting any pressure on the quarterback's sitting there picking you apart all day, you're not going to win a lot of games. You're not going to win a lot of those battles. And that's why when you go, let's just take the simplest example I can do is when you go to one-on-ones in practice. When you're on one-on-ones, the receiver wins those battles 70, 80% of the time, right? And think about the situation. There's no pressure on the quarterback. You're one-on-one, run your route, just beat them. It's a really hard position to be in as a defensive back.
Yeah.
Now, when you throw the defensive line in there, a good defensive line, it changes everything. And that's just, I mean, as obvious as it sounds, it's just a take on it. If I'm building a team, I am starting with playmakers on the defensive front that can disrupt quarterbacks, because you don't have to necessarily have the huge playmakers on the back end if you have that on the front end.
Right, exactly. It's like if you could add one dynamic to your defense, are you adding purely speed with your defensive backs, or are you adding pressure? I'm adding pressure.
Yes.
10 times out of 10.
Pressure all day long. You can have a wide open receiver streaking down the sideline, and if you get pressure and the quarterback takes a hit, it could be an interception, and then who's the heroes? The DBs. The DBs are the heroes.
Second reason, and this is more of an evolution of football. So tell me what you're seeing in terms of that kind of back and forth between offenses and defenses. There's just a volleying of ideas, of concepts, of ways to attack between offenses and defenses throughout time. So we know that the ideal quarterback used to be Peyton Manning, right? And that then for a while there was, we're going to use, a lot of 11 personnel. It was really Sean McVay ushering that in. So this would have been decades later. But that defenses started to respond by playing more nickel, by having really, really fast linebackers as opposed to those like big hulky linebackers that would go against the run. So when you start building defenses purely built to stop the pass, what do? Run. And it's, I think, why when earlier you were talking about the Bills being a team you'd love to see go against the Lions, I would bet that if I were to jump inside Brian Walters' head, the reason you stopped yourself is because the Bills' defense is built to stop the pass. And you realize that, the Lions are a team that not only was built in recent seasons, but is built to beat that defense, because that's the way that the AFC especially has evolved. And
that's how, that's to be a coach in the NFL, you have to be able to adapt.
Yeah.
You have to be able to say, this is what they've been throwing at us. Now, how am I going to defend it now? And so that's when, or what am I going to run against this? Like you have 6 DBs in the game. Okay, well, here we go. Like, we got to show that we can run it with that personnel group in, and we can run the ball and drive you off the ball and get 3-4 yards and challenge you to stop us that way. And so that's where you get the whole changing of the shifts in strategies and stuff throughout the NFL. That's where it all comes from, is just coaches making adjustments to what defenses are putting out there or what offenses are putting out there. And a lot of it's based on players. and a lot of it's based on coaches, where they've come from, where have they learned their schemes, where have they come up from, and like McVay, who was his his mentor, who taught him his offense that he runs. And then you have a guy like Dan Campbell. Well, he's a trench guy. He's that's where his heart is.
Right.
And so a lot of it just takes on where the coach has came from as well. I don't think there's a wrong way. There's not a right way. Is there a more successful way? Yes, sometimes. But if you can do it both ways. Like, there's a way. The Rams have been successful with their 11 personnel.
Right.
Obviously, they are.
Very different from the Lions attack.
Very different than the Lions attack. So there's multiple ways to do it, but that's the beauty of coaching, I think, is how you get them to execute it. And that's the tough part, is you have to execute it right. Because if Dan Campbell if he had an offensive line that was okay, but hey, we want to pound the rock 30 times a game, no, he's going to be a bad coach, because he's got to make the adjustments and go with what your strengths are as your team, or what you want to build. I
feel like what I'm hearing then is that it's more important than just having strategy and the right personnel, which is obviously really important, is knowing who you are. And I think that people hear they have a great identity and think it's just coach speak, or I'm not saying everyone thinks that, but I do think it is easy to overlook the importance of knowing who you are. But Brian, you were part of Seahawks teams who I thought had a very clear identity, and it was great defense, really solid and underrated special teams play, great run game, and like a really dynamic quarterback who's great with play action. And that's exactly who you were. You could ask a fan who had seen one Seahawks game in full, what kind of team are the Seahawks? And they would tell you. In fact, that lingered so long that national reporters were describing the Seahawks as a run-first team at a point when they had no run game. Like that identity just lingered for so long that it became true of them even when it was no longer actually true on the field.
Agree. And I would argue that Detroit is almost the exact same identity as we were in the
I miss
good
that
years with
identity.
Seattle. I love that identity, but it's a tough identity. It's hard to do. And the most difficult thing is we've seen it this year with the Seahawks. To be able to commit to the run like that is a tough thing, especially for an offensive coordinator.
Why is it so hard? I know that's a dumb question on its face, but I think there are people wondering that. They watch these games and they go, why?
Because it's not pretty. It's not the sexy thing to do. You're not getting chunks chunks of yardage. You're not having the game-breaking plays, and you have to be kind of slow, methodical, and it's tough to stick to that, especially when you have so many plays in that playbook that you've studied, you've looked on film, you're like, this is going to work. This is a touchdown if we execute this right. But there's so much to just, one, controlling clock, and that's where the run game comes in, and two, just when you have, like, Ray Roberts will tell you this as an offensive lineman, running the ball just kind of gets the offensive lineman fired up. It does. You're driving off the ball. It's you versus them. How far can I drive you back? And it's more just I'd say it's more fun for them to do that, and it's more of a tone setter.
Mm-hmm.
Where pass blocking, you're a little more. You're in a more of a defensive position, kind of you're backpedaling, you're kind of create that pocket. It's not you're kind of taking the brunt of the force, and how can you defend that off? So for an offensive lineman, I think that the running game is just so much more fun. It's just a way to get them more into the game. And it's also going to allow you to set the tone where now maybe they're not rushing as much, because now they're trying to worry about their gaps a little bit, and they're not all about the sacks, get those stats. So there's a little bit to it like that.
How much does the offensive line play a part here? Because statistically, the offensive line that was here in Seattle during your time with the Seahawks was not like a top 5. It wasn't Philly's offensive line. It wasn't Detroit's, but it was probably the best iteration of an offensive line that they ever had under Pete Carroll. So it's not like you need a top 5 unit, but it is massively important and massively underrated in terms of establishing that identity.
Yeah, well, I mean, we were one of the best running teams in the league. So I will say they were fantastic
Run blocking,
at running.
they were, yeah.
I think pass blocking for a guy like Russ is tough.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's where, if we had a no knock on Russ, no knock on anything, I loved what we had there, but you had a traditional pocket passer, then it's just really, really hard to compare blocking for a guy like Russ versus a guy like Peyton Manning.
Mm-hmm.
The things Peyton Manning would do, and just sitting in the pocket, it's easier for a lineman to know where he's at, to know where do you throw this defender, where Russ was all over the place. And so I think the offensive line takes a lot of criticism on that. But really, it's as you know, I mean, the Steelers are kind of going through it too. I mean, Russ is having a good year so far, but it's tough to block for him. I mean, Russ has played, 3 or 4 games, and he's been sacked the same amount of times as Lamar Jackson, who's played the entire year.
Mm-hmm.
So there's something to that, and the offensive line will always take the blame, even though sometimes it is on the quarterback. But they were so good at running the ball. And Marshawn's a easy person to block for, too.
Marshawn
he was something special.
Truly just would kill people. You would bulldoze over them. All right, let's focus just in the last couple minutes, Brian, on just the Seahawks here and identity. So we've talked about some factors that we thought contributed, not just to a change towards finesse offenses and a devaluing of running backs, but have more recently contributed to now running backs resurging, right? Look at Saquon and what he's doing with the Eagles. Look at Derrick Henry at 30 years old with the Ravens and the top teams in football. I mean, the rushing leaders right now in the NFL are all playoff teams, and they are going to be like a number 1 seed and number 2 seed. I mean, these are dominant teams. Let's talk just about the Seahawks. They're really good with the pass, right? Earlier in 4-down territory, I asked you about JSN, and you talked about his development. And honestly, the most exciting parts of so many of these games, other than a recent defensive surge, has been the pass game, because that's where they've excelled. What would you like to see them personally, as Brian Walters? Where would you like to see them lean in terms of an identity? Like, what would you love to see them establish?
I think I'm done with the whole they need to run the ball more kind of thing. I think this is their identity. They want to throw the ball. That's just who they are. What I do like that they do, so a lot of people think that you're not running the ball, your running backs aren't involved. Well, the running backs are some of the top reception getters on the team. So he's still getting the ball to these playmakers, whether it be a screen. You saw it last game. You saw Kenneth Walker have a couple big check down
really
runs.
Good point.
And he's, 15, 20-yard catches out of the backfield. So I don't think that Grubb is saying we're not going to trust our run game like that, but he's like, hey, we're giving them the ball in different ways. We're gonna throw these little outs to them. We're gonna throw checkdowns to them. We're gonna throw screens to them. So Kenneth Walker is getting the ball, and so he can still be a playmaker that way. Like I said, the running game looks very close. It looks close, but that's what a lot of bad running teams say. It's almost there. It is so close.
Yeah.
We're 1 block away, and that's usually the case on about every bad run. Is there's 1 block away.
It kind of speaks to the nature of the NFL, though, right? Where it's like it is much easier to see how close a team can be because it turns out that the difference between the worst run game and the best run game is really just a couple players up front, or maybe a couple plays a game.
It really is, or 1 cut by the running back that he saw it differently. It's just, usually there is a way. Every play you look and there is a hole, but it's a lot easier to be looking at that film and fast forward, rewind. Wait, where is it? Rewind, slow motion.
Yeah,
there it is.
finding
Oh,
it.
you missed it. So it's a lot easier to do that than it is in real time.
Are you hoping, last question here before we get to headline rewrites, we've talked a lot about offensive identity because obviously this is where this started, right? That Philly and Detroit are winning in the trenches and they're running the football, and it's a style of football that was seen as old school for a while and kind of got a knock because truly passing is more efficient statistically, and so with a rise of analytics, people kind of wrote off the run game and running backs, and it turns out that's coming back and it's kicking people's butts. So we didn't focus on the defense much. Is there a chance that defense kind of starts to become part of this identity in the last 6 games here?
I think it is the identity so
Yeah.
far. I mean, the last 3 games, this defense has been the entire identity, keeping us in games. The turnaround that they've made has been one of the. I mean, I don't know if you can. I mean, the 5-6 weeks before this little 3-game stretch. I mean, it was some of the worst defense that we've seen here in a long time. I mean, it was awful. So the fact that you switch out a couple players and the fact that they can make those moves, that they're able to say, nope, we did it wrong. We need these guys. And they went out and made those moves. That says so much about the front office and about the coaching staff, kind of, admitting their mistakes, I guess, in lack of a better term, and just saying, nope, all right, but then fixing it like that. So this defense is the identity right now. And ideally, both of these, the defense and the offense, will click at some point. Like that's what we're hoping for, because the offense is so close. They've shown glimpses of explosion, and they just gotta stop shooting themselves in the foot, and that's been the common theme.
Speaking of this defense and about the rest of the schedule, Brian and I are going to start previewing the Jets game. We're on a short week. It's basically our Thursday. So we're going to jump into a Jets preview at 1 p.m. and talk about where this team can take a step forward against New York. Before we get to that, though, let's get to headline rewrites.
Extra, read all about it. Headline rewrites.
We must make headlines.
The real story behind the headlines in today's news with Bump and Stacy.
The Ravens beat the Chargers 30-23 last night. What's the real headline?
Lamar Jackson has had it with your Saquon MVP takes. 3 touchdowns for Lamar on the night. One of them a very casual rushing touchdown.
Yeah, Lamar's having a heck of a year. It's really tough to not put him as a front runner in the MVP race with the 27 touchdowns, 3 interceptions. Pretty remarkable. But Saquon Barkley, he's still, gosh, you love what he does and what he brings. Every single time he touches the ball, you think he could score, and he's finally able to fly in Philly as opposed to getting hidden in New York Giants under the Daniel Jones contract and all that stuff going on. So it's going to be a fun. There's still a lot of football to be played, but it's going to be a fun finish to see if a running back can get that MVP.
What kind of numbers do you think would get it done for Saquon? And let's assume that Lamar has similar numbers to his MVP season, right?
Yeah.
So still, over 1,000 rushing yards. So some crazy numbers for Lamar. But if that's the case, are we talking 2,100 yards for Saquon? What would we need to see?
Well, I think no-brainer. If Saquon can break the all-time rushing record,
you have to do it.
You have to give him the MVP. You have to. There's no way you can't, for having one of the best seasons, even though there are 17 games.
Yeah.
I just think there's zero chance that when a record-breaking year and you're not the MVP, that would be criminal.
So Saquon right now, and granted, this is with the 255 against the Rams taken in, so it's skewed it a little bit, but he is on pace for 2,151 rushing yards, which would break Eric Dickerson's record.
Well, there you go.
By 50 yards.
50 yards. So if he does it, he's the MVP. There's no question. With a little bit of an asterisk from the old timers. Absolutely.
They'd be like, well, with an extra game. And we'd be like, it's still insane.
Exactly. Yep. So, but both of them had an incredible year. I don't know. I hope there's I don't hope this because I want the Seahawks to be in the Super Bowl, but that would be a fun little matchup.
Yeah.
If we don't get the Seahawks in the Super Bowl, then I see those two go at it.
Headline rewrites.
Former New York Giants quarterback Daniel Jones has cleared waivers and is now an unrestricted free agent. What's the real headline?
The Jets have the opportunity to do the funniest thing ever.
Yep, I would agree, and they'll put him right on that practice squad. Not practice squad, but they'll put him right on that scout team, give him the jersey, and say, hey, we got your starting quarterback. He's now our safety, just like the Giants apparently did, which I'm still shocked that the Giants did that. Because
disrespectful.
If you're trying to get rid of a quarterback, it wasn't disrespectful, but he could still get hurt doing that.
Yeah.
That's the thing. So then if he gets hurt, you're signed on to
$23 million
for his contract. Pretty risky, unless it was just like he was there during a walkthrough and someone reported that he's playing scout team. So that would be the only thing. But I think it would be pretty funny. Probably not going to happen, but just to add to the whole New York drama going on right now with both football squads.
What do you think? I'm assuming you didn't watch a ton of Giants games during Danny Dimes' time with New York, but what to you always seemed like his kryptonite or something he struggled with? Is he a guy that just panicked? Was he inaccurate? Like, what was always his kind of key flaw to you?
Yeah, he was inaccurate. He panicked under pressure. He was a bad thrower, bad decisions. He could run, that's for sure. The play that's probably always going to haunt him is one where he was breaking free on the big run and he just fell on his own.
Oh, God.
And that one, for some reason, always sticks into my mind. I was like, oh, no, don't do that.
It's kind of symbolic of there's something about him. It's
symbolic.
just, now he is more athletic than 99% of people.
Yes.
But something about him in this league just feels not athletic.
It really does. But from the beginning, I had no idea why they signed him to that extension. And I know other quarterbacks out there are thanking him for setting the bar.
It is a bummer because he was so fun. I know I described him as seeming non-athletic, but he is quite. He's a good rusher. And he was so dynamic when they had him and Saquon together. And it's almost like the Giants thought they could replicate that for a cheaper price.
And you know what the worst part is? He looked so good against us.
I hate it.
He looked, I'm like, oh, maybe Daniel Jones is back. Maybe he can put it together a good year. We're going to be the stepping stone. We're going to be the reason why Daniel Jones' career is in resurgence. And then it just was back to normal Daniel Jones things.
When you start looking at college football playoff rankings and you do quality losses, and it's like, okay, the Seahawks lost to Detroit, but they were short 6 starters and they kind of got back into it. And in theory, it was close. And, they were able to get, some nice plays in there. That was like a quality loss. The opposite of that is what the Giants were, where in the game since you see New York and you just go how did you possibly have this happen?
And that was without Malik Neighbors as well. They didn't have a couple of their playmakers. It's just, it's a head scratching game to me. And it's one I hope we're not looking back at and saying, that's what cost us the playoffs. That's what cost us home field advantage or something. So that's the, But hey, he got us, so good for him. So hopefully, maybe we're hoping that a NFC West team doesn't pick him up.
Yeah, that's clear. We'll go ahead and skip the last headline rewrite. Still to come at 1 p.m. We're going to go ahead and jump right into a Jets preview. Why not? Still waiting on the first practice report for the Seahawks to come out. It's going to be a short week for them too, so we might as well look ahead to week 13. We're going to check in on the latest with Aaron Rodgers, figure out what kind of team this is because they're so good on paper and they have not played like it. So what's that actually mean in terms of a threat or matchups for the Seattle Seahawks? Again, that's starting at 1 p.m. Some interesting sound from Mark Sanchez on the Seahawks. I always like a national perspective. That's coming up at 12:45. Before we get to that, though, taking a look around the NFL, that is coming your way next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
Defense starts, and in the very first series, they set the tone, man.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
You had 2 sacks in that first series, and the defense, it was unbelievable.
Yeah, it felt suffocating. It felt suffocating because of Leonard Williams. But if one guy is single-handedly getting in the backfield within seconds, where the Seahawks have been on the receiving end of that sometimes, that just wrecks an entire game plan. And it looked like it brought the Cardinals offense out of sync. I think it took them out of their game plan.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Hey, folks, this is it. The best weekend of the year for buying a TV. Forget inflation because now you've got deflation with Black Friday pricing on top-rated brands like Samsung, LG, and Sony. Where's the best place to shop? It's not the clubs or online. Join the smart shoppers heading for video only because they've got better than Black Friday deals. That's right, better. Don't believe it? Then bring your prices to video only and compare before you buy. Or you'll be sorry. At Video Only, you won't find huge stores with refrigerators or microwaves, but you will find the best deals on top-rated TVs, soundbars, and monitors. Shop around. Just make sure you visit Video Only, because if you don't,
you'll be sorry.
In South Center, Bellevue, Linwood, Federal Way, and Tacoma, Video Only.
Want to listen to Seattle sports on your smart speaker?
Hey, smart speaker, play Seattle sports.
This message is powered by the EQC Sportsbook at Emerald Queen Casino. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
My wife and I always loved doing everything together. Jiu-jitsu, kayaking, and intimacy was always on point. It was around my early 30s when I noticed a downward trend. Watching a lot of TV, putting on weight, and just full of self-doubt. I had tried another men's clinic with disappointing results. It's the personalized treatment I receive at Revive Men's Health that has been the complete game changer for me. I've got my energy and motivation back, I'm feeling stronger than I did in my 20s, and it made me a much better husband to my wife.
This is Dr. Andrew House of Revive Men's Health. If you're always feeling tired or moody, or your sleep is poor, you have low libido, you may be suffering from low testosterone.
Book your free T-check and exam. Call Revive Men's Health Seattle at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Brewster King Salmon Derby tickets are on sale now through Friday. Get your tickets before they sell out. Presented by VIP Insurance Agencies and hosted by Brewster Community Senior Center. Brought to you by Brewster Bait and Tackle Shop. BrewsterKingSalmonDerby.com.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
The Mike Macdonald Show. The first word from the head coach after every Seahawks game.
We want to play a certain way, and you're just going to chisel away at it every day.
Presented by Emerald Queen Casino. Seahawks Insider. Brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. Now here's Maura Dooley.
Leonard Williams was an absolute game wrecker Sunday with 2.5 sacks and 4 quarterback hits. According to Next Gen Stats, he had a 28.1% pressure rate, his highest since 2018. On ESPN's NFL Live yesterday, Marcus Spears raved about his performance.
Had it not been for Saquon Barkley, this would have been the best performance of Sunday.
Hey.
Leonard Williams absolutely took over this football game. The first possession of the game, a Leonard Williams TFL sack, my fave. Then later on, you come on, a TFL by Leonard Williams, a sack by Leonard Williams. I'm not going far by saying this. This is absolutely the best defensive individual line performance that I've seen out of an individual all season long. I was just gushing.
The Seahawks Insider is brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. For the latest on the Seahawks anytime, go to SeattleSports.com.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. you'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
People buy what they believe in. Truth be told, with the brands that we sell here, with the exception of Genesis, our luxury brand, every franchise has multiple competitors in a nearby proximity. We have the benefit of the Lee Johnson reputation of doing the right thing and treating people right, giving people a comfortable and a safe place to do business. Then you have the salespeople, the individual people that you're going to meet. Each individual person has an opportunity to sort of unveil our company spirit and their own individual personality and their ability to serve. I've told people, hey, honestly, everybody makes a good car. But once you get down to it, it's going to be about who you're buying into. As much as you're selling the car, you're selling yourself.
The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Taking a look around the NFL, Brian Walterson from Michael Bumpus, and we are going to start with the Chargers. LA Chargers running back J.K. Dobbins sustained a knee injury in last night's 30-23 loss to his former team and did not play in the second half. After the game, head coach Jim Harbaugh said, quote, "I don't have any update. For now, I know it's a knee." This could be, he didn't come out on crutches or have to go to the hospital or anything. He was seen after the game, embracing Lamar Jackson, again, former teammates. So we saw him. He just clearly did not re-enter the game. He was in street clothes. If this is serious, a massive blow to the Chargers, Brian, because one of the common storylines for this team has been they have a great young quarterback and no weapons, and that's still been true this year, with the exception of J.K. Dobbins.
Yeah, Dobbins has been an absolute weapon for him, and he's on pace to have his best career year so far. He's already at 766 yards rushing, 8 touchdowns, where his career high is 9, so he's on pace to break all of that, and you just feel bad for Justin Herbert because his receivers weren't really helping him on Monday. A lot of drop passes, and Dobbins was kind of his outlet. But hey, how about Will Dissly out there having a good year too? I'm happy for Uncle Will.
I'm happy for Will Dissly. I, though, am I was going to say not happy for. I guess I'm confused. The Chargers went into the season knowing that their number one priority was to get weapons for Justin Herbert, and then it didn't pay off. And I know they got Lad McConkey. There were moves that they made, but I'm just surprised that they didn't make more of an effort, I guess.
Yeah, Lad McConkey has been a good surprise for him, though. He looks like the real deal.
Mm-hmm.
Very clutch, easy, or a guy that Herbert can depend on. But they just don't have that, especially without Dobbins, that game-breaking receiver. They don't have that explosive guy that really can just – there's no – now, not every team, this is a bad example, but they don't have the Saquon Barkley. They don't have a
Justin Jefferson. They don't have a superstar.
They don't have the superstar guy that can really help Herbert out sometimes when Herbert's not perfectly on his game.
Jim Harbaugh, again, head coach of the Chargers, had some very sweet words about his brother before coaching against him for Monday Night Football.
I love my brother, and I'd lay down my life for my brother, but I would not let him win a football game, and he wouldn't want it that way. So, it just feels cool. Feels cool. We're ready to have at it.
Love it. I'd take a bullet for him. I would not let him win this game, though.
Never a football game.
Never.
Too competitive. Is it just me, or does Jim Harbaugh just seem like a different coach than what he was when he was with the 49ers and we had those rivalries?
I thought you were going to say a different kind of coach. I was like, no, he's crazy.
But he just seems
even
different. He seems more of a player's coach now. He seems more of a guy that... Because, you
think college changed him?
I think it seems like college changed him a little bit. Because he seems like, before I never would want to play for him.
Yeah.
He seemed like a coach I didn't want. But now it's like, you know what? He kind of seems like a fun coach. He seems like he's got it together. He's a player's coach. And it seems like those guys all are kind of gathering behind him. So I don't know what it is about that. And I don't like saying that about him, especially after the whole rivalries we had with San Francisco.
Right, it doesn't feel good.
It doesn't feel good. But to me, he just seems different. Seems different.
You think there's something to, you played for a guy who had really excelled as a college head coach. Do you think there's something that being a college head coach can do for your game in terms of being a player-friendly coach?
I think that, but I also think the main thing is when you've gone to multiple places, you've coached multiple areas, you kind of pick and choose what's really worked for you.
Yeah.
So when he was at Stanford, he was a certain way. When he went to the 49ers, he was a certain way. Then he went to college, he was a certain way, and you're kind of shaping your coaching philosophy there. And now maybe he's found his niche. He has found where he wants to be, and that's what he's going with.
Yesterday in Colin Cowherd's show, former Jets coach Eric Mangini was asked about his possible interest in returning to coach for New York.
Well, it would make sense, Colin, because I just sold my house in New Jersey. So that's typically how the NFL works. Is once you sell property, then you get an opportunity. Once you buy property, then you get fired. I think it was just part of an article. I obviously am not lobbying for the job, but I feel pretty good about what I did while I was there. I mean, we just had 3 of those guys that I coached go into the Jets Ring of Honor, and I think we were a smart, disciplined, tough team. I didn't realize they were getting the band back together, bringing Tannenbaum in, but it's it's like any other situation. There's a lot of things that you can do with an organization from a vision and principle standpoint, and I feel good about what I did when I was there.
The Jets have a lot of talent on their roster and a lot of really interesting names, but not a lot to show for it. What kind of head coach, if you were Woody Johnson, would you want to bring in for this program?
Unfortunately, I thought they had him. I thought Robert Saleh was like the perfect person for that job. Passionate players coach, defensive minded. So I don't really know. I think this whole organization is a little bit of a dumpster fire right now, and it's just I don't know who would want to go take that head coaching job until there's some changes, I guess, in the I don't know. I don't want to say the ownership, but yes, maybe the ownership, because it's tough to have an owner who is so hands-on like that. It's tough to be a coach and to make the decisions that you really want to make.
Well, we all learned about a really weird NFL rule over the weekend, and if you were watching the Bears-Vikings game, you saw this. If not, we'll catch you up. So what happened is in this game, Minnesota receiver Jordan Addison got a 69-yard reception. It was in the third quarter. It was obviously a huge play, a shift of momentum, really big for the Vikings. And again, this was a pretty close game at the time. So Bears head coach Matt Eberflus challenged it. He felt that Addison may have stepped out of bounds, so he challenged whether or not Addison was in bounds. And at Soldier Field, it was a Bears home game, there are boundary cameras that are right on the sidelines. But it turns out that while using a boundary camera to judge whether or not Jordan Addison would have been out of bounds would have been exactly the angle that you would want to use, once he challenged it, they couldn't use that angle or that camera because not every stadium has them. So it's seen as a question of equity. That was according to Mike Pieria. I can't believe this. This blows my mind. So the newest story out of the NFL is the NFL says it anticipates having those boundary cameras in every stadium by the end of the year. It's only in 25 of 30 NFL stadiums. I have no idea if it's at Lumen Field. I
don't either.
Like thinking like, what is the... I guess if I were to think of all the things reviewed, like maybe I could figure it out, but what a weird rule. Like, so because other stadiums don't have it, we can't use this camera to...
Yeah, it's such a dumb rule, especially when you can see you stepped on the line or, it's so conclusive that this is what actually happened. You've got to do everything you can to get it right, no matter if, some stadium across the country doesn't have it, because it's also not guaranteed that this exact play is happening in that stadium across the country. So why not use the technology if you have it? I think something happened like this earlier for an Amazon Prime game where they couldn't use an angle that the Amazon Prime guys had because it wasn't an NFL camera, and usually they don't have this camera, and it was a better picture or something. It's just use whatever resources you have available to you, and I don't think any other team that doesn't have that camera in their stadium, one of those 5, is going to complain that they used it. No one's going to come at you and be like, whoa, hold on one second. We don't have those cameras. You can't use that.
No,
who cares?
No, it's just very stupid, but at least the league is adding them to every single stadium. Next and last story here, just because it could be of interest to Seahawks fans. New York Giants quarterback Tommy DeVito is, quote, not 100% to play on Thanksgiving against the Dallas Cowboys. He's dealing with a forearm injury, according to head coach Brian Daboll. Daboll said he's hopeful DeVito will be a limited participant, that DeVito will play. He'll be a limited participant in today's walkthrough with practice. Giants trying to snap a 6-game skid. If he cannot play, you know what time it is. Drew Lock.
You know, what a weird situation to be getting jumped by the number 3 guy tonight. I don't understand it. I feel bad for Drew Lock.
I don't get it.
Kind of going to New York, hoping, when you play behind Daniel Jones, you had a shot to play at any week. This has happened a couple times throughout the league, though. I don't know if it's the whole emergency quarterback rule, teams wanting to not suit up a certain guy for pay-wise. I don't know what it is, but we've seen that by multiple teams now where a third quarterback has jumped the backup for some reason. And I don't know. I need to get into the reasoning behind that.
Mark Sanchez had high praise for one Seahawks defender and talked about his interaction with Mike Macdonald with Brock and Salk this morning. That's coming your way next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk.
Just 6 games left in this Seahawks season. And at 6-5, Brock, atop the division, the one thing I can say for sure about the Seahawks is that they put themselves in position for the stretch run to really matter.
It is wide open.
Here's my prediction. Seahawks-Rams, final weekend of the season, gets flexed into Sunday Night Football, and it will be a win-and-get-in scenario for the Seahawks. That's my gut, because it'll be a simple scenario. Whoever wins the West gets in.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
By Design Electric and Solar reminds listeners the holidays are meant to be a time of good cheer and warm gatherings with family and friends. Don't spoil the spirit of the season by getting behind the wheel after drinking. Always designate a sober driver or take a ride share for a safe ride home. Let's work together to keep our roadways safe and accident-free this holiday season. Happy holidays to you and yours from the entire team at By Design Electric and Solar, a local and minority-owned electrical contractor, online at bydesignElectricSolar.com.
In the fall, when the weather starts to change, Washington State sees an uptick in auto theft. A major reason is because of steamers. A steamer is when someone turns their car on to warm up and goes back inside the house, or when someone leaves their car running unattended. Car thieves are trained to spot steamers and will steal your car in a split second. Share this information with friends and family. Prevent the theft and keep yourself and your vehicle safe. These tips are brought to you by the Washington Auto Theft Prevention Authority.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy 2. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply. Febreze.
So my home is also my office. And before I can focus, every room's gotta be clean. That means tidying up and spraying my Febreze Air Mist. Ooh, that's fresh. Febreze Air Mist scents are all high quality. They fight any weird funk, and they give my air an instant boost of freshness. So not only does my home smell good, I feel good too. After I Febreze, it's time to start my day.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Cougar basketball is back.
These guys want to get better at basketball. They want to go as far as they can in the game. They want to get their education. They want to be around each other and build a real family.
Coach Riley and the Cougs are ready.
We put in so much work all of our lives for this exact moment.
We are Wazoo. It's only on your home for Cougar basketball.
Catch the Cougs all season long on AM 770 KTTH.
What's your holiday tradition? Now, if you're like me, it involves gathering around a big meal to celebrate. Well, what if there's no food on the table? Hey, it's G-Sky. This year, help someone less fortunate celebrate the holidays by supporting Nourishing Neighbors. The Nourishing Neighbors program provides grocery cards to the people who are the most impacted by food insecurity. So make a donation next time that you're at Safeway and help make sure everyone is welcome at the table for the holidays. Go to nourishingneighbors.com to learn more.
Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe.
Planning to propose this holiday? Shane Company is ready to help you find your dream engagement ring. We handpick the most beautiful diamonds and colorful gemstones in all shapes and sizes. So when you walk in the door, you can trust your rock is in stock. At Shane Company, we've always sourced directly, cut out the middleman, and pass the savings on to you. We work with your budget, not against it. We'll also protect your ring for life with our free unmatched lifetime warranty. Come see us at shaneco.com and in-store. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
This holiday season, give the gift of Mariners baseball. Why settle for a pair of socks when you can grab a pair of tickets to see the Red Sox? A gift card? Skip it. And snag seats to see the Cardinals. A wine opener? Or how about an opening day trip to T-Mobile Park? For tickets and our complete schedule of marquee matchups, including the Yankees and Dodgers, plus can't miss collectibles, fireworks nights, $10 value seats, and more, visit Mariners.com.
A walk-off grand slam for Cal Raleigh.
Hey, Bob Stelton here, preparing for another stressful holiday season, and this year I am prioritizing my well-being. That's why I went to my local Johnson Fitness and Wellness store. Their equipment is made for more than just a workout. It's made for better sleep and mental breaks. And their massage chairs, not just for relaxation, they're made for recovery, stress relief, and lowering blood pressure. The experts at Johnson Fitness and Wellness are here to get you through the holidays with flexible financing, white glove delivery, and treadmills, bikes, and ellipticals up to 50% off. Check out johnsonfitness.com or one of the 3 Seattle locations today.
November is a great time to get a new TV. Now that the top-rated brands like Samsung, LG, and Sony are at the lowest prices of the year. With Black Friday deals available, what more could you want? How about better than Black Friday? Before you click, you should call Video Only to see how you can go lower than Black Friday. That's right, the best TVs at better prices. Check out Video Only before you buy, or you'll be sorry.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Brian Walters in for Michael Bumpus, and we have some interesting sound from Mark Sanchez about the Seattle Seahawks. He got to meet with Mike Macdonald, has some takeaways on Seahawks defenders, including one that was especially impressive to him. Coming up in 15 minutes, we're going to take a look ahead to the Jets. I know it's Tuesday, so it feels really early in the week, but it's a holiday, y'all. Tomorrow's Friday, and I'm out of here. So I want to look ahead to Week 13, and I'm taking you with me. We're going to do that at 1 p.m. Brian's going to have some questions from me about Aaron Rodgers and, kind of how the defense could be challenged here by the Jets offense. So, again, that's coming your way in 15. Right now, though, Brian, let's get to the latest from Mark Sanchez. He was on with Brock and Salk this morning. First, his interaction with Mike Macdonald.
I loved his focus. I thought he's still learning, and I love that he recognized that he's still learning. He recognized that he's a first-year coach and still trying to figure out his workflow.
What are your impressions, Brian, of Mike Macdonald, and what have you made of his first season?
Well, there's been a lot of up and downs this year, and what I've noticed about him is he's stayed so level throughout he is the same person no matter what. He's not throwing people under the bus, but he is. He's realizing that he's learning. He's going through it all. And he's trying to search for answers as well. And so far, he's come up with the answers to the questions. So he seems like a coach that when you see him on the sideline, there's not a lot of emotion out there. He's kind of the same. He's kind of even keel the whole time. And as a player, you kind of like that, especially when there's not. Don't get me wrong here. You love positive emotion from coaches. You love when coaches get excited, but it's the negative stuff. He's not chewing people out when they come off the sideline. He's not really in their face. He's a big film guy. He's like, you know what? Like, yeah, that looked like a bad play, but let's go watch the film before I start calling people out, and we're going to deal with it internally. And so I like that about him. As a player, you can get behind that, that he's not going to really jump to conclusions like that, and he's just going to be the same person no matter what.
Earlier when we had Bob Condotta on, you asked him what I thought was a great question, which is, hey, Bob, you've seen iterations of this team look good for a while, and then they fell off, so do you look at this version of the defense and think it can stick? Like, is there something about it that feels real? And Bob said, yeah, I feel like they've made a genuine shift. Excited to see where they keep going. Brock and Salk asked Mark Sanchez that same question. Can the Seahawks defense sustain this level of play?
I think that's what they're banking on. And, I mean, Leonard Williams had a coming-out party for this season. We know he's a threat on the defensive line, him and Jaron Reed, but they looked awesome together. And it looked like they finally got in sync. And a lot of that is, they've completely overhauled their linebacker room. So, that was the craziest thing I've ever seen maybe going into a game, Brock. Like, I said, wait a second, I'm watching this tape. These dudes, number 0 is not even here. Wait, what happened to this guy? And so I got to go back. When you have them late in the year like that, you got to go back and, look at all these articles, and because you can't possibly follow 32 teams and know every single roster move. So it was a lot of work trying to figure out, wait, who the heck are they? Where's Tyrese Knight coming from? What's going on here? So it was wild that that's happened there. hasn't been like lead stories on a bunch of shows other than local stuff, I'm sure.
It is crazy. Within a span of 2 weeks, you replaced your starting middle linebacker and also the linebacker leading the team in snaps and leading the team in tackles with a rookie and with a really great player who just so happens to be brand new with your team.
Yeah, if you were to tell me that would have happened at the beginning of the year, I'd be like, oh no, like what kind of shape is this team in?
Right.
Who's are the injuries? Wait, what happened? How are those guys not in? Because I was excited for the two linebackers to start the season with Jerome Baker and Tyrell Dotson. But what I love is the ability to adapt, to be like, no, these aren't the guys. Like we thought initially that these were the two guys, and they played fine. Like a couple, there's some really bad games. They had some really good games earlier in the year. But Bob Condona pointed out, yes, it was against some teams with that really aren't that good. They were backup quarterback. Team. The first time a rookie started for the Broncos, and then the Patriots. We know who they are. They're just not a very good team right now. So a lot of factors there, but they made the changes, and then also we've been talking. I always say I never want to talk offensive line, because if we're talking offensive line, it means something's going wrong. It means it's bad, because that's usually what I notice and so we've been talking about offensive line a lot lately, but so a change there is a good thing to me. I mean, that's and the fact that now maybe it wasn't their choice, maybe it was. I don't know what happened behind the scenes to cause Connor Williams to retire, but the product he got on the field after that was a good. You saw improvement, and that's what you can ask for. Abe Lucas obviously is a huge factor coming back, but Olu in there, he's shown that he can. We thought he was the guy at the beginning of the year, so the offensive line has shown a lot more cohesiveness. I mean, it's hard. Connor Williams came in August 7th. That's tough for an offensive line to kind of get the whole feng shui or whatever you want to say together. So I don't know. I love it. I love the ability to make changes like that and how it's worked. So it seems they have the right vision.
I know this was many, many years ago, a decade ago, but it kind of reminds me of when they traded Percy Harvin and they were like, yeah, this guy's not gelling. Like the chemistry isn't right. This guy's causing problems. We're going to go ahead and eat this dead cap and just get rid of him because it's really not working for us. And that was when they were still a really competitive team. I will give credit to the front office. While I have I don't want to say criticized heavily, but have at least criticized John Schneider in the front office for maybe not drafting the best defensive lines and obviously not drafting the best offensive lines. They have always been a front office, and he has always been a GM that's willing to admit a mistake, even if it's midseason.
Yeah, I think Percy was a very good example of that.
Yeah.
Percy, I got along with him, but he didn't get along with a lot of people in the locker room. And I think he played 3 games the whole Super Bowl year that we won. And then there was issues the next year. So just to be able to admit it, hey, probably shouldn't have made that trade or, picked him up like that, signed that contract, whatever it was. Okay. But you know what? We're going to be a better team without it. I mean, that's what it's all about. It's not about protecting your moves. It's about winning games. So if you can make these moves that maybe go against stuff that moves that you've made, but then you start winning, no one cares, and they're actually going to applaud you for it. It's just that's kind of how it works. It's all about the wins.
Can one person? There's a lot of personalities in an NFL locker room. Can one person really throw off a locker room that much?
It can create some awkwardness. That's for sure. Where people, it's not I don't know what the best example is. Maybe it's like when you have a Thanksgiving with relatives you only see once a year, and
you're like, the vibe's off.
You're not really yourself. You're kind of like trying to be this prim and proper, like, okay, like everything's great, and not really a lot of deep. But when you're with people that you're really tight with, you care. It's a party, right? It's fun and it's different. So I think some guys, when you don't know if things you're going to say are going to set someone off, I think it's tough to be in a locker room like that.
Last one here, someone I know you like talking about. Devin Witherspoon really stood out to Mark Sanchez.
That's one of the best football players I've ever seen. I mean, it's not even close. This dude is a monster. And I love, he's got the Rondé Barber nickel ability when it comes to the run and instincts and playing tough and fitting his gap. And then the dude covers like Darryl Green. Like, it's ridiculous the way he can shadow and mirror receivers. I love watching him.
I want you to think about that. Say what you will about Mark Sanchez's actual career as a passer, but he has played in college and in the pros with amazing guys defensively. What does it say to you that he says Devin Witherspoon is one of the best players I've ever seen?
Yeah, I mean, it shows that we're not biased over here in Seattle, thinking that Devin Witherspoon. We're not crazy thinking that he is one of the biggest bright spots of this defense, and that he has just exceeded all expectations. The thing is, a lot of the guys, a lot of the national media like that, and Mark Sanchez proved me wrong here, they'll always look at stats. Oh, well, he doesn't have the interceptions. He doesn't have the forced fumbles. He doesn't have that. but they're looking at the film. They're looking at what he does, looking at his coverage, looking at how tight he is on defenders and how difficult he's making the game for quarterbacks to fit this ball in tight windows and all that. And he's creating turnovers. So everything Mark Sanchez said there is dead on. Witherspoon's been, I believe, besides Leonard Williams this last game, but up until then, the MVP of the season.
Well, while you are all eating second, thirds, and fourths of Thanksgiving leftovers on this Sunday, watch out for food poisoning by then. That's a lot of days after Thanksgiving. You're going to be watching the Seahawks take on the Jets on the road. This is a really fascinating team and one of the most interesting matchups, and here's why. This Jets team on paper should be so good, but they haven't been. All those guys are still going to be there on Sunday, though. So, Brian, what I'm going to ask you coming up next is what we should be watching out for and if this could potentially surprise Seattle when they head to New York. That's coming up next.
The Mike Macdonald Show, the first word from the head coach after every Seahawks game.
Was that some of the best anticipatory defense you guys have played this season?
That's a fair assessment. I think it's also, we have consistency in the people that are on the field and the preparation, and we're kind of getting into a groove of like what we want it to look like on a day-to-day basis. That gives you confidence, man. You know, we got to stick to that formula of what it takes to go play fast, you know, and play with, like to your point, Brock, play with anticipation.
Don't miss the Mike Macdonald Show the morning after the Hawks game at 9:30 on Seattle Sports.
Have you tried the dining district at the Bellevue Collection? Grab lunch with friends, meet up for happy hour, and stay for dinner and beyond. You can sample international flavors and local favorites from talented chefs. Try a new cocktail on a rooftop bar or watch the game with friends. And explore the lively nightlife scene. The dining district at the Bellevue Collection, where your taste adventure begins. Learn more at BellevueCollection.com/dining district.
Hey, are you looking to save on internet and mobile this holiday season? Well, good news. Xfinity is having a Black Friday sale. They have you covered with these great deals. Learn how to get your choice of a 5G phone on Xfinity. Plus, you can also get fast, reliable Xfinity internet with a line of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited for a great low price. So don't wait. Bring home a new 5G phone and get Wi-Fi speeds up to a gig on Xfinity Mobile. That's a big deal, or should I say a gig deal. Now through December 3rd, ask how to get your choice of free 5G phone with an unlimited plus line. Plus, get Xfinity Gigabit internet with free Wi-Fi equipment for only $25 a month for 12 months with no annual contract when you add unlimited mobile. Go to Xfinity.com/Black Friday sale to learn more. Restrictions apply, taxes and fees extra after promo, regular rates apply. Gig Wi-Fi requires Xfinity Gateway. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Gig speeds available via hotspots to Xfinity Mobile customers only. Reduced speeds after use of monthly data included with your data option. Actual internet speeds and data thresholds may vary.
The Pacific Northwest is the perfect backdrop for the holiday season. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law reminds us that the roadways don't always agree.
It's that combination of additional travel, changes in routine, and winter weather that make this the most dangerous time of the year to be behind the wheel.
Any safety tips to help commuters keep the holidays joyful?
The number one cause of accidents remains distracted driving, even during the holidays. So store that cell phone in a place that eliminates temptation. It's imperative we set the example for our teens. Also, be aware of abrupt changes in the weather and prepare for it. Sometimes it's as simple as allowing additional distance for following or stopping. Lastly, make sure your vehicle is properly maintained for winter.
That includes four-wheel drive and chains when required at the pass. Please follow these safety precautions from my good friends at Pendergast Law and keep you and your neighbors safe this holiday season.
Happy holidays from all of us at Pendergast Law.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
If your home's heating system is 10 years or older, it needs a tune-up. Your furnace and heat pump work extremely hard, and after 10 years, wear and tear can cause a failure. The last thing you want this winter. Deere Services is now offering a heating system tune-up with a no-breakdown guarantee and no service fees for just $49. A thorough inspection and recalibration for just $49. Visit DEARservices.net. Make an appointment, and we'll be there within 3 hours. Deere Services, Seattle Seahawks, small business partners.
What does the Seahawks jersey mean? It's football.
Drops back, has time, loads up, throws. It's intercepted. Does he keep his feet in? He does! Seahawks ball!
It's community.
The stands are rocking right now. Nobody has left this place. It is pandemonium.
It's Seattle. This is your jersey. This is the Pro Shop. The Seahawks Pro Shop has the largest selection of Seahawks jerseys. Come try one on at the Landing in Renton or at Lumen Field.
An airliner heads for Alaska with 101 passengers and crew.
Then, somewhere over the Gulf of Alaska, Flight 293 slams into the icy waters below.
Even if all 4 engines quit, it just doesn't fall out of the sky.
No bodies were recovered. Loved ones had no closure and were left to wonder.
What happened to Flight 293?
Unsolved Histories, What Happened to Flight 293 is available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Have you recently tried to get a loan to buy a piece of real estate? Are you tired of dealing with banks, credit unions, and their endless guidelines? Wouldn't it be nice to go back in time when we had common sense lending? Hi, I'm Scott Rureka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We are one of the largest local private portfolio lenders in Washington. We've helped thousands of home buyers and real estate investors reach their financial goals by leveraging the Legacy Common Sense borrowing platform. What that means is we lend our own money, we make our own decisions. If your deal makes sense, we'll get it done. Whether you're purchasing a new piece of real estate or refinancing an existing loan, bridge loans, construction, or regular home loan, it doesn't have to be as difficult as banks and lenders make it. If you're trying to grow wealth through real estate acquisition, come talk to the experts in private lending.
Call 425-635-4700 or LegacyG.com. Legacy Group Capital, your common sense lender. LegacyG.com.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Aaron Rodgers was on the Pat McAfee show this afternoon and said he has yet to decide on whether he'll play in 2025, but that if he does, the Jets are his first choice. I haven't told anyone in my life I want to play in 2025 and not on the Jets, Rodgers told McAfee. That's 100% false. That report that Rodgers wanted to play for another team in 2025 came from The Athletic.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is brought to you by Mazda of Everett.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. The Seahawks are on the road for Week 13, taking on the New York Jets. Brian Walters in for Michael Bumpus. And Brian, this is a fascinating team. Now, I'm really curious to see how the Seahawks do against a really, really great NFC team like the Vikings, against a really good team like the Packers. Obviously, I'm interested in round 2 against the Cardinals and Rams. All of those games still remain on the schedule. So it's easy to look past the Jets. It's not a divisional opponent. It's not even a conference opponent. They're really struggling. But, man, this is a fascinating team to me because they have all the talent in the world. Pro Bowlers on all 3 levels of the defense, a former 4-time MVP at quarterback, really good young running back, and it hasn't been working. So we'll start with why.
On paper, this team is one of the favorites to be a Super Bowl contender preseason. And you look at it, and I will say, so Robert Saleh, who was fired earlier in the year, I had a golf trip with him back in the spring, and I asked him about the Jet. Hey, what do you got for this team? Like, what do you? He goes, let me tell you something. He goes, we have a world-class defense. We built it. It's ready. Like, it's Super Bowl ready.
They do.
He says, it all depends on Aaron Rodgers. That's what this whole season will depend on, is Aaron Rodgers. He told me that in the spring on the golf course. And I say, well, I thought it was a little obvious, but it's all based on what Aaron Rodgers can do with this team and if he is everything that's hyped up to be.
Yeah.
And so far he hasn't been. He hasn't been that spark that they've needed. I mean, when you go through everywhere. You got Breece Hall, one of the best running backs in the game. On paper, he's a playmaker, one of the top 5 guys that you would want on your squad. You have Garrett Wilson, who's an up-and-coming star wide receiver, makes all kinds of great plays. You've seen his ability with the one-handed catches and everything. They brought in Devontae Adams. I mean, offensively, you look, there's so many weapons. Conklin's had a great year as a tight end for their team. So where's the issue? And obviously it goes to Rodgers. The defense has played well. I mean, they're the number 2 team for the pass. So this is where it gets interesting for the Seahawks. Seahawks want to pass the ball. We've been that. The Jets have been the number 2 pass defense in the league. And so that's going to be a fun little matchup to watch. And let's see if actually K9 now, I told you earlier in the show that I wasn't going to be like, hey, we got to run the ball, for the identity. But now I'm going to say, well, maybe this is where K9 can get going. This is where he can get his 100-yard. It's crazy to me they said 2 100-yard games in 2 years. It's just wow for how good he is. So now that's where they've shown struggles is stopping the run. But their pass defense has been off the chart. You have to go against a guy like Sauce Gardner. You know what he's done. Teams are just throwing away from him now. They aren't even attacking him. And so that'll be an interesting matchup. But to me, it's one, NFL teams don't look past NFL teams. That's just a false narrative that, everyone, the media, everyone wants to hype up. Oh, is this a game you can look past and go into the Cardinals? No, it's not. Like, this is an important game. You see guys, a lot of these younger players are looking at this roster and they see Aaron Rodgers and they go, man, this guy is a legend, right? He's one of the best quarterbacks to do it of all time, and now I get to go up against him. So there's a little intimidation factor too for a lot of these young guys. So they're looking at this game like it's everything. And what do they want an interception from Aaron Rodgers? That's for sure. A lot of these you don't think Devin Witherspoon wants to pick off Aaron Rodgers, one of the NFL greats, no matter what state he's in or no matter how good he's been playing. I mean, that's what they're looking at this game for. So I hope it's. I hope we're not we've talked about this a lot, and especially in the post game show on Sunday we talked about it. It's just I hope we're not the kind of the wake up call for the Jets. That's the scary thing. When you see a team with so much talent on the roster, you go, man, I hope it just doesn't click for them this game.
That's what I'm worried about, and that's why I thought that this team in particular was really interesting to me. Like, it may not be the single biggest test. That would be a team like the Vikings, maybe another meeting against the Rams, but it is the biggest wild card. And I thought that maybe that would be a team like Arizona. Like, if you were to ask me week 1 what team is the biggest wild card, I would say Arizona, because I just have no idea what they're going to be. But now I know who they are. They're a team that likes to run, and then have some deep explosive pass. And Seattle was able to take that away from them by just amazing pass defense and a good pass rush, and then stifle the run and made them very one-dimensional and then stop them there. Great. That was the formula for beating Arizona. With the Jets, it's almost like they beat themselves, and Aaron Rodgers just doesn't look like Aaron Rodgers. The run game is most fascinating to me because they are one of the worst rushing offenses and yet have a running back that I was really excited about this year. So on the one hand, while the matchup against the Jets' pass defense looks worrisome or can certainly make you nervous, there's an opportunity here to make the Jets very one-dimensional because they're averaging about 87 rushing yards per game. And in the last 3, Seattle's defense has held opponents to 82 rushing yards per game on average. This favors Seattle.
Yes. So who would have thought we'd be sitting here going against Aaron Rodgers and make Aaron Rodgers hurt you with his arm?
You got to put the ball in Aaron Rodgers' hands.
You got to force Aaron Rodgers to throw the ball against you. I never would have thought we'd be sitting here.
Young Stacy loved watching Aaron Rodgers. I was like, this is the best quarterback. Forget Tom Brady. I would always make the case that Aaron Rodgers was better than Tom Brady when I was younger because I was a contrarian. But it is crazy. I mean, I was Bump and I were having a debate a while ago. And this was, I think, when Joe Douglas was fired, we were talking about this. So not Robert Saleh, but Joe Douglas. And I was saying, is the biggest problem Woody Johnson? Like, is Woody Johnson really at the core of this issue? And he was like, honestly, this season would be a completely different story if Aaron Rodgers was playing different. We wouldn't be saying anything about Woody Johnson.
Yeah.
And he's right.
Yeah, and I think where it all starts really is as the handling of Zach Wilson last season.
Yes.
I don't think anyone had wanted him to be playing. I think that the ownership forced him in. I still think Saleh would have sat him and no matter what and let the rookie quarterback take a year to develop no matter who, even though Aaron Rodgers got hurt. I feel like they wanted him to develop another year. He was 1 year off. And then when you're forced to throw him in because of ownership or something like that, it just puts in New York, the media is different. The media is harsh. So if you're a rookie quarterback drafted in the first round and you come in and you throw a few picks, they're all over you. And they're like, what are you doing drafting this guy so early? He's terrible. He's not and that can take a toll on a rookie quarterback.
Yeah.
And so last year, that's what happened. That's what happened to Zach Wilson. His confidence got shot. He was going to be the quarterback of this future. He's going to learn under Aaron Rodgers, and that was it. And if you talk to a lot of people, if you talk to Saleh, he's like, Zach Wilson is good. He's a good quarterback. But unfortunately, he just got his confidence rattled, and now they're in this situation here. Aaron Rodgers is back, a little beat up. It's going to be it's such a weird matchup because you're going against a quarterback completely opposite of Kyler Murray. you just prepped all week for Kyler Murray. You keep him in the box. Don't let him hurt you with his legs, and you did it. And now you have Aaron Rodgers, who it's like, well, he's not going to run the ball on us. So you got to collapse the pocket on him and hopefully and get some sacks. And if the defensive line keeps playing how they are, if Leonard Williams can keep dominating like he did last game, I think it's going to be a very long game for Aaron Rodgers, who really lacks the ability to escape.
I hope that that's what it is, because while Kyler Murray can be incredibly explosive, I mean, for goodness sakes, he was averaging 8 yards per carry as a passer this year. So obviously he is an explosive player. I look at Aaron Rodgers the way I do when I see viral videos on TikTok or Twitter, and it's like, oh, look at this little pet alligator someone has. And it's like, wow, in theory, this is so cute. Or like my parents like adopted this raccoon, basically. And I'm like, in theory, how cute is this? However, this terrifies me. Don't get comfortable with this innocent-looking thing, because at any point it can bite you and give you rabies. That's how I feel about Aaron Rodgers. That's exactly how I feel about Aaron Rodgers. I do not trust my own understanding of Aaron Rodgers this year. My understanding of Aaron Rodgers, who has not had a single passing game of over 300 yards this year, doesn't line up with my memories of Aaron Rodgers. And within him, while he doesn't have all the physical weapons he used to have, especially he's lost it with his legs, he's still got his mind. And that's what worries me.
Yeah, key headline, Aaron Rodgers is a raccoon that can bite you and give you rabies.
I have warned them so many times to stop feeding those dang raccoons. They make them eggs. It's horrible.
You're 100% right, though. That's where we get at, where you just don't want to be the team that he awakens on. You know, that something clicks, and he's like, okay, it's back. I'm back. Because he still has a strong arm. He does. He can still – it's not like he lost his ability to read defenses and make good decisions. He hasn't. It's still there somewhere. He just hasn't – something hasn't been gelling with this offense. They've been through offensive coordinators. They got rid of Nathaniel Hackett. They're on to a new guy. So there's just a lot going on in that organization, and you're just hoping you aren't the stepping stone that gets them clicking.
Yes.
Because you know they can. That's the problem. You know they can be good if things click. So just keep – if the defense keeps showing up the way they have been, though, I don't think it'll be against the Seahawks.
Okay, so 2 things we know to be true for this game. Number one, that Aaron Rodgers, despite all those reports, is starting against Seattle. There were reports from The Athletic that he might want to play for another team in 2025. Not only that, but reports coming out this week. I don't know that these were from The Athletic, but reports coming out this week that Jets might end up kind of sitting him or just keeping him not injured. But that's not the case. He will play Sunday against Seattle. Mark Sanchez, one more thing on Aaron Rodgers here. Just talked about how important these final games are for Rodgers.
There's a lot of turmoil around him, a lot of eyeballs on him. And, his job is to just steady the ship and be as professional and almost presidential in a way, And I think that'll kind of be the mode he's in through the rest of the season. And looking forward for them, I mean, this season's not over. It'd be a long shot for them to get back in the race. And they'd have to basically win out. But, what's it going to look like next year? And all those things, if he wants to play football, especially there next year, how he handles the rest of the season will be a factor in that. So I think he's cognizant of that as well.
So we've talked about the Seahawks viewing all these games as playoff games and that being a factor and maybe intensity. If I'm going to say that about the Seahawks, that's also true for Aaron Rodgers. Now, these aren't playoff games, right? Like the Jets are pretty much out of it, but he knows, as Mark Sanchez says, that if he wants to play next year, this game matters. Week 14 matters. Week 15 matters. They're coming off a bye, the second consecutive team that Seattle's facing coming off a bye. Let's talk a little bit more about some of this. I'm really intrigued, Brian, by your takeaway about the pass defense. Let's get back to that point before we move on to 4-down territory. The Jets defense, it's easy when a team has a bad record to look past their defense because it's going to have less of an impact on the outcome of a game as opposed to a quarterback. The Jets have a good defense. There are threats here. I'm wondering if this can be, with the game against the Patriots just took away the run and they were like, no problem. We're just going to absolutely take off and DK and JSN are going to have over 100 yards. Do you think this team has it in them to lean into the run? I know you started with this earlier. Let's finish with this point.
I think so. I think Grubb has done a good job of he knows he needs to run the ball a little bit, but he's done a good job of balancing it. And if it's not there, don't force it. Don't just keep pounding it and get 1 yard, -2 yards. But he's still giving the ball, 15 times a game to K9, which ideally in a perfect world, you're in a Saquon Barkley mode where you're getting it 25 times a game because It's just going to increase a playmaker's ability to break the big one. And I don't know why I keep going back to Saquon Barkley, but I will. Saquon Barkley had 2 carries for 142 yards. That when they played their last game, he's big 255-yard gain. So if you take away the 2 explosive carries, he had a normal game. 24 carries for 130 yards, 120 some yards.
Good game, but not
record breaking. A great game, but not record breaking. So the importance of getting the ball to your playmakers is you don't know when one of those big plays can spring, and that just throws the stats in that direction.
Really good
and
point.
So if the more times you can get the ball into someone's hand that has the ability to be a game-changing player, then you got to do it. But to be able to do that and to trust it, you got to at least show that you can get 3-4 yards every time you carry. Then one of those is going to break. So that's where, Saquon's been so good, is he has been averaging, getting 5 yards a carry, and then the big one breaks. So that's what we want to see with K9, though. I want to see K9 just keep hammering the rock to K9, but then he's got to break a couple of those big ones.
I think in terms of like a final takeaway for this, going back to very basic football, 2 of their best performances this year against 2 bad teams, the Titans and Patriots, but commonality, the defense had 3 takeaways over those 2 games, and the offense, it was 2 of only 3 games this year where they did not turn the ball over. Excuse me, 4 games. They didn't against the Colts either. So the defense has been so much better than it was for that stretch of 4 games when it had no takeaways. They've been really good about getting the ball and creating chaos and getting that pass rush going. Continuing that is going to be a major factor as well.
Got to continue that. Got to continue. Got to put pressure on Rodgers. Got to the thing is, we've seen it before, and I know it was against worse teams. We've seen 3 games of a good stretch. We've seen a stretch of 3 good games. So now, is this the final formula for the Seahawks?
Right.
Is this it? Is everyone in place? Are they happy with it? And then now, what a test. You haven't played against a Hall of Fame quarterback.
Yeah.
You've played against a lot of good quarterbacks. Maybe Matthew Stafford is. Is he a Hall of Famer? What do we think?
Super Bowl winning.
Yeah, okay, all right. So he is, but Aaron Rodgers is on a different level than Matthew Stafford.
And 4-time MVP.
And like we said, we keep talking about Aaron Rodgers and how he's not the same, but he still has a little bit in him, and you just don't want him to wake up. So the pass rush will be huge, really forcing him to scramble on that old Achilles tendon. I hope it stays intact. And I don't know. It's just so funny. I don't know. I can't look at him and be intimidated by Aaron Rodgers anymore. You look at it and he just looks
like the personality
he just looks like an old
now?
man out there. That's it. Like, you see the style helmet he's wearing, and his mannerisms, and he just always looks so disappointed, and he looks like he's just mad at everyone on his team at all times.
Correct. He's a big finger pointer.
He's a big finger pointer, and a lot of that, I got going to that. I'm going to change the topic a little bit, but I got a funny story about finger pointing. Sometimes on camera, it looks like that quarterback is really upset at the receiver, or the receiver did something wrong, or running back. But so I played with Phillip Rivers, and Rivers, if you you ran a good route and he threw a ball somewhere that was uncatchable, out of bounds, something, he used to run at you, kind of, maybe not run, but walk fast and point at you. So on camera, you can't read his lips, and it looks like that receiver ran a bad route, but he used to just be pointing at you and be, that's my bad. I got to throw that better. I got to throw that bad. That's on me, man. But he'd be pointing at you.
Is like, who's this
all
Brian
the
Walters
announcers,
guy?
all those guys above. Oh man, look at Rivers, that old savvy vet. The receiver messed up on this play.
Yeah.
Oh man, that's not good for that. But then really Rivers is going, that's on me. But you just don't know. So maybe some of these mannerisms are he's mad at himself, but it just looks like it's at the. I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt here, but I always think about that, because that's a funny story. Or funny, you just never know really what they're saying or what's going on down there.
Good stuff. Let's get to 4 down territory.
This is 4 down territory, going inside the game. What former Seahawks and Coug wide receiver Michael
First down,
Bumpus.
sticking with wide receivers, Brian Walters in for Michael Bumpus. Where has Jackson Smith-Njigba grown most as a receiver?
Oh, JSN's had a breakout the last few games, and he's been everything we've wanted to see from him. And I'm talking about he's not one-dimensional. He's not two-dimensional. I mean, he's got the full package. He's let's just break this down and how he's been. All right, we go back to the Rams game. Rams game, he was asked to win a lot of one-on-one battles. You saw a corner route for a touchdown he had where he moved his guy in, out, and then ended up breaking out on him and getting leverage on him to save room for Geno to throw that ball to the corner. Touchdown. 4th down and short. where are you going to go? Well, he has a little slot fade route, and he saves room. He wins that battle within 5 yards of the line of scrimmage. If he gets widened on that release, then the play's dead. Geno can't go to JSN, but he straightens up, dips his shoulder, and saves room on the sideline for Geno to put the perfect pass over the top where only he can get it. So he's winning the one-on-one matchups. Then you see him in the screen game as well. His yards after catch, everything. The middle screen has been one of the bright spots for the Seahawks offense, and JSN's been at the center of it. The explosive abilities he's had with the ball in his hands, following blocks, and even breaking tackles, and then his ability to beat the zone. So you've got man-to-man, you've got running after catch, and now you have zone beating ability, where you saw a lot of that against the 49ers, where in that last drive he had 4 catches on the game-winning drive where Geno ran it in, where he's finding open areas for Geno to find him with the zone, and he's just showing the ability to find the open spots. So there's a lot of things going right with JSN right now.
Second down. What do you like about what Ryan Grubb does as an OC, and what do you wish you could see more of?
Well, we're going to go right back to the screen game then. I love how he's incorporated the middle screen into the Seahawks offense, and the reason, even if it doesn't work, it works or it doesn't work, he's still going to it. You saw him go to it about 5 or 6 times this last game, and you also saw him go back-to-back play the same play to JSN 2 times. The quads. He was quads to the right, and JSN broke it for 46 yards. Later in that final drive where they needed to get into field goal position, they did the exact same thing. Same shift to the quad formation. JSN, they got about 10 yards that play. So it still worked. So he's going back to plays that worked for you early in the game, and I do like that. And I like to saw a little bit of a quick game. They've really, really performed well with quick game. I think Geno getting the ball out early, sometimes that's been his drawback, is when he's got to hold on to it for longer periods of time. So quick game and screen game.
How often this is not a prepared question, I'm springing it on you. How often in a game as an offense, you kind of get back to stuff you've done earlier, like the same play, but you're like, yeah, let's just run that again?
I think it happens more often than you think, because if the team hasn't shown the ability to stop it, why would you go away from it?
Yeah.
So you kind of get a feel with your first 10, your first 15 plays, kind of where the defense, how they're going to be playing you. That's where your script comes from. And then from there, you go, okay, like they played this wrong. Let's keep going back to that. Let's go back to these plays that are kind of similar to this one that works. So I think it happens a lot more than you think.
How do you make sure that the defense doesn't immediately pick up on, they're running the same play? Do you try to disguise it at all, or do you just confidently go, like, stop it this time?
Well, I think that's where the Rams are so good. When you look at the Rams, they have so many different variations off of one play. Off of one run play, well, now they have the boot, they have a screen, they have a wide receiver, so they have all these things that look like one play, and I think that's where being an offensive coordinator is so important, is making these plays all look the same, so you really don't know that you can't just have one play out of one formation. That's what you're going to run. You have to have multiple plays out of this formation. The defense really doesn't know until the snap.
Third down. Let's get to defense. What have you seen from Devin Witherspoon in the last few games?
Yeah, Devin Witherspoon's been the MVP of the defense. 2 weeks in a row now, he's created turnovers. And, you know, the numbers don't show it. You don't see the interceptions from Witherspoon. You don't see the forced fumble from Witherspoon. But you see how he impacts a game, how he can make the others around him better. So you go back to him defending Christian McCaffrey one-on-one and creating the turnover where he was all over him. His coverage, there was nowhere for Brock Purdy to go with that ball.
Sticky.
And he was able to knock it out, and Hankins was able to high point for the interception. And then you go back to this last game, and you saw him bite a little bit on the Cardinals' fourth down play. He comes in, he puts his foot in the ground, does a little combine eye test, get out of there, change of direction, catches up to Kyler Murray. Kyler Murray, I think, was shocked himself.
Yes.
Because Kyler Murray, it looked like he thought he had the edge. He thought he had the corner. He was going to run that thing for a first down. He's like, oh, no, I need to throw this. Shocked him, overthrew it, causes another turnover, this one for a touchdown. And then, more importantly, the way he is on the edge as a defender. He's out there. He's a 180-pound corner. He's small. He's a small man out there going against James Conner, the leading broken tackle running back in the NFL right now. A big guy, 233 pounds. James Conner comes right at him. Witherspoon fights off a block, lifts up James Conner, and puts him down. And so for a little guy to have that kind of tackling ability, he's got the full package, just like JSN. JSN, Witherspoon, those last year's first-round picks are doing it all right now.
All right, we're going to skip the fourth down because I got to give you guys some notes about what I need to know. Get your questions in for what I need to know to the Mac and Jacks text line, 866-979-3776. You got Brian Walters in for Michael Bumpus. I know that anytime we have guests, that used to be Seahawks players. Everyone likes to send in questions about some of their favorite games or favorite moments, and I'm sure people have some for you, Brian. So 866-979-3776. Any question you have, it could be not sports, it could be Thanksgiving related, it could be sports, it could be about some other Week 13 games on the slate. Any questions you have, get those sent in. Hype Train is coming your way next.
This is Seattle Sports.
Jansen, he's going 40, 30, 20. Turns upfield 10, 5, down to the 3-yard line.
I just feel like our team is just coming closer together. We're playing with great energy.
So overall, our defense is outstanding, man. Leonard wrecking the game.
Blitz is coming. Murray gets hit, goes down. It's Williams coming off the right side of the Seahawks defense.
I thought he was dominant. I knew he played great, and I looked at the stat line. I mean, he played out of his mind.
We are the home of the Seahawks.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to end your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other IRS actions. Make sure you're getting the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima today for a free confidential consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com. The Mike Macdonald Show. The first word from the head coach after every Seahawks game.
Was that some of the best anticipatory defense you guys have played this season?
That's a fair assessment. I think it's also we have consistency in the people that are on the field and the preparation, and we're kind of getting into a groove of like what we want it to look like on a day-to-day basis. That gives you confidence, man. You know, we got to stick to that formula of what it takes to go play fast, you know, and play with, like, to your point, Brock, play with anticipation.
Don't miss the Mike Macdonald Show the morning after the Hawks game at 9:30 on Seattle Sports.
Hey, folks, this is it. The best weekend of the year for buying a TV. Forget inflation, because now you've got deflation with Black Friday pricing on top-rated brands like Samsung, LG, and Sony. Where's the best place to shop? It's not the clubs or online. Join the smart shoppers heading for video only, because they've got better than Black Friday deals. That's right, better. Don't believe it? Then bring your prices to video only and compare before you buy. Or you'll be sorry. At Video Only, you won't find huge stores with refrigerators or microwaves, but you will find the best deals on top-rated TVs, soundbars, and monitors. Shop around. Just make sure you visit Video Only, because if you don't,
you'll be sorry.
In South Center, Bellevue, Linwood, Federal Way, and Tacoma. Video Only.
An airliner heads for Alaska with 101 passengers and crew. Then, somewhere over the Gulf of Alaska, Flight 293 slams into the icy waters below.
Even if all 4 engines quit, it just doesn't fall out of the sky.
No bodies were recovered. Loved ones had no closure and were left to wonder.
What happened to Flight 293?
Unsolved Histories, What Happened to Flight 293 is available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Visit your local Home Depot today for Makita Power Tools. If it's not right, don't put your name on it. Makita, available at Home Depot.
Seahawks Insider, brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. Now here's Maura Dooley.
The Seahawks had a lot to be happy with in their win over the Cardinals Sunday, but the rushing attack still isn't quite where they'd like it to be, with only 65 total rushing yards. During the Mike Macdonald Show with Brock and Salk Monday, the head coach said they're confident they're close to getting that figured out.
You know, I think we're finding some consistency in the schemes we're running, so we're building this rep foundation of just like getting you. It's just like on defense, like you can call cover 4 twice a game, you're not gonna be very good at it. You know, you start calling it multiple times a game, the guys start feeling it. That's the whole reason why you practice in the off season, so you can get used to these things. It's not easy to kind of ID the run game in the spring because it's not a it's more of like a passing thing. So, I mean, we're just kind of later in the process of finding our stride here in the run game, but it's better late than never. I mean, so I think we're on our way.
The Seahawks Insider is brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. For the latest on the Seahawks anytime, go to seattlesports.com.
What would motivate you to encourage your kid to work with me at Lee Johnson?
I still revert back to, if I work at a location and I'm willing to have my son work at this location, that should tell you a great deal. I didn't steer my son away, I steered my son to it. Because of the opportunities that are in front, and when you see it across multiple rooftops in multiple locations, it says a lot that you're willing to entrust your family member, your blood, sweat, and tears. You're willing to say, hey, this is a great place for them to be and work. If you take care of people, they take care of customers.
Sharing a good thing with family and friends comes easy at the Lee Johnson Auto family. The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Mariners single game tickets for 2025 are on sale now. The squad will be back in action before you know it. And now's the time to lock in your seats for the biggest games next season. Don't miss opening day on March 27th. Incredible giveaways like the Julio Bat Flip Bubble and matchups versus the Dodgers, Yankees, and more. Plus, check out 30 value games with tickets starting at just $10. Go to Mariners.com to get your tickets today.
A deep blast. This is gone. Home run, Julio.
My Seahawks jersey is more than just a piece of clothing.
It's a symbol of the unique spirit of my city.
Creating a sense of community and belonging.
A bond uniting us and a love for the game.
This is my jersey.
This is my jersey.
This is my jersey.
This is the Pro Shop. You can find your new favorite jersey at the Seahawks Pro Shop. Shop online at Seahawks.com or visit us at the Landing in Renton or Lumen Field.
This hour is brought to you by Mazda of Everett.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Brian Walters in for Michael Bumpus today. And because Brian doesn't typically host with us, though he will be on Monday, so you guys are going to hear from Brian twice. I got to explain the rules of Hype Train. So this is how it works. I am going to say a trend or prediction. Let's say I say Thanksgiving's the best holiday, which it's not. But let's say I say Thanksgiving's the best holiday. If you are boarding that hype train, then you're saying I'm boarding. And if not, you're going to let it go by. Most of these are themed around something trending in sports. So why don't we go ahead and get started? Let the first train in here. So all week in sports, people have been talking about whether or not a running back is going to win MVP, right? So here's an example. Most of the time, these are around a trend, which is why it's all about hype. Let's figure out whether the hype is real. Saquon Barkley will be the 2024 NFL MVP. Brian, are you boarding this hype train?
Okay, well, will be is a definite statement, so I'm not going to board this train, even though I want to board this train. No faith, but I just don't think, everyone who votes on it is going to go away from Lamar Jackson with the year he's having so far. I think it's always a quarterback award. Unfortunately, I want it to happen, but I'm not boarding. I don't think it will happen.
Matt, are you boarding this hype train that Saquon Barkley will be the 2024 NFL MVP?
I'm not going to board this hype train. I had to do hours of research this morning, and I think I found a trend in NFL MVP that no one's ever seen before.
What is it, Matt?
2013, quarterback.
What?
2022, quarterback.
What?
21, quarterback.
Hang on.
It's quarterback every year.
Matt!
I'm finally putting the pieces together that no one's ever seen before. So, no, it's probably going to be a quarterback.
Yeah.
That's my prediction. That's my bold take.
I think that Saquon, there's a world where he gets to 2,000 yards, and there's a world where even then he doesn't win it. I mean, we saw Derrick Henry get to 2,000, and he didn't get it because Aaron Rodgers had 48 touchdowns to 5 interceptions. And Lamar's having a phenomenal season. I think that it just exists as a quarterback award. No one boarding this one. Next in. Daniel Jones, recently released by the Giants, will not be signed to an NFL team this year.
I'm not boarding this one. I think he will be signed. I think I think he'd be a valuable backup to some of these teams, or even potentially get a couple starts in to see where he's at and if he's a guy that they could I don't know, recoup. The Giants organization, it's so tough to see how bad this guy really is because I think the Giants organization
are bad.
They're bad, and maybe that's part of it. So I look at a team like the Raiders. They just lost Gardner Minshew to a broken collarbone.
Very good point.
Who's
Aiden O'Connell is a little banged up,
he's
too.
He's banged up. He's had broken something.
Yeah.
And so why would the Raiders not take a shot if the salary?
Yeah.
I'm guessing that the Giants are on the rope for the rest of his salary this season, and they would sign him to a little minimum, and Daniel Jones would get, we'd call it double dipping, so he'd be paid from both teams, which would be great for him. But I don't understand why that wouldn't be a thing.
Yeah, I kept calling Desmond Ridder, who is their only other quarterback option, the name of that former serial killer. I really need to stop doing that. Matt, are you boarding the train that Daniel Jones will not be signed to an NFL team? Brian is not. He thinks that a team like the Raiders, desperately in need of help, could sign him.
I agree with Brian. I'm not boarding this train. Every article I read about it this morning said that there were teams interested. The Vikings in particular seem to be interested. Probably going to be picked up by someone.
Yeah, you have to, right at that point. I mean, we have seen quarterbacks where it's like, really? Joe Flacco off the couch? Yeah. Are you sure? And then he throws for 350 yards. So why not? I'm not boarding this one either. I think that this is a league where quarterbacks are at a premium. They're the most important position. And even a guy that everyone collectively made fun of for years is still really valuable. And he has starting experience.
And unfortunately, he's going into this shopping process with the resume of, hey, look at what I did against Seattle. Look at how good my game was.
Exactly. Like, I've had really good games before. They don't call me Danny Dimes for no reason. All right, next up. Aaron Rodgers, still looking for that first 300 passing yard game. It's not going to come this weekend, though. This is your hype train. Aaron Rodgers will throw at least 2 interceptions against Seattle.
I'm going to board this train.
Ooh,
I'm going to board
let's
it.
have a bolt tape.
There we go. We get a little train horn, too. I didn't know that was coming. Nice. I like that. All right.
For free.
I should board all these trains. I like it. But I do. I think that the way the defensive line is playing is going to force Rodgers into a lot of bad decisions. And even a tip ball, even the way Witherspoon's been playing, he's been causing turnovers back-to-back weeks. There's just a lot of good going on and a lot of bad going on with this Jets offense that I think 2 interceptions is, I think that's a fair that should be the over-under right there in Vegas line. 2 interceptions.
Matt, Aaron Rodgers will throw at least 2 interceptions this weekend. Brian is boarding that train and got a little horn for free. Are you boarding?
I'm also going to get a little horn because I am boarding the train. Now, Brian had actual statistics and knowledge to back up his decision. Lame, sorry. I'm doing this solely on vibes. I do not like Aaron Rodgers. If Aaron Rodgers has a million haters, I'm one of them. If he has 1 hater, I'm that hater. If he has no haters, I'm dead. I do not like this man. He's going to throw a billion interceptions.
Sometimes you got to go with the gut. I like that.
Oh, man, I want to board this train, but I don't think I am. It's not because I don't think the Seahawks defense has a really good shot against what's been a really weird one-dimensional Jets offense. I just think that he's going to try to be pretty careful with it. And he's kind of not like a total gunslinger, but he can take some risks. Yeah. But no, I don't know. I want it to be true. I'm just trying to be different, I think. Next up. We went over the ESPN Week 13 power rankings earlier in the show. The top 5 are as follows: Lions, Chiefs, Eagles, Bills, Vikings. So we talked about the Seahawks being at number 13. We talked about the teams just outside, being a little surprised the Ravens were at 8. This is your hype train, though. Despite being number 4 on this list from ESPN, it is the Bills, not the Chiefs, that are the second best team in the NFL. Brian, are you boarding?
I'm boarding. Yes, I am going to board. And I'm boarding because I do think that the Bills are better than the Chiefs. And that's what it's a little tricky there, Stacey, because I don't know if they're the second best team in the league.
Yeah.
So that's more, I think the Eagles might pop up to 2.
Oh, fair. Okay.
But I do think they're better than the Chiefs.
Bills are better than the
beat them
Chiefs.
head to head. They beat them. They're on a 6-game winning streak. And the Chiefs have shown, they haven't. A win's a win, I get that, but they just took the Panthers down to the wire. So Panthers are improving, I get it, but the Chiefs have had tough game after tough game. I think that luck can run out on you pretty quick, and the Bills are just kind of rolling right now. We saw what the Bills can do, what they did to us, and so I'm boarding.
I'll adjust the hype train a little bit for you, Matt, to make it
fitting.
Thank you. Okay, the Bills, despite having 1 more loss than the Chiefs, are better than the Chiefs and deserve to be higher in these power rankings. I had them at, I said, they deserve to be number 2. Brian said, well, the Eagles might be in there, but they deserve to be higher than the Chiefs. Are you boarding?
I'm not boarding. I think the Chiefs are the best team in the NFL because if the Bills were a better team, Taylor Swift would be dating Josh Allen, not Travis Kelce.
You've made
Simple math.
Really good
Simple
point.
math.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
Yeah. I didn't think about that one.
I didn't think about it that way either, Matt. See, that's the logic
what I'm
that
here
we
for.
need. I know. Next up, last train in. I did a Thanksgiving themed hype train because we will not be in here on Thursday, the actual holiday. I hope everyone has a safe, fun Thanksgiving. However, I had to fit in a food take, of course. Everyone says my food takes are bad, but they're wrong. Now, initially, I was going to say green bean casserole, which I've always hated because I don't like mushrooms and I'm a picky eater. I don't like green beans, whatever. I was going to say green bean casserole is gross, but then, Brian, I thought about it. There are no good casseroles. That's the hype train. Are you boarding?
No, I'm not boarding. I love a good casserole. So I don't get the train horn for that one. And green bean casserole might be my favorite Thanksgiving dish. Is that wrong? You get the flaky, like the French fried onions on top. You get the cream of mushroom in it. And it's like the only good way to eat green beans, to be honest with you. The
somebody
mushroom.
said Michelle is their favorite member of Destiny's Child.
You know what? No one's made it right for you. That's what I'm gonna base that on because it is. I dig into the casserole.
Ugh.
I'm not a turkey person.
No, turkey's very dry.
Yeah, so just the casserole and all that. There are good casseroles. I love casserole.
Brian refuses to board this train, even though it's the right choice. There are no good casseroles. Are you boarding this train, Matt?
Really quick, Brian, when you do fail so hard at this, you get this instead of the horn.
You know what? Next Monday, I'm bringing a casserole in for you. How about that?
No, that's great. You have fun eating that. I'm gonna have actual food. I think I am on this train, which is shocking. I so rarely agree with Stacy.
I know,
but I've never boarded a train quicker in my life.
There are no good casseroles. There are no. I really tried to think. I was like, I mean, is a 7-layer dip a casserole? Like, I don't. Casseroles
what defines
are
it as
stupid.
a casserole?
A casserole is just a bunch of stuff thrown into a dish together that is either cold or hot, and people just say like, oh yeah, this. I basically just mixed up a vegetable and something really bad for you, and now this is butter broccoli.
I feel like everything goes into that category. A dish thrown into a bowl that can be cold or hot.
Green bean casserole, what is it? It's cream of mushroom, green beans.
Delicious.
That's it?
No, and you got the onions on top to make it crispy. You got some other real mushrooms.
It's just like mush under a crispy thing. Every casserole is just mush.
I've never in my life craved casserole.
I'm getting hungry talking about this right now.
Well,
and the fact that I didn't eat lunch.
That's a you thing right now.
Meanwhile, I'm losing my appetite.
I know. Get your questions in for What I Need to Know, 866-979-3776. Coming your way next.
The Mike Macdonald Show, the first word from the head coach after every Seahawks game.
Was that some of the best anticipatory defense you guys have played this season?
That's a fair assessment. I think it's also, we have consistency in the people that are on the field and the preparation, and we're kind of getting into a groove of like what we want it to look like on a day-to-day basis. That gives you confidence, man. You know, we got to stick to that formula of what it takes to go play fast, you know, and play with, to your point, Brock, play with anticipation.
Don't miss the Mike Macdonald Show the morning after the Hawks game at 9:30 on Seattle Sports.
Is chronic pain beginning to make your everyday life a challenge? Then call Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD, with Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. With over 30 years of experience, no one has more experience in pain medicine techniques and stem cell therapy than Dr. Nelson. And here's what a satisfied patient had to say.
I was experiencing severe neck pain, kind of radiating from my shoulders up into my head. And it was pretty severe, and it lasted for about a year. So I went to see Dr. Nelson, and after I got the stem cell treatment, I had positive results within a week, and it just got better from there. And to this day, I can't believe I used to be in such pain. He was just an incredible doctor. Everything about the place was just fantastic.
So don't let pain control your life. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD. Call 425-823-4000 today. That's 425-823-4000 or go to danielnelsonmd.com.
Your business needs a network it can count on.
Power's out.
Comcast Business has you covered with Wi-Fi backup to help keep your business up and running, even when your power goes out.
Everybody in the warehouse good?
Lights are out, but the Wi-Fi's up. Let's power on.
It's from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Break room, you good?
Can't microwave my burrito, but Wi-Fi's fine. Let's power on.
Power on with the leader in connectivity, Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ask about Wi-Fi backup for your business or get started with reliable internet and advanced security for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract, plus for a limited time. Ask about an $800 holiday bonus prepaid card with a qualifying internet package. Don't wait. Call or go online to ComcastBusiness.com today. Ins 12/15/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 150 megabit per second internet and security edge. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Cougs versus everybody.
Let's go. Lots of communication. Here we go. Set your mind right with the right intentions. Let's go get it.
WSU finishes regular season play at home this Saturday when they meet Wyoming. Kickoff is set for 3:30.
You go into any local restaurant, bar, whatever it is, you're going to see a Coug logo, and it means something to everybody here.
It's all on your home for Cougar football. The Washington State Sports Network from Learfield.
Catch the game this Saturday on AM 770 KTTH and the Seattle Sports app.
Bonneville, Seattle, and Seattle Sports are looking for organizations that regularly distribute information about employment opportunities to job applicants or have job applicants to refer. If your organization would like to receive notifications of job vacancies, please notify Human Resources at 1820 Eastlake Avenue East, Seattle, Washington 98102, or email us at seattlealljobs@bonneville.com or call 206-726-6902. Bonneville is an equal opportunity employer.
Seahawks Player Spotlight.
Man, it felt good to go out there and be able to contribute.
Exclusive interviews with your favorite Seahawks.
We got a genius as the head coach.
Every day with Wyman and Bob.
Are you looking for a construction loan to build your dream home? Are you a local builder needing a better financing option for your next spec project? Hi, I'm Scott Rireka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. Stop wasting time with local banks and credit unions and their endless guidelines. We're the experts for common sense residential construction loans. We lend our own money, we make our own decisions. And if your deal makes sense, we'll get it done fast with flexible terms. For homeowners, we advise you every step of the way with things like budget and timeline, ensuring the completion of your dream home. For builders, Legacy's not only your lender, we'll source your next deal, provide permitting services, and if you're short on equity, we'll invest alongside of you. Legacy Group Capital has lent more than $1 billion, helping over 130 local builders and hundreds of homeowners. We can help you.
Construction loans don't have to be hard. Borrow smart with a common sense construction loan from Legacy Group Capital. Visit LegacyG.com. LegacyG.com.
If you worked in aircraft manufacturing or aircraft painting at Boeing, semiconductor or printed circuit board manufacturing, or other industries where hazardous chemicals or solvents were used, your children may be entitled to legal damages. Birth defects have been linked to toxic chemicals and solvents used in these industries. If your child was born with brain or spinal cord damage, organ or limb deformities, blindness, cerebral palsy, genetic damage, or other issues, and you're a past or present aircraft manufacturing or painting, semiconductor or circuit board worker, contact Weinstein-Cajano now, toll-free at 1-866-99-TOXIC. Your children may be entitled to legal damages. If you are a past or present worker in aircraft manufacturing or aircraft painting at Boeing, semiconductor or printed circuit board manufacturing, or other industry worker, and your child has a birth defect, call toll-free 1-866-99-TOXIC. Your call is confidential. 1-866-998-6942. That's 1-866-99-TOXIC. Message authorized by Weinstein-Cajano, 600 University Street, Suite 1620, Seattle, Washington.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
We just got into a huge debate during the break talking about what is a casserole. Now, Brian, if I Google what is a casserole, it just says, it being Google, a dish that's baked in a deep, wide baking dish and can be served as a main course or side. So what is a casserole?
Everything.
Shannon popped in and said, is a shepherd's pie a casserole? Now, I was thinking of like, green bean casseroles, I don't know, the little potato things.
Tuna fish casserole.
Yeah, it's not for me, right? It's just not up my alley. But then people were saying all these, like, is mac and cheese a casserole? Now, hang on a minute. First of all, it's a pasta. But if you count mac and cheese as a casserole, then obviously that's a good casserole.
But if you dive into what a casserole is, it's something that has a starchy base to it, and that's pasta is in that.
I don't want to live in a world where like a lasagna or mac and cheese is a casserole. We're getting too loosey-goosey with our definitions.
So what
of
if
food.
you throw in some hamburger or some green onions and stuff into the mac and cheese? Just a bunch of food.
Yeah, then it makes it a casserole. If you had mac and cheese, but you added hamburger, onion, like beans.
And you wouldn't like that.
But why would you do that when you could just have mac and cheese?
You know, one of my favorite places in New York City, it's a restaurant called Smacks, and it's all varieties of mac and cheese. And they throw, there's a Cajun mac and cheese, there's a hamburger mac and cheese. It's like a cheeseburger you're actually eating. So, I don't know. I think to me if that's a casserole, I think you're on board for the casserole train.
I'm having an existential crisis, and I don't like it. Let's keep it moving. Get your questions into the Mac and Jacks text line, 866-979-3776. It got to the point where Brady was asking whether a deep dish pizza is a casserole.
Well, you said it was baked in a wide,
That's
deep
what
dish.
it said. What I need to know, what does Brian miss most and least about playing in the NFL?
Oh, what I missed, I'll go with least first. What I missed least is the way your body feels during the season, banged up, limping out to practice, getting through a practice. Yeah, it's a wear and tear on you for sure. What I miss most is the locker room, the teammates, and just that whole game days. Game days is the best. There's no better feeling running out on the field. Everyone cheering and just kind of competing with the guys you put work in all week.
Did you ever throw up before a game?
Never. Never threw up before a game.
Someone else wants to know your favorite stadium you've ever played in. Let's take Lumen.
Take Lumen out of that one,
and
then I'll take Sholkoff Field at Cornell out of that too, because I'm biased.
Exactly. So just go.
This one's tough because I also have bad memories in this stadium.
Okay.
But I always loved playing in it, and it's in Arizona.
Really?
Yeah, it's the Cardinals. I don't know what it's called now. It's always changing names.
Yeah, it was State Farm. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, because one, I do like indoor. There's no element as a punt returner, as a receiver. There's no wind, there's no sun, there's no nothing. It's just straight up football. But also that grass is it plays fast like turf, but they roll it out, into the sun, the Arizona hot sun, and it's perfect. And it comes back in, and you can cut on it like turf, but it's soft like grass. And I just love the field, the surface.
It's a very football player answer.
Yeah,
let me tell you how the surface played.
Yeah, very true.
Let's see. Someone said, how out of touch are you that not one of you mentioned bacon and mac and cheese? We're so out of touch. Of the 3 Thanksgiving football games, which one is going to be the best watch? I will go ahead and get that schedule for you. Coming up on Thanksgiving in week 13, Brian, you've got the Bears at Lions. That's early morning. Giants at Cowboys, unexpectedly bad. And then Dolphins at Packers for Sunday night.
Yeah. I think that's an easy one, the Sunday night one. Packers, Dolphins. Dolphins have been showing up lately. Their offense, and we need the Packers to lose. If the Seahawks keep trending in this direction, losses to any NFC team ahead of them would be greatly appreciated. So go Dolphins.
Yeah, I think so too. I think obviously I love watching the Lions, but that's a lopsided game. You've seen some improvement from Caleb Williams, but that Bears team, it just isn't good. And then you've got maybe Drew Lock starting for New York because Tommy DeVito has a hurt forearm against a Dallas team that obviously just had a great finish against the Commanders, but is otherwise only 4-7. So, best slate in terms of an offense that's heating up with Miami and a team that's been really solid all year is, you're right, Sunday night. What I need to know, what movie have you watched recently that didn't live up to the hype or your expectations?
I haven't seen a lot of movies lately. The most recent one I can think of might be Twisters. I was a big fan of Twister.
I thought it was pretty good.
Yeah, I thought it was good, but it didn't blow me away like the original. The original Twister.
Oh, well, no.
That's a classic, and I was really excited going into it. It was fine. They put their own touch on things, a little far-fetched.
Yeah.
A little bit.
They had a lot of plot holes where they were like, yeah, just go with it.
Just go with it.
She just knows where it's coming from, no reason.
Exactly. So it's just a little bit out there, and it was fine. It just didn't meet my expectations.
Let's see. I'm going to actually, I know this isn't what the question is asking, but we just saw Derek and I Gladiator 2, and he really liked the original Gladiator, and I liked it, but it's not like one of my all-time faves, but it was nostalgic. Like, I don't know, I saw some people complaining that they redid Gladiator. It felt very true to the original formula. Like, this movie could have come out in 2002 and I would have believed you. The score was the same. I'll not have any spoilers, spoiler-free review, but it felt like an early 2000s movie. Like, everything about it was like, oh, this could have been a sequel that didn't wait 20 years to come out.
Oh, okay. I haven't seen it yet. I'm excited to see it.
Yeah,
I need to go see
good.
it. But Gladiator is one of my favorite movies of all time. So I'm looking forward to that. So thanks for not spoiling it.
You're welcome. If we don't win the Super Bowl or get knocked out earlier, says one listener, What will we look back on and say that kept us from going further?
I am going to say self-inflicted wounds in the red zone and all these little bad snaps and interceptions and penalties, just knocking points off the board, taking points away from your team. It's probably the culprit I would go to.
I am going to go to the offensive line. Very related things, right? Like some of those, like sacks on third down in the red zone can be from the offensive line, but you've seen the defense turn the corner. You've seen Geno, while he does make mistakes, make great throws. You haven't seen massive steps forward from the offensive line. It's kind of been a liability all year. And while they have moments, like Geno had some pretty good pockets, obviously this past weekend. Not all the time, but there were moments when I thought, oh, he had some time there. He threw it away, but he had some time. Yep. But otherwise, I think that ends up costing you. And when you look at the landscape of NFL playoffs, far more often than not, there are teams that also have top 10 offensive lines. Yep. It's so central to success. So I'm going to stick with that. Boring answer, but I think it'll be true. All right, you guys, that will do it for us. Thank you to Brian Walters for helping out. He's going to be back on Monday with you guys, too, with Bump when we're back to live programming. We are also live tomorrow, obviously. We're going to have a Wednesday edition of The Huddle. Until then, Wyman and Bob coming your way next.
This is Seattle Sports.
First down, jumped over a man, knocked out of bounds. Ken Walker III hops over people, bounces off of people.
12s are rocking, the place is like bouncing. I mean, it was an awesome atmosphere, just the way we wanted.
The kick is up, the kick is good, and with $1:56 left to play, it becomes a 2-score game.
I thought it felt like a playoff atmosphere, man. I thought the crowd was amazing. Just felt like our team was locked in and focused the entire game.
We are the home of the Seahawks.
Upgrade your furnace or heat pump with Home Comfort Alliance. And for a limited time, save up to $4,000 in combined rebates or enjoy 12 months, same as cash, no interest financing on a new Lennox system. Call the comfort people, homecomfortalliance.com.
November is a great time to get a new TV. Now that the top-rated brands like Samsung, LG, and Sony are at the lowest prices of the year. With Black Friday deals available, what more could you want? How about better than Black Friday? Before you click, you should call video only to see how you can go lower than Black Friday. That's right, the best TVs at best.